Chapter 1067. The teller didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly took out the cash and put in the bag specified by the robber. In this case, no one would take their life as a joke. Even if the leader would blame them later, they couldn't care too much. The robber took the bag with the money in his hand and didn't check if there was any money left in the counter. He began to retreat from the bank in an orderly manner. The last one to retreat was the macho man with the submachine gun. Before leaving, he quickly used automatic spray paint to leave 2 large English letters SB on the wall of the bank. Then, he quickly disappeared from the door. The whole process was less than 5 minutes. Although someone had already called the police were unlikely to arrive within 5 minutes. The robber's speed, calmness, and professionalism made Yang Ming feel very puzzled. Especially after the robber got the money. He didn't even look at it. This made Yang Ming even more puzzled. Yang Ming even had a feeling that these robbers didn't come to rob the bank for money. Perhaps they were too professional and wouldn't waste time counting money. This was also the reason why they escaped smoothly. In short, Yang Ming always felt that something was wrong, but what was wrong, Yang Ming couldn't say. Also, before the robber left, the 2 English letters painted on the wall of the bank made people feel a little weird. What did the robber want to do? Did he want to use this to express something? Or was it purely a joke to scold the people in the bank as idiots? Or was there any other special purpose? Yang Ming didn't have time to think so much. When the robber left, the customers in the bank were in a mess. They fled to the bank door. The bank door, which was not big, was instantly blocked by these customers. At the same time, there was a faint sound of sirens not far away. These customers hadn't completely run out of the bank, and the bank was surrounded by armed police officers. It had to be said that these police officers came quickly, but they were still slower than the robbers, because these 3 robbers were too professional. However, the police outside apparently didn't realize that the robbers had already evacuated at this moment. They carefully set up a cordon and shouted into the bank. The people inside listened. "You are surrounded. Please put down the weapons in your hands immediately. Don't make unnecessary resistance." When the customers in the bank rushed out of the bank, the police outside were at a loss for a while. After all, this situation was very rare. They had never seen a robber who would take the initiative to let the hostages out. However, it was also possible that the robbers wanted to disguise themselves as hostages to escape. Therefore, the police immediately took action. They controlled and interrogated the people who ran out of the bank until they learned from most people that the robbers had escaped. Yang Ming didn't make a move, but it didn't mean that he let the robbers go. After the robbers escaped, Yang Ming had been using his special ability to lock on the 3 robbers. However, what made Yang Ming helpless was that after the 3 escaped, they actually acted separately. Yang Ming's special ability wasn't multifaceted. He could only lock on the trajectory of a person's action. This was already difficult enough. He couldn't be distracted. Otherwise, even if he could see through things, the target would be mixed in the vast sea of people, and it would be difficult to find. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming could only lock on the robber with the money bag. After the robber escaped a few kilometers, he put the money bag in a ditch. Then, he ran in the direction of the port alone. Near the port, he got on a speedboat and sailed to the sea. At this point, Yang Ming didn't need to continue to lock on. On the one hand, Yang Ming still had to observe whether the money in the ditch would be taken away by the person on the other hand. And, on the other hand, he had to observe the robbers. It was really difficult. In the end, he had to give up on the robbers and lock his eyes on the bag of money in the ditch. From a normal point of view, if the robbers put the money here, there would definitely be other people on the inside who would take it. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming locked his eyes there, it was possible to find the robber's nest. Yang Ming and the other customers were taken to the commercial street police station to make a statement about the incident. Yang Ming weighed the pros and cons and decided to hand the matter over to the police. After all, this robbery had nothing to do with him. He didn't need to be a hero, so Yang Ming simply told the police what he knew and let them be responsible for the investigation. Yang Ming hesitated and took out the phone. He was going to call Chun Fei to talk about the incident. Although this case happened in the area of the branch, It would eventually be handed over to the criminal investigation team of the General Bureau, which was Chun Fei's responsibility. Sorry, you can't use the phone now. Yang Ming wanted to dial, but he was stopped by a police officer who was responsible for taking the statement. Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. What if the money was taken away at this time? Yang Ming pulled the police aside and said, "My girlfriend's father is Chun Fei of the Municipal Bureau. I want to call him." The police officer was stunned and glanced at Chen Mingyan, but he hesitated. After all, this case was of great importance. Although Yang Ming was only a witness, he couldn't take it lightly. Otherwise, no one could afford this responsibility. So he said, "Then you wait. I will ask for instructions." The police naturally asked for instructions from the branch bureau chief. This case had naturally been reported. When the branch bureau chief heard that Chun Fei's daughter and son-in-law were there, he hesitated and went personally. When he saw Yang Ming, he explained, "You don't have to make the call. I have already informed Captain Chun. He is on his way. I have an urgent matter. I can't delay even a minute." Although the other party was polite, Yang Ming was anxious at the moment, so his tone was tough. "That can't be helped. The matter is of great importance now. No matter who you are, you have to wait for the municipal bureau to come and take the statement before you can make a call." Although the branch bureau chief felt that Yang Ming wouldn't lie to him, he didn't dare to neglect. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He frowned and had to take out the ID that Xia Bingbao gave him from his pocket. He handed it over and said, "You should recognize this ID, right? I really have an urgent matter." The branch bureau chief took a look at the ID handed over by Yang Ming and was shocked. Although he was surprised why Yang Ming was a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, the stamp and anti-counterfeiting mark on it couldn't be fake. He nodded and didn't say anything. Yang Ming called Chun Fei. When Chun Fei just answered, Yang Ming said, "Uncle Chun, the money is in the 3rd trench on Hulua Street. Send someone to watch there immediately." Yang Ming? Chun Fei was somewhat inexplicable. Chapter 1068. Yang Ming, what are you talking about? What money? Chun Fei suddenly received a call from Yang Ming. He was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't know what Yang Ming was referring to. "The bank, the money that was robbed," said Yang Ming. "How do you know?" Chun Fei suddenly felt a little strange. "Uncle Chun, Mingyan and I were in the bank at that time, but as for how I know, I can't say," said Yang Ming. Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Chun Fei immediately thought of something. Although Xia Bingbao didn't say it clearly, he knew that Yang Ming had joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Yang Ming responded faintly. "Okay, I got it." Chun Fei didn't say anything more. Yang Ming was able to join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau because of his excellence, so it was not surprising that Yang Ming accurately said the location of the robbery. As for the statement, there is no need to do it. These customers should have nothing to do with the robbers. When the robbers came, Yang Ming also paid attention to every customer in the bank. At this time, these people were nervous. Everyone was thinking about how to escape and whether the robbers could hurt them. Yang Ming also saw it with his special ability. No one's thoughts were special, so he could conclude that these people were innocent. "Well, you give the phone to the person next to you who is handling the case," said Chun Fei. Yang Ming handed the phone to the bureau chief next to him. The bureau chief took the phone and listened to Chun Fei's words. Chun Fei didn't dare to delay. He directly rushed to Hulua Street that Yang Ming mentioned and secretly monitored the movement of the 3rd trench. As for Yang Ming's side, the bureau chief listened to Chun Fei's words and let these customers go back. The reason why Chun Fei dared to be so certain was also because of Yang Ming's other identity. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau had a great background and reputation. Being able to find Yang Ming was definitely not a fluke. There must be a reason behind it. However, these things were classified as confidential, so Chun Fei naturally did not ask too much. Seeing that Chun Fei had no objection to Yang Ming's words, it could be seen that there was no problem with Yang Ming's identity. After returning the ID to Yang Ming, the bureau chief's attitude was much better. He invited Yang Ming to sit in the office, but Yang Ming didn't have much time. After a few polite words, he left the police station with Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. In the car, Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Mingyin patted her chest and said, I was scared to death just now. I was afraid that you would rush into this matter. I'm not a fool. If I can beat them, I can take care of it. If I can't beat them, isn't that just courting death? Yang Ming said. The three people were holding guns. I'm not invulnerable. How can I fight with them head-on? When Yang Ming gave the bureau chief's ID and called Chun Fei, they were outside the recording room, so Chun Mingyin and Lin Jian didn't see these. Yang Ming didn't want to let Chun Mingyin and Lin Jian know about these things. However, these people acted very quickly. I don't know if they can solve the case. Chun Mingyin had heard a lot of serious cases from Chun Fei since she was a child. She also knew the difficulty of this robbery case. The robbers were very professional. As soon as they entered the door, they destroyed the monitoring system and killed a person in an orderly manner to warn the people in the bank not to act rashly. Then, they quickly evacuated after taking the money. Only the 2 English letters that were painted on the wall before leaving were somewhat inexplicable. If it wasn't a prank, then the robbers wanted to express something. Yang Ming also thought so. However, from the overall process of these robbers, there wasn't the slightest waste of time. Then, why did they leave 2 words before leaving? The possibility of a prank was relatively small because Yang Ming felt that these robbers weren't such boring people. Then, there was only one possibility left. These robbers wanted to express something through these 2 words. If SB didn't mean stupid, then it was possible that this group of robbers was like those terrorist organizations. After doing something bad, they wanted to leave a mark to claim that it was their organization's masterpiece. Sister Lin, how are you? Chen Mingyin's courage was still relatively big. It didn't take long for her to recover. She asked Lin Jiyun, who was still holding her hand tightly. I'm fine. Fortunately, you and Yang Ming came together. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Lin Jiyun said with lingering fear. Yang Ming, you jinxed it. You really got it right. Look at how scared Sister Lin is. Chen Mingyin complained to Yang Ming. What does this have to do with me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm not a god. Whatever I say will happen. If so, I will say that all the beauties on earth are my wives. You're really not serious. Chen Mingyin glared at Yang Ming. Isn't it enough now? Just kidding. Yang Ming smiled. The money hasn't been deposited. How about we find another bank? Well, I hope our luck won't be so bad this time. Chen Mingyin said. However, fortunately, the robbers didn't take away the money in our hands. Otherwise, the bank can't be responsible for us if it hasn't been deposited in the bank. Yeah, it's a blessing in disguise. Yang Ming said so, but his heart was puzzled again. Chen Mingyin's words reminded him. When the robbers rushed in, Lin Jiyun was opening the suitcase to take out the money. It was impossible for the robbers not to see it. Moreover, Lin Jiyun's suitcase had at least 300,000 yuan. It wasn't a small number. The money they robbed from the bank was only a few million yuan. What made Yang Ming feel a little inconceivable was that these people clearly saw the money in Lin Jiyun's hands, but they didn't take it away. What was the reason? The possibility of forgetting wasn't high. If one person forgot, then the other 2 people also forgot. This situation seemed unlikely. Therefore, the remaining possibilities were that the first robber was dismissive of Lin Jiyun's money. The second was that the robber simply didn't have the consciousness to rob the money in Lin Jiyun's hands. Yang Ming had long felt that this group of people didn't look like professional bank robbers. Although their actions and marksmanship were very professional, it was more like they were doing a routine task. The purpose wasn't to rob the money. Perhaps they had other intentions. The first possibility shouldn't be the case. 300,000 yuan compared to 3 million yuan was naturally a little less, but it wasn't unworthy to rob. This was a simple matter for the robbers. Then, there was only the second possibility. The robbers didn't rob the bank for the money. As he thought of this, Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked. It's over. I was fooled. My attention had been on the bag of banknotes that the robbers took, and I ignored the robbers' whereabouts. If my suspicion is correct, the robbers didn't rob the bank for the money. Then after they left the money, they shouldn't come back to get it. Yang Ming sighed helplessly. Perhaps this time, Chun Fei wouldn't have any harvest. His subjective consciousness affected his judgment. He thought that since they were robbing the bank, then the purpose was naturally for the money. Since they hid the money, then there would definitely be someone who would go to get the money. However, this matter shouldn't be according to common sense, but there was something else. But now, it was useless to regret. Being able to find the lost money was already a great achievement for Chun Fei. As for catching the robbers, it was a matter for the future. According to the skills of these robbers, the possibility of catching them was minimal. He found a larger bank with police officers on duty. The security measures should be much better than the previous bank. This time, Yang Ming didn't dare to take the risk. He let Lin Jiyun and Chun Mingyan wait in the car. He carried the money box and walked into the bank alone. Even if he encountered a robber again, Yang Ming was only one person. He could adapt to the situation. Although he couldn't capture the robber alive, it was more than enough to protect himself. However, after Yang Ming received the number plate and completed the deposit, there were no accidents. After he successfully completed the business and left the bank, Yang Ming received a call from Chun Fei. Yang Ming, I've already surrounded Renwa Street and closely monitored the third sewer. Is there anything else? Chun Fei knew that Yang Ming's identity was different from the past, so he spoke with a semi-negotiating tone. Uncle Chun, I'm afraid that I have to disappoint you this time. Yang Ming sighed and said while standing outside the car. Yang Ming didn't immediately return to the car because he didn't want Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun to hear his conversation with Uncle Chun. What do you mean? Why are you disappointed? Chun Fei was stunned and asked, Is the money not here? The money is there. There is no mistake. During this period, Yang Ming had also been using his special ability to watch the vicinity of the sewer, so Yang Ming could be sure that the money was still inside. How can you be disappointed? Chun Fei listened to Yang Ming's words and was even more puzzled. The money is definitely inside, but I suspect that the purpose of the robber isn't money. Yang Ming didn't hide it and told Chun Fei his thoughts. There was also the fact that the robber didn't take away the 300,000 yuan in his hand. Chun Fei listened to Yang Ming's analysis and fell into contemplation for a while. Indeed, it was the first time he had seen such a robber. He had also seen the SNB photo at the scene, but Chun Fei didn't understand what it meant. In short, this group of robbers revealed a lot of mysterious auras. Yang Ming analyzed again, and Chun Fei also felt that the purpose of this group of robbers wasn't just to rob money. So, do you think that the robbers won't come back to get the money? Chun Fei asked after he figured it out. Yes, I don't think so. Although Yang Ming didn't dare to be 100% sure, he was pretty close to it. Well, I will take other actions, but the people here won't withdraw first. Chun Fei hesitated and said, Then let's leave it at that, Uncle Chun. If I have any news here, I will contact you at any time. Yang Ming hung up the phone and got in the car. Who called you? Why did you talk for so long? Chun Mingyan asked curiously. Who else could it be? Your dad. Yang Ming spread his hands and said, he knew that we were in the bank at that time, so he called me to ask if there was any danger. Chun Mingyan listened and said, Is it my dad? Why didn't he call me? He said that your phone couldn't be connected temporarily. Maybe there was no signal in the police station. Yang Ming casually found a reason to brush it off. I see. Chun Mingyan didn't doubt it. She nodded and didn't say anything. Because of such an incident, Lin Jiyun's mind was a little uneasy. She simply didn't go to the company. Anyway, the company had nothing to do these days. The main thing was to prepare the exhibits for the exhibition. Naturally, someone would deal with these things. Yang Ming drove directly back to the villa. Chun Mingyan hugged Lin Jiyun and slept peacefully. Yang Ming wanted to sleep together, but he was rejected by Chun Mingyan. Yang Ming didn't insist. He was very clear about what he was thinking. It was daytime now. Chun Mingyan wouldn't agree. There was still a possibility at night. Back to the room at the end of the corridor, Yang Ming opened the netbook. Yang Ming, who had experienced many life and death situations, didn't take the incident seriously. He even felt that it was ordinary and nothing special. What surprised Yang Ming was that Zhao Ying was actually online. Yang Ming quickly sent a smiley face emoji. What? I'm in class. Wild female teacher quickly replied. Yang Ming also wondered how Zhao Ying installed the broadband so quickly. It turned out that she was in school. How have you been recently? I haven't seen you online for a long time. Yang Ming naturally pretended that he still didn't know Zhao Ying and asked. Otherwise, if he confessed his identity, it was likely that Zhao Ying would directly blacklist him. I haven't installed the broadband yet after moving. My mood wasn't very good these days, so I didn't go online, said wild female teacher. How can you be in a bad mood after moving to a new house? Asked Yang Ming quickly. It's not because of moving to a new house. AI, it's better not to move. Wild female teacher sent a crying emoji. What's going on? Tell me. Although Yang Ming knew it in his heart, he had to pretend that he didn't know. Is with my best friend. Wild female teacher hesitated for a moment and said, although these things were personal concealment, the internet was illusory. Zhao Ying also told a lot of things about herself to this netizen. There's no true love in this world. So at this time, she naturally poured out her thoughts to him. Anyway, he didn't know who she was. He's with your best friend? How can it be? Asked Yang Ming quickly. How can it not be? I saw them holding hands with my own eyes. Can it be fake? Wild female teacher sent a tormented emoji. What you see with your own eyes may not necessarily be the truth. This is the reason why what you see may not necessarily be the truth. Yang Ming naturally excused himself. That's true. My friend also told me that she just wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend to deceive her family because of some things in her family, said wild female teacher. That's it. Your friend said that it's fake. What else do you have to worry about? Said Yang Ming. But I saw something by chance in the bathroom of her house. I also became uncertain, said wild female teacher. Yang Ming's heart suddenly jumped. Sure enough, Zhao Ying really saw the half-used box of condoms in Wang Xiaoyan's bathroom cabinet. This was a bit difficult to handle. What is it? Yang Ming had to continue to ask. A box was opened. It was a condom that was partially used. Wild female teacher didn't hide it. This doesn't seem to represent anything. Maybe your friend is more perverted. She often meets some male netizens or something. Yang Ming thought, little girl Wang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk about you. Now, it's a special situation. You just have to bear with it. At most, I will let you go up next time. Impossible. I know her character. Wild female teacher flatly denied. Since you know her character, do you still suspect that she stole your boyfriend? Yang Ming finally caught Zhao Ying's faulty wording and said quickly, I have some contradictions. In short, she isn't a casual person, but wild female teacher was somewhat incoherent. Maybe she used it when she touched herself with cucumbers and eggplants. Yang Ming thought lasciviously. Little girl Wang once said that it was more comfortable than her doing it herself. Then, what would it be like when she touched herself? It's so tempting, but Yang Ming's idea was unlikely because before that night, Wang Xiaoyan was still a virgin. Yang Ming could be sure of this. What nonsense are you talking about? Wild female teacher sent an angry and knife emoji. I just said it casually. It's just a scientific hypothesis. Yang Ming laughed twice and felt that he had gone too far. Don't make jokes. Otherwise, I will blacklist you. Wild female teacher warned. Well, I won't say it. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhao Ying would really lock him in a small black room in anger. That would be a bit fucked up. Without the internet, he really had no way to communicate with Zhao Ying. Then, what should I do now? Asked wild female teacher. If I were you, I would treat it as if nothing happened. Didn't you say it before? He has more than one woman, so it's okay to have one more. Yang Ming said and laughed. This is a good job to enlighten people. But this is different, said wild female teacher. What's the difference? I think it's almost the same. Yang Ming tried to persuade Zhao Ying in a way that was beneficial to himself. The time that she knew him wasn't as long as the time that I knew him. They were together first, and the relationship has developed to the most intimate step, but I haven't made any progress with him. I think, does he not like me at all? Wild female teacher finally spoke her mind. Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying's worry. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, if you weren't hesitant every time, we would have XXO when we were in high school. this love and the speed of pushing down has nothing to do with it. He didn't push you down, maybe because he respects you and feels more pity for you in his heart," said Yang Ming. "Is it?" Wild female teacher was stunned and asked. Chapter 1069. Probably. Yang Ming sweated and didn't know how to answer. After all, the question involved himself. If Yang Ming answered too carefully, Zhao Ying might be suspicious of him, but he could not answer, so he had to be vague. "Then you mean, he doesn't dislike me?" Wild female teacher continued to ask. "According to my speculation, it should be like this. Of course, the specific situation needs specific analysis." "Or, can you tell me again?" Yang Ming certainly couldn't show that he knew everything. He gave me a gift before. It was a very ordinary handicraft. The appearance was very ordinary, but inside, after opening it, it was full of the process of our acquaintance. Wild female teacher said. "Oh, he's quite romantic. Doesn't that prove that he likes you? If he doesn't like you, why would he write these things? He has nothing to do." Yang Ming began to boast. "I thought so at the beginning, so I couldn't hold back the excitement in my heart. I added a few scenes that he left behind, and then I went to his house to find him. I didn't want to see the scene of them holding hands," said wild female teacher. "Damn," Yang Ming secretly said. "It turns out that Zhao Ying has discovered the secret of the memory tree, and she's also preparing to return the memory tree to me. However, because of the small mistake of Wang, Xiaoyan, and myself, it led to so many disputes." Yang Ming could only sigh that his luck was not good, but fortunately, there was still a chance to remedy it online. Yang Ming could enlighten Zhao Ying on QQ. It's still the same sentence. What the eyes see is not necessarily the truth, and your friend also said that they are just pretending. Even if it is true, it's not a big deal. You don't care if he has other girlfriends. Why do you care about one more?" Yang Ming said with a thick face. "Although that is the case, I am afraid that he doesn't have me in his heart. Everything he does is just perfunctory to me," wild female teacher said with some hesitation. "However, I'm also a guy. I can tell you for sure that if I didn't like a girl, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to make a memory tree. Generally, boys don't have much patience. Since he can be patient enough to do this for you, he must be interested in you." Yang Ming was sure, because the person Zhao Ying was talking about was him, but Zhao Ying didn't know. "Really?" Wild female teacher quickly asked. "Of course it's true. However, I feel that the most important question is you. What do you think?" Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally entered the main topic. Now it was time to probe Zhao Ying's thoughts. As long as he followed her thoughts, he would receive miraculous results. "Oh, I'm going to class. Let's talk next time." Wild female teacher sent a waving goodbye emoji. Yang Ming looked at the chat window in front of him helplessly. Just when he was talking about the key of the problem, Zhao Ying started class. Yang Ming said quickly, "Wait, you should tell me your thoughts first. I'm really going to class. Next time, bye-bye." After wild female teacher sent this message, her avatar turned gray. Yang Ming had to close the chat window resentfully. "Isn't this too unlucky? My luck today is really terrible." In the first few days of school, the school's dormitory inspection was still relatively strict. However, Yang Ming's dormitory belonged to the privileged class. The school turned a blind eye to Tian Donghua, the young master. As for Yang Ming, basically, the counselors and secretaries in the department knew that he was the younger brother of the dean and the godson of the vice principal, Lu Weishan. Especially Yang Ming's excuse was very dignified. He went to accompany his godsister and godfather. No one could say anything about it. However, Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun's female dormitory were different. They were all ordinary dormitories. In order to eliminate the school's discipline, the school would be strict for a while at the beginning of every semester. The students who didn't stay in the dormitory at the beginning of the semester would be criticized. In particular, Chun Mingyan was the class monitor. Naturally, she had to set an example. Therefore, in the evening, after Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun woke up, they had to go back to the school's dormitory to live. Yang Ming naturally didn't have any meaning to live alone at home, so he also went back to school with Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. When he walked to the door of the dormitory, he suddenly remembered that Tian Donghwa's younger brother was here. Didn't I go out to avoid this guy? Unfortunately, Yang Ming pushed open the door of the school's dormitory and found that Tian Donghua was sitting in the living room of the dormitory, talking with Tian Donghua and Zhang Bin. Yang Ming had already come back. If he left again, it would be a bit inappropriate. He had to say with a smile, "Isn't this Tian Donghua? You are here?" Previously, when Yang Ming was in Donghai, he was misunderstood as Sun Jue. As a result, he had a fight with Tian Donghua. After that, this guy knew about Yang Ming from Tian Donghua, and through Tian Donghua, he wanted to be Yang Ming's apprentice. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't agree and let Tian Donghua reject him directly. However, he didn't expect this kid to be unyielding. He didn't know where he got his phone number, but he kept calling him to express his intention to be Yang Ming's apprentice. Yang Ming finally had no choice but to set his phone number in the blacklist of the firewall of incoming calls. However, he didn't expect that Tian Donghua would come to his door again. With his approach of coaxing and pestering, Yang Ming would agree sooner or later. This method of coaxing and pestering was naturally learned from Sun Jiwei. After Tian Donghua was beaten by Yang Ming, he also knew that there was always someone better than him. Later, when he met the real Sun Jiwei, he didn't have so much hostility. Both of them were very conceited, but they became friends with similar temperaments. He heard that Sun Jiwei and Yang Ming were classmates, so Tian Donghua got Yang Ming's phone number from him. Of course, Tian Donghua knew that there seemed to be some conflict between Yang Ming and Sun Jiwei, so he didn't tell Sun Jiwei that he wanted to be Yang Ming's apprentice. Otherwise, with Sun Jiwei's character, he would definitely obstruct it. However, Tian Donghua asked Sun Jiwei a question. That was if he wanted to ask someone to promise him something. How could he do it? Sun Jiwei said without thinking about it, "Coaxing and pestering. If you don't mind, you can ask him over and over again. There will always be a time when he will agree to it. Isn't there a good saying? If there is a will, there is a way. As long as there is perseverance, an iron rod can be ground into a needle." Sun Jiwei often liked something good, but he couldn't afford it, so he went to Sun Jie. Sometimes, Sun Jie couldn't help but agree to it. Tian Donghua listened to Sun Jiwei's method and felt that it was very reasonable, so he began to call Yang Ming over and over again. He wanted to be apprenticed to him. Later, the phone couldn't be reached. At first, Tian Donghua thought that there was a problem with Yang Ming's phone. However, during the Chinese New Year, he found that his brother, Tian Donghua, called Yang Ming smoothly. Then, Tian Donghua went back to his room and dialed Yang Ming's phone. There was still a busy tone coming from the phone. Tian Donghua knew that his phone was blocked by Yang Ming. In desperation, he thought of a new method. After school started, he would go to Tian Donghua's school on the grounds that he wanted to investigate the learning environment of Songjiang Industry University. Then, he would live in his brother's dormitory and become an apprentice to Yang Ming. "Master, you're back." Tian Donghua stood up and straightened his posture. He said respectfully in a dignified manner. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. "Tian Donghua, welcome to Songjiang, but where is your master? I don't see anyone else, right?" "Yes, you're my master." "Master, you don't want me anymore, right?" Tian Donghua said seriously as if there was such a thing. "Tian Donghua, you should have a lot of martial art coaches at home, right? You can learn from them. Why do you have to bother me?" Yang Ming sighed and said helplessly, "I really don't have time to teach you anything. You see, I am so busy today. It's okay. You could just tell me the essentials. There's a good saying, the master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. I can't learn it because I am stupid." "I won't blame you," said Tian Donghua. "Let's not talk about this today. I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep first." Yang Ming was really speechless. This Tian Donghua is a bit too good at coaxing, right? Yang Ming fled back to his room, leaving only Zhang Bin and Tian Donghua snickering. "Boss also has times when he is afraid," said Zhang Bin. "Haha, Yang Ming is in trouble this time. Tian Donghua, this kid, has been stubborn like a bull since he was a child. This time I think he won't give up until he gets what he wants." Tian Donghua also laughed. Tian Dongwang listened to the words of the two people and was even more confident. He said, "I have decided to live here for a while." As time passed, Chun Fei's heart became heavier and heavier. Sure enough, as Yang Ming said, no accomplices of the robbers came here to get the money in the evening. 3 o'clock in the morning was the time for the cleaning workers to clean the ditch every day. If the accomplices of the robbers had not come before this time, then the matter could be confirmed. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Until the cleaning workers came here, there were still no accomplices of the robbers. There was not even a suspicious person nearby. The identity of the cleaning workers had been confirmed. There was nothing suspicious. They were the old cleaning workers who were responsible for the sanitation of this area all year round. Until the cleaning workers started to work and dug out the bag of money from the ditch, nothing else happened. Chun Fei had no choice but to take the money away. The others also left the team. However, in any case, to be able to quickly recover the stolen money a few hours after the crime, Chun Fei's contribution was really not small. As for the robbery and murder suspects, they couldn't be rushed. They could only search for them slowly. However, Yang Ming had a feeling that these people would not be easily caught by the police because the modus operandi of these people was too professional. In fact, this time, Yang Ming took the initiative to provide help in the case because of Chun Fei's position. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not easily make a move. Even Xia Bingbao had no right to ask Yang Ming to do anything. Yang Ming joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and helped Xia Bingbao because of Xia Shui's face. If it were not for wanting to earn more credit for this chick, Yang Ming would not bother with these other people's business. Admittedly, this was a bit selfish, but one should not meddle in politics if they were not in position. Yang Ming's original identity was a student, so other things were not his business except for going to school. This time, he made a move to help Chun Fei. Otherwise, when this case came out, Chun Fei would definitely be under a lot of pressure. Yang Ming could not let Chun Fei be in a difficult position. No matter what, Chun Fei was his father-in-law. Yang Ming would naturally do his best. However, as for the appearance of the robbers, Yang Ming did not need to tell Chun Fei. Except for Xia Bingbao, Yang Ming did not want others to know what his special ability was. If he said the appearance of those people, it was equivalent to indirectly admitting that he could see through things. But knowing the location of the stolen money was different. There were many ways. Even the sixth sense and astrology were possible. After the case, Song Jiang was calm overnight. There were no similar vicious incidents. The robbers seemed to have evaporated from the world and disappeared. However, only Yang Ming knew that these three people were probably no longer in Songjiang. It was even hard to say whether they were in the country. Early the next morning, Yang Ming was afraid that Tian Dongwang would continue to pester him. He did not wait for Tian Dongwang and hurried to the classroom. He did not expect Zhou Jiajia to come earlier. As usual, she had already reserved a seat for him. In the past, Yang Ming was somewhat reluctant to sit next to Zhou Jiajia, but now, Yang Ming felt that it was normal. "How did you sleep last night?" Yang Ming sat down and asked. "Are you comfortable in the dormitory?" "How can I not be comfortable? Didn't I live here every day?" Zhou Jiajia was asked by Yang Ming. Suddenly, she association of the days when she lived in Yang Ming's house. She was a little embarrassed. Yeah, but after a few days, the school's investigation will be relaxed. Let's go home." Yang Ming smiled. "Then, let's talk about it when the time comes," Zhou Jiajia said with a red face. After all, she and Yang Ming were not as casual as Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. When she talked about these things, she would blush. "How is your relationship with Wang Shui?" Yang Ming asked while Wang Shui got up to go to the bathroom. "It's okay. I'm fine with it, but Wang Shui always feels guilty to me." Zhou Jiajia sighed and said, "It is estimated that it will take some time to completely restore the original relationship." Yang Ming nodded. It was certain that Wang Shui felt guilty to Zhou Jiajia. However, this also showed that Wang Shui still had a conscience in her heart. If Wang Shui did not feel guilty at all, then this person was hopeless. The two were whispering, but when they saw that Wang Shui came back, they quickly stopped the topic. However, Tian Donghua and Tian Dongwang came in with Wang Shui. It was normal for Tian Donghua to come to Yang Ming's class every day. After all, he was dating Wang Shui. There was nothing to say about him coming to accompany Wang Shui. However, when Tian Dongwang came, Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. This kid was really slow, but because of the face of Tian Donghua and his father, Tian Long, Yang Ming couldn't do anything to him. The key was that this guy was like a gum. After being rejected, he was still indomitable. This was the real headache for Yang Ming. Fortunately, only 4 people could sit in a row in the classroom. Yang Ming, Zhou Jiejie, and Wang Shui occupied 3 seats. Tian Donghua couldn't let Tian Dongwang sit next to Wang Shui. Even if he sat here, he and Yang Ming were separated by 2 people. It was not very convenient to talk. Tian Dongwang didn't stay. He went straight to Sun Jiwei and sat with Sun Jiwei. Yang Ming found it strange that Tian Dongwang and Sun Jiwei were together, but he didn't ask much. After all, the relationship between the Sun family and the Tian family was good. Dongwang, your brother and Yang Ming have such a good relationship. Can you help me inquire about something? After class, Sun Jiwei asked tentatively. Inquire about something? Inquire about what? Tian Dongwang was a little puzzled. Help me inquire about how many girlfriends Yang Ming has, said Sun Jiwei. Inquire about how many girlfriends he has? Why are you inquiring about this? Do you have nothing to do? Tian Dongwang asked inexplicably. He didn't know why Sun Jiwei was inquiring about this. Of course, I have something to inquire about. How about it? Do you want to help? Asked Sun Jiwei. Wait, if you want me to help, you have to tell me clearly why you want me to inquire about this, right? Tian Dongwang was not a psychopath. If Sun Jiwei didn't make it clear, he wouldn't do such a boring thing. Aya, then I will tell you the truth. Sun Jiwei rolled his eyes and said, My sister, do you know? She likes Yang Ming. She wants me to help secretly investigate and see how many women Yang Ming has outside. Your sister? Sun Jie? Her? Tian Dongwang was stunned. Sun Jie likes Yang Ming? The 2 people are several years apart. How is it possible? However, suddenly, when the association met with Yang Ming for the first time, Yang Ming drove Sun Jie's Audi R8. Sun Jie didn't allow men to touch her car. Tian Dongwang certainly knew about this. Otherwise, it was impossible to misunderstand that Yang Ming was Sun Jiwei. Thinking of this, Tian Dongwang also believed Sun Jiwei's words. At least, the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jie was definitely not simple. Yeah, it's my sister. You know, with my family situation, how can my uncle allow his son-in-law to have a woman outside? Sun Jiwei whispered, So, my sister asked me to investigate in advance. So it's like this. Tian Dongwang said this, but his heart snorted. He thought, what's wrong with Brother Yang? Brother Yang is much better than you. If it weren't for my father's strict restriction to let me be friends with you, I wouldn't bother to be friends with you. Chapter 1070. However, with his contact with Sun Jiwei, Tian Dongwang discovered that although Sun Jiwei was very proud, he was also very naive. He had no bad thoughts. The things that he did were things that some children could do. In a more popular phrase, it was the kindergarten level. How about it? Can you help? Asked Sun Jiwei. Then I can't say. I can only try. Tian Dongwang said, I can't inquire about this kind of private thing, right? That's also true. Sun Jiwei did not press. You should pay more attention to it. According to your own observation, you should observe as much as you can. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Tian Dongwang said. Although he said so, Tian Dongwang must tell Yang Ming about this somewhat strange thing. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to curry favor? He was worried about how to get close to Yang Ming. Although the Tian family was a vassal of the Sun family, Tian Dongwang also understood that if Sun Jie really had a relationship with Yang Ming, then the person who had the final say in the Sun family would still be Yang Ming, not Sun Jiwei. Therefore, pleasing Yang Ming was the right thing to do. Sun Jiwei didn't listen much in this class. He had been playing with his mobile phone. Of course, he set the mobile phone to the photo mode and pointed it in the direction of Yang Ming. As long as he lowered his head to talk to Zhou Jia, Sun Jiwei would take a picture. Regardless of whether they had a relationship or not, he would take some intimate photos first. In the past few days, Yang Ming was entangled by Tian Dongwang, except for flirting with Zhou Jia in class during the day. Yang Ming had no choice but to promise him that he would give him some advice when he was free. He would forget about master's matter. However, even so, Tian Dongwang was already very satisfied. Did everything have to be done step by step? Now it was just giving some advice. If he gave more advice, he would naturally be master. Tian Dongwang also told Yang Ming what Sun Jiwei asked him to do. Yang Ming naturally laughed it off after listening. Sun Jie would definitely not be so bored as to send Sun Jiwei to inquire about how many girlfriends he had. With Sun Jie's character, if she wanted to mess things up, she would definitely do it herself. Therefore, this matter was most likely what Sun Jiwei wanted to do. He just used Sun Jie as an excuse. If he wanted to play any tricks, then so be it. Yang Ming would not be afraid of him. Therefore, Sun Jiwei's harvest these days was not small. He took many ambiguous photos of Yang Ming, Zhou Jia, Lin Jiyun, and Chen Mingyan. It was impossible for Yang Ming to not notice it, but he let it be. Yang Ming was not afraid of his relationship with a few girls being exposed, especially when Chen Mingyan had acquiesced to the existence of Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia. Yang Ming was not afraid of anything. On Saturday afternoon, Sun Jiwei came to his cousin Sun Jie's company happily. Of course, he could also find Sun Jie in school, but there were too many outsiders. Some words were not easy to say. When Sun Jiwei came to Sun Jie's office, Sun Jie was talking to the people in the company about a document. When she saw Sun Jiwei come in, she was a bit puzzled. Jiwei, what are you doing here? Big sister, I am here. Naturally, there is an important thing, said Sun Jiwei. What is it? Say it quickly. I have a meeting in a while. Sun Jie didn't think that Sun Jiwei would have anything good to find her. If he was not sure of money, he would want her to help him buy some luxury goods. Let's wait for a while when there is no one. Sun Jiwei glanced at the company's employees in Sun Jie's office and said mysteriously. Sun Jie frowned and said helplessly, well, you can go out first. Inform all the middle-level cadres in the company that we will have a meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes. Okay, Miss Sunday, the people in the company nodded and went out. Well, what is it? Say it quickly, Sun Jie asked. Sun Jiwei went to close the office door first, then looked around. Then, he carefully took out a stack of photos from his backpack and put them on Sun Jie's desk. Big sister, look at these photos. What photos? Sun Jie inexplicably picked up the photos that Sun Jiwei put on the table and looked at them. When she looked at a few photos, she suddenly frowned. Where did you get these photos? Why are you showing them to me? I spent a lot of effort to follow and take these photos. Sun Jiwei said, as if he was taking credit. I heard that uncle is very fond of this Yang Ming. He wants to marry big sister to him. When I heard the news, I was in a hurry. How can this be? This Yang Ming's character is very bad. I followed him, and sure enough, you see, this guy is a playboy. He has so many girlfriends outside. I really didn't know if I didn't see it. I was shocked when I saw it. You followed him? Sun Jie listened to Sun Jiwei's words, and her face immediately sank. However, Sun Jiwei was in high spirits. He didn't care about Sun Jie's expression. He smiled proudly. Yes, I took it. Big sister, how are you going to thank me? I am a great contributor. Otherwise, you would be deceived by this guy, Yang Ming. My request is not high. Canon has a new SLR camera. It is only more than 20,000 yuan. It is not too expensive with a few lenses. The total is just more than 100,000 yuan. Pah! With a sound, Sun Jie threw the photos on Sun Jiwei's face. Sun Jiwei was suddenly inexplicable. Big sister, what are you doing? What am I doing? Sun Jie slammed the table and said with a sullen face, I bought a camera for you. You continue to take photos for me, right? Yes. Oh no. Sun Jiwei saw that Sun Jie's face wasn't good. He was scared and shook his head quickly, but he didn't know how he offended her. Yang Ming's matter, you don't have to care about it in the future. Sun Jie glared at Sun Jiwei and said, Otherwise, you won't have any pocket money in the future. Sun Jiwei was shocked when he heard Sun Jie's words. If he didn't have pocket money in the future, how could he live? Did you hear it? Sun Jie asked. I heard it, Sun Jiwei said with grievance. I don't care. What about the camera? Let's talk about the camera later. Sun Jie was in a bad mood. Although she was angry with Sun Jiwei for being a busybody, on the other hand, she was really annoyed with Yang Ming. This guy really had too many women. If she didn't have strict requirements for him, who knows what would happen in the future? Oh, Sun Jiwei didn't dare to say more. He had to walk out of Sun Jie's office with regret in his heart. If I knew, I wouldn't care about this. Yang Ming wasn't a good person to provoke. I took a photo of him. How much risk did I have to take? I heard that the guy was a violent maniac. Not long after he entered the school, he beat the president of the Taekwondo club. Several times, I was almost found out by Yang Ming. Sun Jiwei thought with lingering fear. In fact, Yang Ming had already found out about Sun Jiwei, but he didn't want to talk to him. Although he didn't know why Sun Jie was so angry, Sun Jiwei didn't dare to mention this again. He didn't want to lose his New Year's money. Sun Jiwei wasn't a scheming person. After returning to school, he told Tian Dongguang about this matter. Of course, he also complained to Tian Dongguang. If he didn't keep it in his heart, he was really unhappy. The action that he had planned for a long time actually failed all of a sudden. It was super bad luck. Sun Jiwei didn't understand where his mistake was. He wanted to find Tian Dongguang to analyze it. Dongguang, you tell me, what the hell is going on? I don't think I did anything wrong. Sun Jiwei asked in confusion. Although Sun Jiwei was already 20 years old, he wasn't very interested in emotional matters, so he couldn't understand the feeling between lovers. I don't know. Maybe they don't want us to be involved in adult matters? Tian Dongguang said this, but he was laughing in his heart. He thought, you deserve it. You went to report Brother Yang. Aren't you finished? Are you hurt? Adult matters? Sun Jiwei thought with some anger. Yang Ming is considered an adult? When Tian Dongguang told Yang Ming these things, Yang Ming suddenly laughed. Sun Jie was very clear about what she was like. If Sun Jiwei said it, it would only make Sun Jie angrier. The China Jewelry Association sent a notice that the jewelry exhibition would be held on time at the end of next week. After receiving the notice, Bao Sanli still called Yang Ming. Although he and Yang Ming had the final say in the company, the final decision was still made by Yang Ming. Yang Ming also attached great importance to this jewelry exhibition. After all, this was the largest business that the Ming-Yang Security Company had received since its establishment. It was also the most influential business. If the security work was done well, then the reputation of the Ming-Yang Security Company would be established. After all, the underworld business was only a temporary stepping stone. It would eventually be abandoned. The ultimate goal of the Ming-Yang Security Company was to become stronger and provide security work for some large-scale activities. Therefore, for the first time, Yang Ming still attached great importance to it. After receiving a call from Bao Sanli, he rushed to the Ming-Yang Security Company. In the small conference room of the company, only Bao Sanli, Ho Zhenhan, and Yang Ming were sitting. This is the official contract sent by the China Jewelry Association. President Ho and I don't dare to make a decision in private. We would like to invite you to discuss it. Bao Sanli handed a contract to Yang Ming. Has our lawyer seen it? Yang Ming took the contract and asked. The lawyer has already seen it. Ho Zhenhan nodded. There is no problem with the contract itself. There are no traps or loopholes, but the responsibility we bear is relatively large. Oh, Yang Ming picked up the contract and looked at it. As long as the contract itself had no problems, then other things were easy to discuss. The contract was written in detail, but it also gave a lot of authority to the Ming-Yang Security Company, including the booth arrangement. Except for a few fixed large merchants, the Ming-Yang Security Company's brother company, Ming-Yang Entertainment, was responsible for it. However, the greater the authority, the greater the responsibility. Many of the jewelry in this exhibition had a single value of more than 100 million. There were even a few treasures of the 15th century European royal family. They were even more valuable. Although they had not been auctioned, Their estimated value had exceeded $5 billion. If there was any accident and the jewelry was lost, the Ming Yang Security Company would bear the complete loss. So expensive? Yang Ming looked at the contract copy with some astonishment. It was about the valuation of the main jewelry in the exhibition. Yeah, so President Ho and I don't dare to make a decision privately. After all, this is not a small matter. Bao Samli nodded solemnly. If there is really an accident, we can't afford this loss. Yang Ming looked at the contract and frowned. Is it not insured with an insurance company? The number is too large. No insurance company is willing to insure this batch of jewelry. Bao Samli shook his head and said helplessly, I see. Yang Ming also fell into contemplation. What about the previous jewelry exhibitions? How were they held? The previous jewelry exhibitions were not held in Songjiang, but there was no such expensive jewelry in the exhibition. The most expensive jewelry was only $100 million. The insurance company would cover the insurance. Ho Jinhan shook his head and said, It is the first time that such expensive jewelry is in the exhibition. Yang Ming listened to Ho Jinhan's words and suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, Yang Ming was not very clear about what was wrong. At this moment, Yang Ming was really in a dilemma. The previous jewelry exhibitions were very smooth, so the Ming Yang Security Company would accept this task without any hesitation. But now, after the details of the jewelry in the exhibition were sent, it was somewhat difficult to back down. Although the formal contract had not been signed, if he refused to sign it now, he would only bear a few tens of thousands of yuan of breach of contract fee. However, the reputation of the Ming Yang Security Company would be greatly affected. If he backed down halfway after accepting the task, he would become a laughingstock for many people. This was definitely not what Yang Ming wanted to see. Although the Ming Yang Security Company was not the focus of Yang Ming's business, it was also an indispensable part of it. Yang Ming would not allow the Ming Yang Security Company, which had just improved its business, to have its reputation tarnished. However, if he accepted this task, the risk he would take would be too big. Although Yang Ming had some money in his hands, he couldn't do this. Therefore, for a time, Yang Ming was really in a dilemma. He didn't know what to do. Brother Yang, why don't we just forget about it? Don't accept this task. Ho Jinhan saw that Yang Ming was in a dilemma, so he spoke for Yang Ming. Bao Samli also nodded silently at the side. Although he was also unwilling, it would be fine if there was no accident. If there was an accident, the company's losses would be too great. Not only would they go bankrupt, but they would also be in debt. Yang Ming lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Yang Ming, who rarely smoked, would only smoke when he was really worried. Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan didn't dare to disturb Yang Ming. They sat quietly and waited for Yang Ming to make a decision. There was something fishy about this matter from the very beginning. Yang Ming was no longer the Amon of the past. His insight and judgment had improved greatly. First of all, the organizer had delegated too much power to Ming Yang. It seemed that everything was handed over to Ming Yang. The organizer was only a nominal manager. In fact, Ming Yang was responsible for the entire operation of the exhibition. This itself was somewhat unusual. How could the Jewelry Association give these important things to an unfamiliar company to do? Wasn't the organizer afraid that Ming Yang would screw up the exhibition? Secondly, even if the Jewelry Association delegated power on a whim, why would it be held in Songjiang? Songjiang was not a municipality directly under the central government, and it was not a provincial capital. It was just a second-class city. It did not have any commercial strategic significance. If there was anything special about Songjiang, it could only be said that Songjiang was the first place where the big star, Shuya, held a concert. This Jewelry Association wouldn't want to imitate Shuya, right? Then, the most important point was that in every jewelry exhibition, there were no priceless jewelry, but this time, there were a few more. What the hell was going on? Could it be that the Jewelry Association was also afraid that there would be some accidents at the exhibition? So they completely delegated power to the Ming Yang Jewelry Company and let the Ming Yang Jewelry Company take full responsibility? This was also the most likely possibility. Now, Yang Ming could only think of this. because Yang Ming himself didn't know about this kind of exhibition. Now it was his first time coming into contact with it. However, in any case, if the Ming Yang Company gave up this order this time, then its reputation would definitely be greatly affected. Yang Ming hesitated again and again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will accept it. Just be careful. I will let Li Chang's people come over as well. No accidents are allowed." When Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan heard that Li Chang would also come over, they were relieved. After all, Li Chang was professionally trained. He was much better than the people in the security company. Since Yang Ming made the decision, then Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan didn't say anything. They just had to focus on dealing with it. After Yang Ming left, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan began the intensive deployment, including the monitoring of the venue, the installation of cameras, the arrangement of personnel, and so on. The reason why Yang Ming finally agreed to this order was that if there was really any accident, the money in his hands was enough to compensate. It would not make the Ming Yang Company bankrupt. He believed that if there was really an accident, he could fully compensate for the payment. It was also a kind of affirmation to the credibility of the Ming Yang Security Company. It would let the outside world see that even if the Ming Yang Security Company failed, they would not renege on the debt. However, the risk involved in this matter was too great. After leaving the Ming Yang Security Company, Yang Ming called Li Chang and informed him to cooperate with Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan to do a good job at this jewelry exhibition. For those things that he couldn't understand, Yang Ming suddenly thought of a person, Sun Jie. This little fox saw the things in the business world more thoroughly than him. She also understood the conspiracy better than him. So Yang Ming decided to consult Sun Jie to see if she had any good opinions. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. He drove directly to Sun Jie's company. Chapter 1071. When Yang Ming encountered a problem, the first person he thought would be Sun Jie. In any case, among the few women around him, Sun Jie couldn't be said to be the smartest, but she was the most cunning. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were still young, and Xiao Qing's character made her unable to play some tricks. Wang Xiaoyan was more of an overbearing plot. Therefore, the only person who could be discussed was Sun Jie. However, this was also good. Yang Ming didn't want the women around him to be all schemers. If that was the case, he couldn't stay at home. Each of them played tricks on each other. Wouldn't he be annoyed to death if he was sandwiched in the middle? Yang Ming had come to Sun Jie's company more than once or twice. Sun Jie's secretary had already known Yang Ming. She didn't ask much and let him come to Sun Jie's office. Yang Ming knocked on the door and heard Sun Jie's voice, "Please come in." Yang Ming pushed the door open, walked in, and closed the office door. Maybe he used a little force when he closed the door, so the sound was relatively loud. Sun Jie suddenly frowned and looked up. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she saw that it was Yang Ming. She was suddenly stunned. "Yang Ming? Why are you here? Why can't I come? I miss you, so I came to see you," Yang Ming said shamelessly. Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming faintly. Apparently, she didn't believe Yang Ming's nonsense. "You keep these words to deceive those little girls. Do you think I will believe it?" Yang Ming laughed twice. Sun Jie was rational in most cases. She wouldn't be disturbed by external things. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't you feel uncomfortable holding it there? Sun Jie saw Yang Ming's embarrassment and said with a smile, "Ugh, you can see this. Although I'm a pervert, I'm not in a hurry. I can still hold it in your office. Let's do it home at night." Yang Ming said seriously, "Although this is very uncomfortable, I've always been an upright person. Don't tempt me." Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming's nonsense and was a little dumbfounded. She glared at him and said, "That's fine. Then let's talk about it at night. I am going to the company's meeting." After that, Sun Jie was about to stand up. Yang Ming hadn't found a good way to deal with Sun Jie, so he kept losing. He wanted to joke with her, but now he didn't expect that it was his own foot. Seeing that Sun Jie was about to stand up, Yang Ming had to say, "Well, then I will say it." Sun Jie smiled slightly and leaned leisurely on the boss's chair. She raised her right leg and put on top of her left leg. It looked very seductive, But Yang Ming didn't dare to joke anymore. Who knew what the consequences would be? Yang Ming sat on the sofa and looked at Sun Jie. He said flatteringly, "Dear, I have something to discuss with you." When she heard Yang Ming call her dear, Sun Jie snorted with some disdain, but she didn't say anything. She sat there quietly and nodded slightly, signaling Yang Ming to continue. Next weekend, there is a business alliance of the China Jewelry Association that is going to hold an international jewelry exhibition in Songjiang. Yang Ming put away his previous joking expression and said seriously, "The security work of this international jewelry exhibition is handled by the Ming Yang Security Company." Your company, right? Sun Jian knew the identity of Yang Ming, so naturally, she could also guess that the behind-the-scenes boss of the Ming Yang Security Company was actually Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded and continued. This is the first large-scale event security task undertaken by the Ming Yang Security Company. If it is completed perfectly, the company's name can be spread. Is there a problem? Sun Jie nodded in agreement. Your idea is right. Of course there is a problem. If there is no problem, I will. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. If there is no problem, you won't come to me, right? Sun Jie took over Yang Ming's words and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. He didn't expect Sun Jie to catch his faulty wording. He just wanted to say this, but fortunately, Sun Jie interrupted his words, giving him room to maneuver. So, Yang Ming quickly changed his words. Of course not. I mean, if there's no problem, I won't be so troubled. I can have a threesome with you. Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming's words and didn't know whether to be angry or not. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Let's talk business." Oh. Yang Ming saw that Sun Jie was really unhappy, so he quickly said, "The problem is that in this jewelry exhibition, the price of the jewelry displayed is priceless. Moreover, the Jewelry Association's authorization to Ming Yang is simply too big. Almost everything is delegated to Ming Yang." Yang Ming told all his previous worries to Sun Jie. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Sun Jie also fell into contemplation. Indeed, there was nothing unusual about the exhibition, but this year's exhibition was somewhat unusual, both in terms of management and the items displayed. There is indeed a problem. Sun Jie raised her eyebrows and looked up at Yang Ming. Your worries are not unreasonable. Not bad. You're not the kind of man with a simple mind. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded by this evaluation. Am I a guy who only knows how to act recklessly in your eyes? Sun Jie covered her mouth and smiled, but she didn't answer. Yang Ming had to continue. I also know that there's a problem, but what is the problem? The problem is nothing more than the following. Sun Jie moved her body and changed herself into a more comfortable position. However, in this way, the waves on her chest were more magnificent, making Yang Ming's eyes unable to move away. Seeing Yang Ming staring at her chest, Sun Jie coughed and said, "Do you want to listen? Listen, but don't listen with your eyes. Just use your ears. It won't affect you." Yang Ming did not have the slightest intention of shifting his gaze. Sun Jie was helpless. However, if Yang Ming could be serious, then he would not be Yang Ming. Instead, she was accustomed to the current Yang Ming, so she let him continue to look. "Do you want me to unbutton and show you?" "No need. Let's do it at night." Yang Ming replied seriously. After all, this is the office. It is not good to let others see their manager striptease. Sun Jie really had the impulse to strangle Yang Ming. Does this guy deserve a beating? How can he say this kind of thing? It's just a joke. Yang Ming saw that Sun Jie's face was really unhappy, so he put away his previous lecherous expression. "It's not like I haven't seen it before." "Ha! Okay, you can say it." Yang Ming thought, if I really want to see it, do I need to take off your clothes? I can just use X-ray vision. Hee hee. First, that is, the China Jewelry Association has long known about this exhibition. There are valuable jewelry exhibited, so they don't want to take responsibility, so they give the power to your Ming Yang. In this way, once there is a problem, it is also related to the Jewelry Association. This is also what you think. However, I don't think the possibility is very high. Second, that is, someone wants to steal. They want to trick you by exhibiting this valuable jewelry. After sending someone to steal it, they will say that it is lost. Your Ming-Yang will bear the loss. Whether the Jewelry Association wants to steal or the Jewelry Association has gotten wind that someone wants to do this, they will give the power to a third party and draw a clear line with them. This possibility is higher, and I think it is the most likely one. Third, someone is not in good terms with your company. They want to take the opportunity to make trouble and mess up the jewelry exhibition. So Ming Yang's reputation will naturally be implicated. But the possibility of this is not very high. After all, it is very troublesome to bribe the Jewelry Association to do such a thing. Sun Jie slowly said her thoughts. Yang Ming listened to Sun Jie's detailed analysis and couldn't help but be shocked. Although he also thought of the first point, he didn't think of the second and third points. Although Yang Ming's thinking was more mature than in high school, after all, he was a novice in business. He was not as experienced as Sun Jie. If it was like Sun Jie's analysis, then Ming Yang's security was really in trouble. Stealing is the most difficult thing to prevent. Although I can vigorously send more people, I can't stop the internal people of the Jewelry Association or the relevant exhibitors from tampering with it. Then, of these 3 points, which one is more likely? Asked Yang Ming. In fact, these 3 points can be reduced to 1 point. Sun Jie said slowly. That is, someone has a hatred with your company and wants to take the opportunity to harm you. This can be seen from the jewelry exhibition being held in Songjiang. It is true that, as you said, Songjiang is not a big city. First, it is not a municipality directly under the central government. Second, it is not a provincial capital. Third, it is not even a tourist city. Why would the China Jewelry Association hold the exhibition here? There is a problem in itself. So, according to my guess, someone spent money to bribe the internal personnel of the China Jewelry Association and set the location of the jewelry exhibition in Songjiang. Currently, only Ming Yang Security can undertake the security work of such a large-scale event in Songjiang. Therefore, this heavy burden will naturally fall on Ming Yang Security. As for the specifics of how to harm you, according to my guess, the most direct and easiest way is to embezzle and lose the precious jewelry. Then, I will look for you to compensate. If you can't afford it, not only will Ming Yang Security's reputation plummet, but you will also have a huge debt on your back. Even if you can afford it, you will go bankrupt and lose a lot of vitality. So, the Jewelry Association knows this, so they will give Ming Yang heavy industry power because they don't want to take responsibility. These are the first, second, and third points of my analysis. They can be combined into 1 point. In this way, the purpose of the other party is very obvious. Yang Ming didn't expect Sun Jie's thinking to be so meticulous. She could speculate the intentions of the other party in such a short time. Moreover, after Sun Jie's analysis, the truth of the matter was basically close to the truth. I see. Yang Ming nodded and said sincerely, Dear little Jie, thank you. You are really amazing. Sun Jie saw Yang Ming's rare humility, and she couldn't help but smile proudly. It's good that you know. Don't play any tricks in front of me in the future. Pretend to be someone else to chat with me. It's best not to do this kind of stupid thing. Yang Ming gave a hollow laugh and scratched his head. Only Sun Jie could guess his identity from a slight flaw. Otherwise, Zhao Ying and I chatted online for so long, but she still doesn't know my true identity, right? Since we have guessed the intentions of the other party, what should we do? Yang Ming now, even if he roughly knew the intentions of the other party, he still didn't have a good way to deal with it. After all, Yang Ming had never encountered a similar situation. What us? Does it have anything to do with me? Asked Sun Jie. Of course, I am your husband. If I get into trouble and lose money, the wife has to pay for the husband's debt, said Yang Ming. It seems that you have a lot of wives, right? There are so many of them. They can work together to pay for your debts, Sun Jie said as she snorted. Ugh, they don't have as much money as you. Yang Ming smiled. So, you will definitely be the one to pay. Sun Jie rolled her eyes. Apparently, she didn't believe Yang Ming's words at all. It's up to you how to deal with it. If you are afraid, just reject it. Anyway, it hasn't been held yet. It's not a big deal if you break the contract. At most, you can pay him a fee for breaking the contract. I can't be afraid of choking and not drinking water, right? Yang Ming said with a wry smile. All of this is our guess. Can you push it off a second time after pushing it off once? The company can't stop doing business forever, right? Since you have decided, why are you still asking me? Sun Jie chuckled. If I don't do anything, then there is no problem. If it is really like what I guessed you... As Sun Jie said this, she made a throat-cutting gesture with her hand. Kill people. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Sun Jie to be a smiling tiger who could decide the life and death of others. She was comparable to Wang Xiaoyan. If they steal what they are supposed to protect, then you take advantage of them. Sun Jie said faintly, of course, you don't have to kill people unless it is a last resort. You caught their people, and you have their weakness in your hands. Naturally, you have the capital to negotiate with them. If they steal what they are supposed to protect and ask you to compensate them, this already constitutes fraud. If you really make a big deal out of it, it will only be bad for them, so you can take the opportunity to blackmail them. After Yang Ming listened to Sun Jie's words, he secretly clicked his tongue. This chick looks like she has a big chest and no brain, but in fact, she is more black-hearted than me. She can even think of this method. As long as the monitoring is tight, it should be no problem to find out the person who stole the jewelry, right? Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming and said, if this can't be done well, then you let me down too much. If it were you, you may not have 100% certainty, right? Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after listening. Although Yang Ming's power in Songjiang was great, he couldn't guarantee it with 100% certainty. Unless he used his special ability to explore the situation of the exhibition 24 hours a day, it could only be like this. If my man is worse than me, why would I look for him? Sun Jie shrugged and said, this is also a test of your ability. If you fail, don't even think about having a 3P or a 4P in the future. You won't even have a 2P. Yang Ming sweated after listening. This Sun Jie is more fierce than me. I can only think about having a 3P at most, but she even dares to think about having a 4P. She is too invincible. It seems that I have to work harder. Otherwise, the consequence is that this little fox also said that I won't even have a 2P. Yang Ming believed that Sun Jie would do what she said. With Sun Jie's strong personality, she definitely wouldn't allow her man to be a waste. Yang Ming could understand this point. She grew up in a strong family. She was also very strong, so it was impossible for her to accept a man who was worse than her. Then you just wash up and wait for me, Yang Ming said in his heart. This time, even if I have to risk my life, I have to do this thing perfectly. Anyone can talk big, Sun Jie said disdainfully. I hope the facts are also like this. Although Sun Jie's tone was very understated, she still had some expectations in her heart. Yang Ming could establish a huge force in the two cities of Songjiang and Jiduan with his own strength. It had to be said that Yang Ming still had the ability. Although Jiduan and Songjiang were not as big as Donghai, her father had spent more than 10 or 20 years in Donghai. Yang Ming only took less than a year. Even if there was a fluke factor in it, it was also Yang Ming's ability. Otherwise, it wasn't luck that could solve the problem. The reason why she said a lot to Yang Ming before was that she didn't want Yang Ming to fail. Then let's wait and see. Yang Ming said, not to be outdone, then I will go back first. I will look for you in the evening. There is a social engagement in the evening. Sun Jie looked at the schedule and said, social engagement? I will go with you. Yang Ming said shamelessly, as a boyfriend, I have to show up occasionally. Okay. Sun Jie nodded readily. Tonight's dinner was with a few of her business sisters. Their personal relationship was relatively good. It was not a problem to bring Yang Ming along. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Sun Jie to agree so readily. He thought she would refuse. Why? You don't want to go? Sun Jie saw Yang Ming's stunned look and asked with some amusement. Of course, I will go. Then, I will see you in the evening. Yang Ming said, I will pick you up in the evening. 6 o'clock. Wait for me downstairs at the company at 6 o'clock. Sun Jie nodded and said, then I will go back first. I will go back in the afternoon to check the information of previous year's jewelry exhibitions. After Yang Ming finished, he was ready to get up and leave. Wait. Sun Jie looked up and waved to Yang Ming. Is there anything else? Do you want to give me a goodbye hug? Yang Ming turned around and was about to go forward. Hug your head. Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming and took out a stack of photos from the drawer. She threw them on the table and said, Your photos. Take them back as a souvenir. I don't have the space here. Yang Ming was puzzled as he picked up the photos on the table. At first glance, he knew that they were the photos that Sun Jiwei took of him and other girls. He was suddenly embarrassed. Chapter 1072. These photos were given to Sun Jie by Sun Jiwei. As a result, he was reprimanded by Sun Jie. It was funny when he thought about it. He couldn't help but smile a little. Sun Jie saw Yang Ming's expression, but she said indifferently, What are you laughing at? Is it funny? No. I thought of Sun Jiwei. This guy went for wool and came back shorn, said Yang Ming. Don't think about him. Think about yourself. Sun Jie glanced at the photo and said, You really have a lot of female confidence. However, you are also very clear about my character. Those who can get along with me, we can even have a few sex. Those who can't, humph. Yang Ming's heart was a little tight. He certainly knew Sun Jie's character. With her means, Chun Mingyan and others were not her opponents at all. Maybe a few words could make beauty Chun run away from home. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's forehead was secretly sweating. It seems that the harem in the future is really troublesome for me. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Nothing is set yet. It is too early to say these things. Therefore, Yang Ming just laughed twice and put away the photos. These photos are good as souvenirs. Coming out of Sun Jie's office, Yang Ming went directly back to the villa in the Huashang district. Seeing Zhang Jishin's car slowly following behind, Yang Ming waved to him and asked him to go to the villa with him. At this time, there was no one else in the villa except for Ani Li, so Yang Ming was not afraid that others would see Zhang Jishin. Zhang Jishin saw Yang Ming waving to him, so he got out of the car and ran over. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Zhang Jishin asked shyly. Yesterday at the bank, were you outside? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Jishin and asked. Brother Yang, I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. Zhang Jishin heard Yang Ming's words and thought that Yang Ming was going to blame him, so he quickly apologized. Little Zhang, you're thinking too much. I'm not blaming you. I just want to ask you, can you deal with those people inside? Yang Ming asked. I'm not sure. Zhang Jishin shook his head and said, I'm only good at using voodoo. It's fine if I meet someone like myself, but I'm not a match for them in a head-on fight. It's not like I'm invulnerable to swords and spears. Did you say that the demonic goo is invulnerable? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment before asking. That's right. Legend has it that when the evil goo is successfully cultivated, it will be invulnerable to swords and spears, and will have a body of copper and iron bones. Zhang Jishin said, Really? It's so powerful? Yang Ming frowned after listening. He thought that although it was difficult to deal with Elder Yu, it wasn't a difficult matter. When the time came, he would bring a submachine gun. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat Elder Yu into a sieve. But now, listening to Zhang Jishin, it seemed that Elder Yu was really difficult to deal with. What kind of evil art did Elder Yu practice? Listening to what Chen Afu said, it should be close to the truth. Only the refining of demonic goo requires the corpse of a recently dead person, but this kind of evil voodoo is forbidden by our clan. Zhang Jishin said, I don't know about other clans, but in our clan, if anyone secretly practices this voodoo, they will become everyone's enemy. Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that this Elder Yu couldn't be easily dealt with. Then, this kind of problem should be left to Lan Ling's grandmother. However, after experiencing yesterday's incident, Yang Ming realized that as an assassin, it was very shameful to not have any self-defense tricks. If he had something like a hidden weapon in his hand yesterday, then he could have the strength to fight with the three people. Therefore, Yang Ming was going to ask Zhang Jishin to see if he had a better hidden weapon. Ordinary hidden weapons, such as darts, Yang Ming really disdained to use them. It wasn't that Yang Ming was arrogant, but the use of darts was really no different from ordinary knives and forks. Even 1 yuan coins or game coins in the game hall could achieve the same goal. Do you have any research on hidden weapons? Entering the house, Yang Ming led Zhang Jishan to his own room and asked, "Hidden weapons?" Zhang Jishan shook his head blankly and said, "I'm not a martial arts master. How can I use hidden weapons?" After Yang Ming heard Zhang Jishan's words, he could only smile helplessly. Thinking about it, Zhang Jishan was a master of voodoo, not a master of hidden weapons. Asking him these things was tantamount to asking for nothing. Well, even if we were just casually talking, what do you think is a better hidden weapon for killing people? Yang Ming could only ask from another angle. Of course, Yang Ming also asked this same question to Fang Tian. As a result, Fang Tian's answer was that anything could be used to kill people. This answer made Yang Ming very speechless, but he couldn't help it because for Fang Tian, it was indeed so. Bringing a hidden weapon out would be a burden. Although Yang Ming didn't reach the level of Fang Tian, he wasn't far from it. It was just that in some special circumstances, he couldn't find anything to use as a hidden weapon. I think it should be needles. Zhang Jishan thought about it and said, "I saw in the Return of the Condor Heroes, Xiao Longnu used needles as a hidden weapon. It was quite cool." Ugh. Yang Ming sweated a bit and said, "Needles are fine. I saw a news report before that there was a person who could use embroidery needles to penetrate glass." Right? Speaking of needles, I thought of a substance. Zhang Jishan suddenly thought of something and said, "In our Miaojiang, there is a special plant. When it comes into contact with human blood, it will begin to dissolve. This kind of thing is often used to cultivate special voodoo or to do some minor surgery of bone setting. If it is very thin, it can quickly dissolve after entering the human body. I used to joke with my junior brother that this kind of thing can kill people invisibly." Really? There's such a magical thing? Yang Ming was interested when he heard it. "Yes, I still have some here, but it is a whole piece and not cut into a needle shape." Zhang Jishan nodded and said, "Where is it? Let me see." Yang Ming was a little excited. If this kind of thing was really as magical as Zhang Jishan said, then it could really kill people invisibly. There was no doubt that if he used this kind of thing to kill people, even if others wanted to detect it, let alone being investigated. Zhang Jishan said, "It is in my house. Brother Yang, if you need it, I will go and get it now." "Okay, then you go and get it. I will wait for you here," Yang Ming said eagerly. Zhang Jishan nodded and left Yang Ming's room. He quickly rushed to his residence. After Zhang Jishan left, Yang Ming turned on the computer and used this time to focus on the details of the previous jewelry exhibitions. Sure enough, in the previous jewelry exhibitions, the most expensive jewelry on display was about $100 million. That was already a sky-high price, and it was very rare. It didn't necessarily appear in every exhibition. This time, several pieces of priceless jewelry actually appeared at the same time. This couldn't help but be suspicious. Yang Ming continued to look at the information. Moreover, every jewelry exhibition was held in some first-tier cities or provincial capitals. There had never been one in a second-tier city like Songjiang. As he continued to check, Yang Ming was even more shocked. At the end of the last jewelry exhibition, the chairman of the China Jewelry Association planned to hold the next jewelry exhibition in Mountain City instead of Songjiang. Looking further ahead, he found that at the end of every previous exhibition, the location of the next exhibition would be announced. Every time, it was accurate. The next year would be held in the city that was set the previous year. Only this year's exhibition was a bit special. It was held in Songjiang instead of Mountain City. With so many doubts superimposed together, he had to confirm what Sun Jie said. This jewelry exhibition was indeed problematic, and it should be directed at him or the Mingyang Security Company. Because of the secrecy of Yang Ming's identity, there were not many people who knew that Yang Ming was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Mingyang Security Company. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't figure out whether this conspiracy was directed at him or the Mingyang Security Company. However, no matter who it was directed at, Yang Ming couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Therefore, Sun Jie's method was still very feasible. At that time, he would take advantage of the situation and make her suffer. It didn't take long for Zhang Jishan to rush back with a bag in his hand. He hurriedly opened the bag and put it in front of Yang Ming. "Brother Yang, it's this plant." Yang Ming took out a piece of wood-like thing from the box and looked at it carefully. Indeed, the tissue structure of this plant was very special, and the fiber was very hard. It was very suitable for making some sharp weapons and the like. "This thing, are you sure it can be melted?" asked Yang Ming incredulously. "I'm sure." Zhang Jishan nodded and found a very small fragment in the bag. Then he suddenly bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the fragment. Soon, the fragment melted and disappeared. Yang Ming widened his eyes and looked at the magical scene in front of him. Indeed, it was a bit too magical. Perhaps some substance in the blood had a chemical reaction with this plant, but Yang Ming didn't know what was going on. "It's really a good thing." Yang Ming nodded and praised sincerely. Zhang Jishan smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you should study it first. If it's useful, I will ask someone to bring some over." "Okay, you go ahead. I will study it myself," said Yang Ming. Zhang Jishan couldn't help if he stayed here, so he got up and left. Yang Ming wanted to study this material, so naturally, he didn't ask him to stay. After Zhang Jishan left, Yang Ming carefully studied this material. It had to be said that this kind of thing was enough to be made into a flying needle for killing people regardless of toughness or hardness. Chapter 1073. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took out the toolbox and began to carefully polish this material. According to the size of the material, hundreds of flying needles could be processed. Although this kind of work could be handed over to the outside factory for mass processing, Yang Ming couldn't wait. Secondly, this material was really special. If the person who processed it accidentally discovered the secret inside when the finger bled, then it would be somewhat unfavorable to him. If he used it as a hidden weapon to kill people, if the person was a scheming person, they might associate something from it. This wasn't what Yang Ming wanted to see. However, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. After carefully processing 5 needles, he stopped. With these 5 needles, it was basically enough. After he finished using them, it wouldn't be too late to make new ones. However, even if Yang Ming only made 5 such flying needles, it took a lot of time. After all, Yang Ming wasn't a professional, and polishing took a lot of effort. After Yang Ming finished the 5 needles, he carefully put them in his pocket where he could reach at any time. Looking at the time again, it was basically the appointed time with Sun Jie. Yang Ming carefully put the remaining materials in the cabinet and then went downstairs. Yang Ming left a little earlier. This time was just a rush hour for students to get off work and leave school, so traffic jams on the road were inevitable. He drove to Sun Jie's company, and Zhang Jishan drove slowly behind Yang Ming. It was exactly 5:40 when he arrived downstairs at Sun Jie's company. It was 20 minutes away from the appointed time of 6 o'clock. Yang Ming called Sun Jie. Sun Jie was also busy with the company's matters and was packing up. After receiving a call from Yang Ming, she said that she would come down soon. Sure enough, Yang Ming didn't wait for long. He saw Sun Jie coming out of the company. Yang Ming got out of the car and opened the door of the front passenger seat. "You drove? What about my car?" Sun Jie walked over to Yang Ming and asked. "Leave your car in the company first. Anyway, it's an underground heater. The car won't be frozen," said Yang Ming. In fact, Yang Ming didn't want to drive Sun Jie's sports car every time he went out with her. The Audi R8 had become Sun Jie's symbol. Almost everyone who knew Sun Jie knew her car. If Yang Ming drove that car, it would be somewhat suspicious of him living off a woman. Even if Yang Ming's face was very thick, he didn't want to always be looked down on. Besides, Sun Jie's face might not look good. "Then you have to take me home," Sun Jie said as she got in the car. "I'll stay at your house tonight." Yang Ming smiled. Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming and said, "You wish. I'm going to talk to you about something important." Yang Ming looked straight and said, "About the real estate company, I am going to enter the real estate industry. I heard that a while ago, You bought decaying real estate at a good price, said Sun Jie. But if you want to enter the real estate industry, it is a bit complicated. The water in the real estate industry is deeper. Our family has been doing other businesses for many years before we switched to real estate. However, almost all the underground forces in Songjiang are yours. There should be no obstacles. Even the existing real estate companies don't dare to trouble you. Yeah, but I still have a lot of things in the industry that I don't know. I want to ask you for advice, said Yangming. Well, then let's meet tonight. Sun Jie thought about it and did not refuse again. The location of Sun Jie's appointment was the Nightless Club. As the iconic entertainment city of Songjiang, the Nightless Club was very popular with white-collar workers in some companies. Everyone knew tacitly that the owner of this nightclub had a strong background. It was very safe to play here and not encounter any troublemakers. Indeed, who dared to find trouble in Bao Sanli's base camp? Weren't they tired of living? These white-collar workers also wanted peace of mind, so the business of the Nightless Club was also very popular. Although this was a money tree, Bao Sanli's vision at this moment was not so short-sighted. He also saw the future and business opportunities of the security company. He ran the security company with Ho Jinhan. Yang Ming parked the car. In front of the Nightless Club, there was a very large parking lot for self-use. It looked very grand, especially the rows of parking spaces that were full. It showed that the business of the Nightless Club was booming. Welcome, sir or madam. Do you have an appointment? The greeters standing on both sides of the door politely bowed and greeted. These two little girls were very good-looking. They were considered superior, but no one dared to flirt with them. Although these little greeters did not have a big background, the boss behind them was not someone that ordinary people could provoke. A sharp-eyed security guard recognized Yang Ming at once. He glared at the greeter and hurried over. He greeted, "Brother Yang, you are here." Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. You go ahead. I came here with a friend to gather. I have already booked a room." "Okay, Brother Yang. If there is anything, call me at any time." When the security guard heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that Yang Ming did not want to be disturbed. So he quickly retreated. "Lilac private room. We can go up by ourselves." Sun Jie smiled and looked at Yang Ming. This feeling was really fun. Just like when she was in Donghai, when she went in and out of some entertainment venues, people would recognize her and respectfully call her Miss Sunday. After Yang Ming and Sun Jie left, the greeter asked the security guard next to him. This security guard was the security captain here, President Bao's confidant. He didn't know who could make him so respectful. Brother Wang. Who are the two people just now? Brother Bao's brother, a big shot. It is said that he met Brother Bao in prison. Later, he fought with Brother Bao. Even Brother Bao is very respectful to him. The security captain didn't know much. He only knew some general information, but even so, it was enough for him to brag. The little greeter was stunned and said, "I really didn't see it. He doesn't look very old. He seems to be about the same age as me." "What do you mean by about the same age?" The security captain glared at her. "Don't talk nonsense, and don't have those unrealistic ideas. Brother Yang won't be interested in you." The little greeter was exposed by the security captain, and she suddenly blushed. However, vanity was the nature of a girl at this age. Who would want to be a greeter for a lifetime? Many of her sisters had hooked up with some rich people. Although many of them were just mistresses or lovers, they also got houses, money, and other things they wanted. It was impossible to say that Shun Yushi was not tempted. Although she felt that it was a bit shameful to exchange her youth and body for money. Wasn't she selling her youth now? Who would want her to be a greeter when she was old and no longer attractive? Fortunately, as a greeter in the Nightless Club, as long as it was not voluntary, no one dared to force them to do anything. Sometimes, it was a blessing to have a tough boss. After Shin Yushi heard the introduction of the security captain, Brother Wang, she was a little tempted by Yang Ming, because Shun Yushi felt that her appearance was one of the best in the entire Nightless Club. She couldn't find a fat, middle-aged uncle to be her boyfriend. She saw that Yang Ming was young, and his background was not simple, so she was a little tempted. However, after being splashed with cold water by Brother Wang, Shun Yushi also sobered up. Just now, Yang Ming didn't look at her, which made Shun Yushi feel a little lost. The appearance that she had always been proud of was dispensable in his eyes. Pushing open the door of the lilac private room on the second floor, Yang Ming walked in behind Sun Jie, but he found out that Yang Li was also sitting there, and Guo Jianchao and his girlfriend were also inside. However, there was a couple that Yang Ming had not seen before. "Why didn't you say that Yang Li is also here?" Yang Ming glanced at Yang Li in the private room and said with a bitter smile. Although the relationship between Yang Ming and Yang Li had eased a lot, with this relative here, the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jie couldn't be relaxed. "You didn't ask me, right?" Sun Jie smiled slyly. She also knew that Yang Ming would be dishonest when he was with her, but with Yang Li, it was obvious that Yang Ming would be restrained a lot. When Guo Jianchao saw Yang Ming, his face suddenly changed. He naturally knew that Sun Jie was Yang Ming's woman. It was precisely because of this that Guo Jianchao and Sun Jie had maintained a good relationship in private. Of course, it was a pure friendship relationship. Guo Jianchao didn't dare to have any improper thoughts, but he didn't want to. He was afraid that Yang Ming would misunderstand something. However, Guo Jianchao thought about it again. His girlfriend was also here, so he was relieved. He stood up and wanted to say hello to Yang Ming. Yang Ming shook his head secretly and signaled him not to speak. Because he didn't know who the other couple was, Yang Ming didn't want to expose his identity in front of outsiders. However, Yang Li was an exception. Yang Ming had to smile and said, "Big sister, you are here too." Yang Li nodded and smiled. However, she was very suspicious about the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jie, because she knew that Yang Ming and Sun Jie were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Today, there was no one who pursued Sun Jie. Guo Jianchao already had a girlfriend, so he wouldn't have any thoughts about Sun Jie. What did Sun Jie mean by bringing Yang Ming to such a party? However, after thinking about it, perhaps because Zhang Xiaodan brought her boyfriend today, Sun Jie also brought Yang Ming to keep up appearances. Otherwise, it would seem that she was a leftover woman. Of course, these were just Yang Li's guesses. "This is my boyfriend, Yang Ming." Sun Jie generously introduced Yang Ming to the few people present. "Jianchao, all of you have known each other for a long time. Not to mention Yang Li. Only Zhang Xiaodan is seeing him for the first time." Chapter 1074. Zhang Xiaodan was Yang Li's classmate. Sun Jie knew her through Yang Li. It was said that her family had some power, but Sun Jie didn't ask much. People at Sun Jie's family level didn't like to inquire about other people's lives. Sun Jie just felt that Zhang Xiaodan was a good person. She was not very pompous, so they often ate together. Guo Jianchao was the one who paid the bill every time. Since he was willing to come, then let him come. It didn't matter. "Hello." Zhang Xiaodan stood up in a friendly manner and reached out to shake hands with Yang Ming. "I am Yang Li's classmate. Since you are Yang Li's brother, then I am also your sister." "Well, hello, Sister Zhang." Yang Ming nodded in an easygoing manner and reached out his hand. "Okay, Xiaodan, don't just shake hands with boys." The man next to Zhang Xiaodan saw that Yang Ming wanted to shake hands with Zhang Xiaodan, but he was a little unhappy. "Lu Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Ming is Yang Li's brother. "I am his sister. Don't think so complicated." Zhang Xiaodan listened to her boyfriend's words and was a little displeased. She frowned and said, "That's not necessarily true. Isn't Sun Jie older than you? Didn't he still get her?" Lu Yang said, unwilling to be outdone. "You." Zhang Xiaodan saw that her boyfriend's words were so unpleasant, and her face suddenly became a little ugly. It was the first time she brought him out to eat. Why was it so unharmonious? It was really embarrassing. Originally, Zhang Xiaodan thought that Lu Yang was very good, but she didn't expect Lu Yang to be so jealous. Yang Ming was a little unhappy when he heard Lu Yang's words. Sun Jie was older than him, but this method of exposing other shortcomings made Yang Ming very uncomfortable. So he said coldly, "If you are afraid of your girlfriend interacting with others, just leave her at home and don't bring her out." Yang Li saw that the atmosphere was awkward and quickly mediated. "Okay, Xiaodan, Lu Yang is also worried about you." "Yang Li, your brother's words are too unrefined. How can he speak like this? Lu Yang snorted and said disdainfully. Yang Ming really had the impulse to punch this idiot to death. How can there be such a man? He wondered what Zhang Xiaodan saw in him. That's all I have to say. If you don't want to listen, then leave. When had Yang Ming ever been afraid of anyone? Naturally, he wouldn't give Lu Liang any face. What are you talking about? Do you know how to speak properly? Lu Liang was also anxious. Yang Li, don't say that I didn't give you face. It was your brother who took the initiative to provoke me. If he really pisses me off, don't blame me for not being polite. Do whatever you want. Guo Jianshao was naturally a loyal supporter of Yang Ming. Since Yang Ming had stepped forward, of course, he would not show weakness. He waved his hand and said to Lu Liang impatiently, "No one here welcomes you. Who the fuck are you? Do you think you're a garlic because you have a dick on your head?" Ha ha ha. Guo Jianshao's words made his girlfriend, Song Jing, laugh out loud. At this point, the scene had become extremely awkward. Lu Liang was also insulted by Guo Jianshao. Although he was angry, he also heard from Zhang Xiaodan that Guo Jianshao had some power in Song Jiang, so he didn't dare to be rash and had to swallow his anger. Seeing that Lu Liang didn't speak, Yang Ming no longer bothered with him. This time, he came mainly for Sun Jie, not for him. Guo Jianshao handed the menu to Sun Jie, but Lu Liang couldn't look at it anymore. He said, "Xiaodan likes to eat candied sweet potatoes. I want a plate." Guo Jianshao suddenly frowned, but Sun Jie waved her hand and said, "Okay, then add a candied sweet potato." Sun Jie returned the menu to the waiter who came in. The moment the waiter opened the door, Yang Ming suddenly felt that there was a small red dot flashing on Sun Jie. Yang Ming was shocked and subconsciously dragged Sun Jie to the side. This was some kind of positioning system when aiming a gun. The closer the distance, the more obvious the red dot was. At the same time, when Yang Ming pulled Sun Jie away, gunshots rang out. It didn't hit Sun Jie, but it hit Lu Liang's shoulder. Lu Liang's throat let out a miserable cry. Then, a few people in black suits quickly broke into the private room and knocked the waiter who had ordered the dishes to the ground. "Don't." Just as he uttered the first half of the word "move," an indescribable sound came from his throat. His eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground. There was a fork stuck between his eyebrows. The gun in his hand also ran into Yang Ming's hand. The people in the room were shocked, except for Sun Jie. Guo Jianshao and Yang Li were still okay. After all, the two of them had experienced some dangerous things with Yang Ming, but Zhang Xiaodan and Lu Liang were already scared. Lu Liang directly rolled his eyes and lay on the ground. It was unknown whether he fainted from fright or from the pain of being shot. Yang Ming put the muzzle on the nearest black-shirt man's head and said faintly, "The people who should not move should be you." After Yang Ming found that someone wanted to shoot Sun Jie, he pulled Sun Jie aside to avoid the disaster. His heart was also secretly alert, so when someone broke into the private room, Yang Ming had already taken the fork on the table in his hand. After this person came in, he directly killed him with a fork and took the gun in his hand. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to use the flying needle to test the effect of the flying needle, but because the people in front of him were very complicated, Zhang Xiaodan and Lu Yang didn't know their background. Even if Yang Li and Guo Jianshao were trustworthy people, Yang Ming was not willing to expose too many of his secrets. He had long heard that Yang Ming was very fierce. Today, when he saw it, Guo Jianshao was even more impressed. He didn't dare to have any disloyalty to Yang Ming. Yang Ming killed a person with a raise of his hand, and it was even killed with a fork. This made Guo Jianshao even more afraid of Yang Ming. It was even more shocking than when Yang Ming pulled out a gun in front of Bao Sanli. Especially Yang Ming's cool and unrestrained way of pointing a gun at the gangster. It was even more invincible. Seeing that one of the accomplices was dead and another was restrained, the third black shirt man, standing on the side, suddenly didn't know what to do. He wanted to catch someone as a hostage, but he found that the smart Sun Jie had already evacuated to the other side of the private room, with Guo Jianshao far away from the door. How smart was Sun Jie? She was also born in this kind of half-underworld family. Naturally, she knew what to do in the face of such danger. At this time, the third black-shirt man didn't dare to act rashly. He was afraid that Yang Ming would shoot, so he stood by with his hands tied. Although he hated Yang Ming, he was also afraid that Yang Ming would shoot his big brother. They were three brothers. The one who was forked by Yang Ming was the second brother of the third black-shirt man. It wasn't that the third brother didn't want to avenge his brother's death, but the boss was still in the hands of Yang Ming. Did he dare to act? Who are you? Who sent you? Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry and asked faintly. Seeing that the situation had been controlled by himself, Yang Ming smiled secretly. If you want to kill, then just kill. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The boss who was controlled by Yang Ming was a man. He said very heroically, Big brother, don't. The third brother was a little anxious. We're paid to do this. Why we have to put our lives on the line? Third brother, don't talk so much nonsense. Don't be a coward. The boss said coldly. Yang Ming was secretly amused. This boss is really a forthright person. It's just that he wants to kill Sun Jia. Yang Ming wouldn't let him go no matter what. Right at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Because these three people had barged in at the right time, no one outside saw them at all. And in a place like the entertainment city, where the music was so loud, the sound of gunshots was easily covered up, so no one would notice. As soon as the knock on the door sounded, the atmosphere in the room immediately became tense again. Yang Ming frowned. Why would someone knock on the door at this time? Any small thing may change the direction of the development of the situation. Yang Ming didn't want to create more problems. He glanced at the door with his special ability and found that it was the waitress of the nightless club. She looked familiar, but he forgot where he saw her. The third brother and the boss were also stunned, but the third brother immediately realized that his opportunity had come. The third brother suddenly said, Please come in. Yang Ming seemed to be aware of this. When the third brother opened his mouth, he immediately said, Don't come in. However, he was still slower than the third brother. The door of the private room was slowly pushed open. Yang Ming used his special ability to see the situation outside and delayed some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be slower than the third brother. This made Yang Ming suddenly regret it. He always wanted to rely on his special ability when he had it, but when he really used his special ability, it delayed the important matters. It seems that I can't always rely on my special ability in the future. Otherwise, it is likely to be counterproductive. But things have already come to this, so I can only act according to the circumstances. When it was time for Xin Yushi to change shifts, she went to the locker room to change back to her own clothes. However, she met one of her sisters who was a waitress here in the locker room. She was changing her clothes and preparing to go to work. The sisters happened to be in charge of the second floor, and the Lilac Club private room was on the second floor. Just now, Xin Yushi heard that Yang Ming was in the Lilac Club private room, so at this moment, her heart was active again. Young girls love to fantasize. Every beautiful Cinderella hoped to find her own Prince Charming. Xin Yushi was no exception. Xin Yushi naturally wouldn't let go of an opportunity to contact Yang Ming. So, she proposed to the sisters that she wanted to help the sisters as a waitress for one night. It was actually normal for employees to work part-time in private. They just had to inform the foreman. Of course, the premise was that both people agreed. Moreover, the person who worked part-time must be someone who worked in the nightless club. When the sisters saw that someone was working for them for free, they naturally agreed. She took off her uniform and gave it to Xin Yushi. Then, she called the foreman and happily went on a date with her boyfriend. Chapter 1075. Xin Yushi changed into the waiter's clothes and ran to the second floor happily. This was a rare opportunity, so Xin Yushi naturally cherished it. Although she also understood that it was most likely just her own illusion, and the probability of Yang Ming liking her was almost zero, she also wanted to fight for such an opportunity to try. Xin Yushi was full of expectation and apprehension as she carried the dishes. She knocked on the door of the Lilac private room. After hearing the person inside say, Please come in, Xin Yushi pushed open the door of the private room. She tried her best to put on the most satisfactory smile and walked in. She wanted to leave a deeper impression on Yang Ming. As soon as Shun Yushi entered the private room, she felt something cold pressing against her forehead. Shun Yushi was stunned. She looked up and saw a black-shirt, macho man pointing a pistol at her head. Ah! Shun Yushi was shocked. The dish in her hand fell to the ground. She was shocked. Hee hee. Old San smiled insidiously. He finally had a hostage in his hands. You let go of my boss. Otherwise, I will blow her head off. Although Shun Yushi was scared, she recovered from the shock and began to look at the situation in the room. Yang Ming pointed a gun at the head of a black-shirt macho man, and her head was pointed at by another black-shirt macho man. Shun Yushi was not stupid. She immediately understood. Before she came in, perhaps Yang Ming had the upper hand. However, when she came in and was taken hostage by the black-shirt macho man, the situation was reversed. Shun Yushi was a little depressed. She came in at the wrong time. Not only did she not leave a good impression on Yang Ming, but she also helped him. As a result, it was good enough that Yang Ming did not hate her. She did not expect him to have a good impression of her. In addition to being depressed, Shun Yushi was a little scared. Yang Ming had nothing to do with her, and Yang Ming was not a policeman. If Yang Ming did not care about her life or death, wouldn't she be miserable? Yang Ming didn't know what Shun Yushi was thinking, and he didn't have the time to look at her expression. However, at this moment, Yang Ming was also somewhat conflicted. It was true that Shun Yushi had nothing to do with him. However, Yang Ming was unwilling to see such an innocent young girl being snatched away by the black-shirt men. Yang Ming didn't doubt that Old San would shoot. Since they could shoot at Sun Jie without hesitation, it proved that these people were desperados. Although Yang Ming was confident that he could kill third boss after killing first boss, this was not what Yang Ming wanted. Yang Ming was currently restraining boss. If he had the time to kill third bro, he was afraid that something would happen to boss. If he didn't kill third bro after killing boss, third bro might open fire. Even if he knocked boss unconscious, there was still time. Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that third bro wouldn't open fire during that time. Third bro had a gun in his hand. If Yang Ming didn't give him a fatal blow, who could guarantee that third bro wouldn't open fire? Therefore, Yang Ming was now in a dilemma. He didn't know what to do. Just as Yang Ming was hesitating, third bro spoke again. Why aren't you letting go of my boss? Otherwise, I will shoot her to death. Yang Ming frowned. When he saw third bro poking the muzzle against Shun Yushi's head, he sighed helplessly. It seems that I can only make other plans in the future. It is impossible to capture these two guys alive today. Yang Ming finally nodded. Well, you go to the private room first. I will take your boss out with you later. That won't work. What if I go out, but you don't go out with my boss? Third bro was not a fool. Perhaps Yang Ming didn't want a tragedy to happen in front of him, but after he went out, he could do whatever he wanted. Then, I will go out first. Yang Ming seemed to see through this person's mind. He smiled faintly, pointed the gun at the boss's head, pushed the door, and went out of the private room. Third bro pointed the gun at Shun Yushi and followed Yang Ming out of the private room. Okay, you let go of my boss. Don't follow us. After leaving the private room, third bro said. Yang Ming followed third bro's words and slowly moved the gun away from the boss's head. Then, he said, you guys go. Don't hurt innocent people. Third bro nodded. Don't worry. Our goal is only the woman just now. It is useless for us to kill others. But we will only let her go after we go out. Yang Ming didn't say anything, but he kept holding the gun in his hand, waiting for an opportunity. However, third bro was not stupid. He never moved the gun away from Shun Yushi's head and directly pushed her forward. Shun Yushi's mood at the moment was very complicated. When she saw that Yang Ming actually let go of the two gangsters for her, she couldn't help but feel a little smug. However, she also understood that Yang Ming looked at her as if she was a stranger. It was just that Yang Ming's heart was relatively kind, and he didn't want to hurt the innocent. Suddenly, there was a noise in the direction of the stairs. Then, many people wearing bulletproof vests and helmets rushed up with rubber rods in their hands. It turned out that the security room found out what happened here by monitoring the movements in the corridor. When Brother Wong heard that Yang Ming's private room was attacked, he was shocked and quickly found a group of professional security guard from Mingyang Security. Although the security guards couldn't be equipped with guns, they could be equipped with bulletproof vests and rubber rods, so they were naturally not afraid of these people with guns. The boss and third bro were shocked when they saw this. They didn't know where these security guards came from, but they thought that they were from the Nightless Club. Therefore, the boss and third bro hesitated. Using hostages as a threat was useful in front of Yang Ming, but it might not work in front of these security guards. Therefore, the boss and third bro were a little panicked. They could have escaped, but they didn't expect such a change. Big brother and third brother glanced at each other and whispered to each other. Then, the two of them abruptly rushed into an empty private room at the side and locked the door from the inside. Third bro took a deep breath. He knew that it was not difficult to open the door from the outside, so he shouted outside, "Don't come in, or I will kill your waiter here." While talking, third bro and the boss looked at the window of the room to see if they could escape from the window, but unfortunately, the outside of the window of the room was installed with a protective fence. People couldn't jump out at all. This was also installed by the Nightless Club for safety reasons. Otherwise, if some people drank too much, who knew what they would do? There were people who jumped from the private room of the entertainment city. Bao Songli didn't want to take any responsibility for it. "Motherfucker," the boss scolded. This protective window was very strong. He couldn't open it in a short time. Outside the private room, the security captain, Brother Wong, rushed over quickly. When he saw that Yang Ming was fine, he immediately wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. We didn't do our job properly and let these bastards in." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "The entertainment city is open for business. It's impossible for you to not let people in. It has nothing to do with you." Brother Wong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Ming really blamed him, he couldn't bear the consequences. "What are you doing? Rush in." Brother Wong waved to the security guards behind him. "After you go in, beat them to death." "Wait, there's a hostage inside." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "It's a waiter from the Nightless Club. Who cares about her?" Brother Wong was a little angry when he thought of this. This Shen Yushi actually took the initiative to help others after work. Brother Wong was clear about her little thoughts. Who asked you to be smug? You deserve it, right?" Yang Ming listened to Brother Wong's words and suddenly frowned. "No." Brother Wong was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Ming cared so much about Shen Yushi, but Shen Yushi's beauty was beyond doubt. Could it be that Brother Yang had a tender heart for the fairer sex? Thinking of this, Brother Wong was shocked. If Yang Ming really took a fancy to Shen Yushi, then if Shen Yushi was killed, would Brother Yang spare him? Brother Wong suddenly sweated again and quickly ordered the security guards behind him. "Don't move. Stand here and listen to Brother Yang's arrangement."
These security guards naturally saw that Yang Ming was a leader here, so after Yang Ming said no, they had stopped and waited quietly. "Brother Yang, what do you think we should do now?" Brother Wong was also in a dilemma, according to his intention. He didn't care about Shin Yushi's life or death, but now Yang Ming's intention seemed to be that he didn't want Shin Yushi to be hurt, so recklessly was definitely not possible. Moreover, when he brought people here, Brother Yang seemed to have reached an agreement with the gangsters. As long as they were let go, they would not hurt Shin Yushi. In that case, he seemed to have done something wrong with his good intentions. Because of his appearance and security guards, these two gangsters were forced into a dead end. Thinking of this, Brother Wong's heart suddenly trembled. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I originally wanted to bring people to help, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Yang Ming waved his hand and frowned. He said faintly, "In this case, it may not be a bad thing." "What do you mean?" Brother Wong naturally didn't know Yang Ming's thoughts, so he muttered to himself strangely. Yang Ming's idea was actually very simple. If Brother Wong and these security guards didn't appear, then these two gangsters would definitely run away. But now, they were forced into a dead end, so it was convenient for him to do it. If the strategy and method were right, not only could he not hurt Shin Yushi, but he could also capture these two guys. At this time, Sun Jia also came out of the private room and walked toward Yang Ming. She walked to Yang Ming's side and asked, "How is it?" Two people took the waitress into the private room. Yang Ming pointed to the private room that was surrounded by the security guards, but they didn't dare to act rashly.
Chapter 1076. Sun Jie basically understood Yang Ming's meaning. Yang Ming didn't want to hurt the innocent. Otherwise, with these security guards wearing bulletproof vests, they could trample the two gangsters to death using the human wave tactic. Is there a surveillance camera in the room? Sun Jie asked with a frown. No, the camera is only installed in the corridor. It is not installed in the private room. Brother Wong spread his hands and shook his head. In order to protect the privacy of the customers, the hotel will not do this. Sun Jie nodded. Indeed, if the private room was equipped with cameras, who would come here to eat? This was a taboo in most entertainment venues. It would be good if we could see the situation inside the room. The door of this room is made of wood. If we shoot at the door, we should be able to kill the people inside. Sun Jie said helplessly. However, we have to think of another way now. Sun Jie's words reminded Yang Ming. Indeed, it was impossible to rush in. However, if they could see the situation inside from outside the room, it would be different. They could shoot the people inside from outside. It didn't matter whether there was a surveillance camera or not. Yang Ming could use his special ability to see the situation in the room. After the boss and Old San entered the room, they knocked Shun Yushi out with the butt of their guns. They didn't want to kill this girl. In that case, they would lose their bargaining chip. However, they didn't have the time to point their guns at Shun Yushi all the time. They had to find a way to escape from here as soon as possible. The boss and Old San were not stupid. They knew that this stalemate situation was only temporary. The people outside would rush in sooner or later. Therefore, they had to look around to see if they could start from other aspects. Since Shun Yushi had been knocked out, Old San didn't need to hold the gun casually. He threw the gun on the sofa where Shun Yushi was. After all, it was very troublesome to go back and forth with a gun to find the exit. The boss's vigilance was relatively high. He still kept the gun in his hand. I will go to the bathroom. You stay outside. If there is a situation, call me immediately. Don't take it lightly. The boss instructed Old San. I got it. Old San nodded absent-mindedly. After all, the situation at the moment had made him a little flustered. He was still young and didn't want to die like this. He hadn't lived long enough yet. Boss quickly walked to the bathroom, wanted to see if there was a vent or something that he could escape from. The customers on the second floor had already been dispersed. The entire floor was filled with Yang Ming's people. Guo Jianxiao was also comforting Yang Li and the others in the room, not letting them go out. Brother Yang, what should we do now? The security captain, Brother Wong, was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If anything happened to Shun Yushi inside, would Yang Ming let him pay with his life? Even if Yang Ming didn't say anything, Bao Sanli probably wouldn't let him go. Thinking of this, Brother Wong's forehead began to sweat. Yang Ming was now Xia Bingbao's subordinate. He could legally use firearms, so Yang Ming didn't have to be cautious when using a gun in public. After the incident, he would call Xia Bingbao, and he would take care of everything. Yang Ming waved his hand and signaled Brother Wong to be patient and not talk. Yang Ming stared quietly at the door in front of him and didn't speak. Sun Jie didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to do, but since Yang Ming looked very serious, she didn't want to disturb him. Yang Ming took out the lily key from his pocket and gently inserted it into the keyhole of the door. He tapped it a few times, but the door was locked from the inside. It wasn't enough to just use the lily key. He needed other tools. Yang Ming looked around. They were all his people. He hesitated for a moment, but he still took out another set of tools and gently fiddled with the door lock a few times. At this point, the door lock had completely lost its function. After doing all this, Yang Ming just waiting for the opportunity to come. Finally, the opportunity came. The boss entered the bathroom, and Yang Ming slowly raised his gun and aimed at the right leg of Lao San in the room. Yang Ming didn't want to kill Lao San directly. Compared to the boss, it was easier to know the truth from Lao San's mouth. Although Yang Ming could use the acupoint technique to make the boss submit, Yang Ming didn't want to use this trick in front of too many people. Keeping Lao San alive was just in case. Bang! At the same time as the gunshot, Yang Ming also pushed open the door and directly aimed the gun at the bathroom door. Lao San screamed, which was particularly shrill mixed with the gunshot. What's wrong? The boss in the bathroom was suddenly shocked. He nervously raised the gun in his hand, pointed at the bathroom door, and shouted loudly. However, the boss didn't dare to rush out easily. Yang Ming didn't care about Lao San on the ground. One of his legs was already destroyed. He was far away from the gun on the sofa. If he wanted to get the gun, it would probably take him a lot of effort. The boss couldn't see Yang Ming, but Yang Ming could see the boss. It was a very casual shot, and it hit the boss' right hand that was holding the gun. The boss also screamed, and the gun fell to the ground. Yang Ming didn't wait for the boss to react, and he added another shot to his left hand. Even if the boss picked up the gun at this time, he couldn't use it. Of course, all of this happened in a flash. When Brother Wang rushed in with the people, Yang Ming had already completed all the actions. Catch them. Yang Ming kicked open the bathroom door and faintly ordered. The security guards immediately swarmed up and restrained the boss and Lao San. The boss and Lao San were really a bit inexplicable. They were shot with the door closed. It was really bad luck. They lowered their heads in frustration. They knew that now they had no bargaining chips in their hands. They could only be slaughtered. Yang Ming glanced at Shun Yushi on the sofa and said to Brother Wang, "Find a few waitresses and send her to the hospital." Brother Wang saw that Yang Ming was very concerned about Shun Yushi, and he was even more convinced in his heart. He was convinced that Yang Ming definitely had that kind of intention toward Shun Yushi, so he didn't dare to neglect. He quickly found a few trusted waitresses and instructed them to send Shun Yushi to the hospital like they were serving an ant. After Yang Ming finished instructing, he didn't care about Shun Yushi anymore. Instead, he frowned and thought about the boss and Lao San. "Yang Ming, how did you do it?" Sun Jie saw what happened just now clearly. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. Whether it was Brother Wang or the security guards, Yang Ming was a very badass in their hearts. Brother Bao's brother was very powerful, so no matter what Yang Ming did, they felt that it was natural. But Sun Jie was different. From Yang Ming's first shot to the second and third shots after entering the room, Sun Jie saw it very clearly. Yang Ming was shooting through the door, and it was amazing that he could accurately shoot the target. If it was just a coincidence, the first shot to Lao San's thigh could be explained, but the second and third shots hit the boss's left and right hands respectively. This surprised Sun Jie. Yang Ming's marksmanship was a bit scary. Moreover, it wasn't just a matter of marksmanship. The question now was, how did Yang Ming shoot the target through the door? "What do you mean, how'd I do it?" Yang Ming began to play dumb. Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming. "Don't play dumb with me. Do you think you're stupid? Or am I stupid? I said that when you really become my woman, I will tell you all my secrets," said Yang Ming. "Is it not counted now?" Sun Jie said softly with some annoyance. "The body counts, but the heart doesn't," Yang Ming said with a smile. "This is also what you admitted." "Okay, forget it if you don't want to say it," Sun Jie said angrily. "I will tell you when we go back tonight." Yang Ming naturally didn't want to make the relationship with Sun Jie too stiff, so he took a step back. Anyway, he didn't want to tell Sun Jie the real secret. He could just make up a reason when the time came. Sun Jie gritted her teeth and endured it. "Do you know these people?" Yang Ming asked Sun Jie. "I don't know them. Are you sure that they are all coming for me?" After Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming's words, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. And when we were in the corridor, Old Sans said such a sentence. He said that their goal was the woman just now. Yang Ming nodded. "Just now, they fired at you. That is to say, their goal is you. I don't have any enemies here, right?" Sun Jie had some doubts. "Then I don't know. The top priority is to interrogate these two people and see if there are any clues." Yang Ming sighed. "However, I think the hope is very slim. These two people should be the kind of people who take the money to solve the problem." Sun Jie nodded. How could she not think the same in her heart? When they were in the private room, Oldson also said that they took the money to solve the problem. so the possibility of them knowing the behind-the-scenes matters was very small. Yang Ming and Sun Jie walked into a room together. This was the temporary place where the boss and Old San were detained. Brother Wang had already tied up the boss and Old San with ropes. Entering the room, Yang Ming waved to Brother Wang and the others who detained the two people, and then said, "You all go out first." Brother Wang and the others naturally obeyed and left the room. Only Yang Ming and Sun Jie were left in the room. Yang Ming's bullets did not hit the fatal position, so although the boss and Old San were in pain, they were not in mortal danger, and they did not faint. "Who asked you to come? Who is your target?" Yang Ming moved a chair and sat down. He looked at the boss and Old San and asked, "I don't know. Since I have fallen into your hands, I don't want to live. If you want to kill me, just do it." The boss snorted and said coldly, "Really?" Yang Ming smiled slightly. "Then forget it. I gave you a chance. You didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being impolite. I will start with this guy called Old San. I don't know what will happen if I break your legs. You fucking have the guts to give us a quick death. What kind of hero are you to play tricks?" The boss saw that Yang Ming was preparing to torture them, and he was going to torture his younger brother. He immediately became anxious. "Sorry, I'm not a hero." Yang Ming smiled slightly. "I have a shortcoming. If I don't achieve my goal, I won't let people die. Have you heard an idiom called hovering between life and death? Today, I will let you see what is hovering between life and death." "Don't." Old San was not as heroic as the boss. Moreover, Yang Ming wanted to kill him as soon as he came up. This made him a little anxious. "Big brother, why don't we just say it? It has nothing to do with us. Why do we have to put our lives on the line? In our line of work, credibility is the most important. We can't betray the employer." The boss glared at Old San and said fiercely, "We're gonna fucking die. What credibility? I will say it. Don't kill me. I will say it." Yang Ming saw it right. Old San was indeed a coward. After a few scares, he said everything. "Old San." The boss wanted to stop him, but he was knocked unconscious by Yang Ming's punch. Yang Ming turned his head as if nothing happened. "Okay, you say it. Someone gave us 500,000 yuan to kill you." Old San raised his head and looked at Sun Jie. "And he told us that we must kill you in Song Jiang's Nightless Club or Heavenly World." "Who gave it?" asked Yang Ming. "Then we don't know. You also know that in our line of work, it is not good to ask the employer's information." Old San shook his head and said, "This Old San was a coward. When Yang Ming scared him like this, he confessed. He couldn't hide anything. Moreover, when he spoke, Yang Ming deliberately used his special ability to check his thoughts. Because Old San was afraid of death, his mood was very nervous now, so Yang Ming directly saw through his thoughts. He didn't hide anything. He told her everything he knew. Yang Ming was somewhat fortunate. He didn't wait for him to use the pressure point, and this guy confessed everything. Otherwise, he would have to explain the pressure point in front of Sun Jie for a long time. This curious baby seemed to be very curious about everything about him. Yang Ming could not tell her. Every time he made up a reason, he had to rack his brain. "Let's go," Yang Ming said to Sun Jie. "These two people are just pawns. We can't get any useful information from them." Sun Jie also nodded. She also understood that the person who could pay for her life would not be stupid enough to expose his identity. However, who was it that wanted to kill her? Sun Jie had no enemies in Donghai and Songjiang. Moreover, with the Sun family's reputation, anyone who wanted to touch Sun Jie had to weigh their own ability. Sun Jie wasn't someone who could be touched easily. If the Sun family was provoked, it would be a bloody storm. Therefore, no matter what the consideration was, the employer would not reveal his identity. He was not a fool. Outside the private room, Yang Ming called Xia Bingbao and told him what had just happened. Xia Bingbao only said one sentence after listening, "I got it. I will deal with it." In Xia Bingbao's opinion, as long as Yang Ming didn't make a big mess, he would help to settle it. What Yang Ming did now was nothing. It was normal to fight the gangsters bravely. If it was a hot-blooded citizen, he would do the same. However, the only difference was that Yang Ming used a gun. However, with Yang Ming's current identity, this was not a problem at all. Xiao Bingbao would naturally be responsible for helping Yang Ming to communicate and deal with the aftermath. After all, Yang Ming's identity was not public. Only a few people in Songjiang knew about it. There was no need to let everyone know. After Yang Ming hung up the phone, Xiao Bingbao called Chun Fei and talked about Yang Ming. Of course, this was what Yang Ming didn't know. If he knew, he would have called Chun Fei directly. Yang Ming was afraid that Chun Fei's authority was not enough to deal with this matter. In fact, this matter was really too complicated for Yang Ming. These three people were gangsters. The process of the arrest was not important. What was important was the result. "Who did you call just now?" Sun Jie asked when she got in the car outside the nightless club. With such a thing happening, the meal naturally couldn't be eaten. Guo Jianchao had already taken his girlfriend to send Yang Li home. Zhang Xiaodan sent her boyfriend, Lu Liang, to the hospital. The police had already taken over the case. After Zhang Xiaodan finished the statement, she also gave instructions. However, Zhang Xiaodan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. So what if Yang Ming killed people? At that time, Yang Ming could be regarded as a good Samaritan. As for Yang Ming using a gun later, she didn't see it, so she naturally didn't know what happened after that. The boss and Old San were taken to the police station, and the body of Old San was collected. At this point, this storm had temporarily calmed down. However, both Yang Ming and Sun Jie knew that this was just the beginning. The power hidden behind the whole thing had just emerged. Perhaps this time was just a test, or maybe they really wanted Sun Jie's life. A friend. Yang Ming smiled. His identity is not simple. After all, I just used a gun in front of many people. I have to find someone to help settle this matter. Sun Jie nodded and didn't ask much. After all, she was also born in this kind of family. She was already accustomed to such things. Now, the most important thing was to figure out who was behind the scenes. I don't have any enemies in Songjiang. Why are these people targeting me? Sun Jie frowned and looked thoughtful. Could it be people from Donghai? Asked Yang Ming. Donghai? It shouldn't be. All the forces in Donghai are now under the control of my father. The Sun family is not the kind of family that bullies others. They coordinate the forces in all aspects well. Sun Jie shook her head and said, even if they are not satisfied with the Sun family, they should not come to Songjiang to kill me. Chapter 1077. Perhaps the behind-the-scenes person is not targeting you, but me. During this time, various forces had emerged around Yang Ming. They wanted to deal with him. Yang Ming was already a little neurotic. Targeting you? What do you mean? Sun Jie turned to look at Yang Ming curiously. Old San said that the employer must have him assassinate you in the Nightless Club or Heavenly Earth. So, in other words, if you have an accident in these two places, then who will your father vent his anger on? Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Sun Jie faintly. Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly understood. She looked up at Yang Ming with some surprise. You mean, these two places are your territory? If I have an accident here, then Yang Ming nodded and said, yes, in this way you can legitimately provoke the relationship between me and the Sun family. No matter how good the relationship between the two of us is, if you have an accident here, old Master Sun can't be the same as before. Then, there will be a rift between the forces of Donghai and Songjiang. Perhaps, because of this matter, the two gangs will fight to the death. Yang Ming's analysis was indeed reasonable. Even Sun Jie, who was quick-witted, was at a disadvantage. Of course, it is also possible that the enemy of our family is provoking the hatred between us to kill with a borrowed knife. Naturally, there is also this possibility. Yang Ming smiled after listening. This person's intention is insidious. If you really have an accident, even if your father has doubts, he will probably vent his anger on me. In this case of losing a loved one, people tend to lose their minds. Sun Jie said, yes, this person is grasping this mentality. Even if there are doubts, he will ignore in grief. Don't you want to communicate with your father about this? Yang Ming felt that this matter was a bit serious, so he suggested to Sun Jie. Naturally, I have to talk. I'm going to call my father now. Sun Jie said, because I also think that this matter is mostly directed at my family, Because your identity is still in a confidential state, most of the people who know your identity are your confidants, so the possibility of targeting you is relatively small. But I'm different. Even if the person behind the scenes doesn't know my identity, he can still use this strategy. Because on the surface, the Nightless Club and Heavenly World belong to Bao Sanli's industry. Provoking the conflict between our family and Bao Sanli can also achieve this person's purpose. After listening to Sun Jie's words, Yang Ming nodded. Indeed, what Sun Jie said made sense. He had not offended anyone in the underworld. According to Yang Ming's feeling, these three people did not seem to be his past enemies. The level of these three people was really too low. Other than the Death Warrior, he had basically figured out the rest of the enemies. However, these three people were obviously not on the same level as that Death Warrior. Therefore, this matter was more like a dispute in the underworld. The method used was also the usual method used by underworld people, hiring a murderer. Sun Jie called Sun Hongjun and told him what had just happened. Naturally, she also said the process of how Yang Ming repelled the people. Sun Hongjun was very glad. It seemed that he did not fancy Yang Ming in vain. He had to ask Sun Jie to give the phone to Yang Ming. He wanted to talk to Yang Ming. Hello, Uncle Sunday. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, I will investigate this matter carefully. However, during the investigation period, you and little Jie should pay attention to safety. Don't go out if there is nothing. Sun Hongjun instructed. Don't worry, Uncle Sunday. I will find someone to protect little Jie. Yang Ming said. You can rest assured. After this incident, Yang Ming naturally did not dare to take it lightly. He was going to find a good bodyguard among Li Chang's people to be Sun Jie's bodyguard. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to find a woman to be Sun Jie's bodyguard, but there was no suitable person in his hands. It seemed that he really had to let Li Chang train a group of female assassins in the future. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming drove to the development zone where Sun Jie lived. During this time, don't go out to socialize. I may have to go to Africa in a few days. I can't always be by your side to protect you, but I will send a good person to be your bodyguard. Yang Ming said, It's not necessary, right? Our family also has a bodyguard. Sun Jie felt that Yang Ming was making a fuss, but she was still a little happy. After all, Yang Ming's current nervous look was not fake. It's not the same. Yang Ming shook his head and said faintly, My people are personally trained by me. Sun Jie moved her mouth, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. She also knew that if it was really related to Yang Ming's secret, Yang Ming would not tell her. He would definitely come up with some excuses, such as after she became his woman. The shocking strength that Yang Ming showed made Sun Jie more and more surprised. Originally, Sun Jie thought that Yang Ming was just a little punk who was better at fighting. Although he was capable, there was still a certain gap between him and the real powerhouse. But today's incident completely changed Sun Jie's view of Yang Ming. Yang Ming's agility and calmness when he encountered problems left a deep impression on Sun Jie. Especially when he found that someone aimed a gun at her, Yang Ming could quickly respond and kill the gangster who rushed into the house. Then, he seized the gun and restrained the person who came in later. This series of actions was skillful without the slightest sloppiness, steady, ruthless, and accurate. These were the three evaluations that Sun Jie gave to Yang Ming. Later, what made Sun Jie even more surprised was that Yang Ming seemed to be very proficient in the use of guns. Although Sun Jie also played with guns, after all, there were very few places in the country where guns were used. Most of the conflicts between gangs used cold weapons. Most of the hot weapons were only used to scare people. Although Yang Ming had already stood at the peak of Song Jiang's forces, after all, he was a newcomer. Sun Jie didn't believe that Yang Ming had played with guns many times, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. When Yang Ming used a gun, he was the kind of person who used it directly without even studying it. If he wasn't familiar with guns, he wouldn't be so casual. What made Sun Jie feel most inconceivable was that Yang Ming could actually shoot old San and the boss through the door panel. This wasn't just a problem of accurate shooting, but Sun Jie thought that Yang Ming must have some special methods, such as listening to sounds, but she would never think that Yang Ming was a special ability user. Everything that Yang Ming showed made Sun Jie very puzzled. Sun Jie couldn't figure out whether Yang Ming was a student or something else. However, according to the strength that Yang Ming now showed, it was not by chance that Yang Ming could succeed. The car passed through the shantytown near the development zone, which was the only way to the development zone. This is the land that your company wants to develop? Sun Jie looked out of the window at the shantytown that was very different from the development zone. According to the original plan of Dikang Real Estate, it was to develop this place into a high-end villa area. Yang Ming nodded and said, Wei Dikang was alive and well. How did he die? Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming. Who knows? Didn't they say that he was gay and troubled by love? Yang Ming shrugged and said, Do you believe it? Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming with a smile. This glance made Yang Ming a little creepy. What do you want to say? Nothing. Sun Jie shook her head. Even if she doubted some things, she didn't want to say it. After all, it involved some private matters. In fact, it's nothing. Wei Dikang offended me. There were some things that Yang Ming didn't need to hide from Sun Jie. Sun Hongjun, who came from the underworld, was definitely not very clean. It was normal to have people's lives on his hands. Yang Ming killed people in front of Sun Jie, so he didn't care about these trivial matters. Yang Ming couldn't say that his special ability and identity as an assassin were the only things that Yang Ming couldn't say. There was really no need to hide other things from Sun Jie. I guessed it, Sun Jie said faintly, but it was done very cleanly. It is worthy of praise. Even I only suspected it. There was no evidence of correlation. Originally, the company was bought through normal channels. It is normal to have no evidence. Yang Ming smiled. When I merged with Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group, they still had an idle piece of land in West Star Mountain. If the development of Shantytown this time is successful, I can start the development plan of West Star Mountain. The land in West Star Mountain is actually yours. Sun Jie looked up at Yang Ming in surprise. Yeah, what's wrong with it? Yang Ming wondered why Sun Jie had such a reaction. My company proposed a construction proposal for a large resort leisure club a while ago. The company's senior management agreed that the site should be in West Star Mountain, but a whole piece of land in West Star Mountain was bought. The company contacted the owner of the land, but it was rejected. Sun Jie said, Later, this plan had to be put on hold. Ask. When did you ask? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that his company had no plans to enter the real estate industry a while ago. The land in West Star Mountain was idle, so it was better to sell it first. If the buyer took the initiative, there was no reason to refuse directly. At least, they should discuss the price first. Besides, for such an important matter, there was no reason not to ask for his opinion. Whether it was Guo Jianshao or Hou Zhenhan, it was impossible not to ask him. Before the new year, Sun Jie said, it was specifically from the business department below. I didn't ask in detail. That's right. After Yang Ming heard it, he said, at that time, Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group had not yet merged into Mingyang. Wang Shifan was being investigated because of a smuggling case. Naturally, he had no time to study the land. It turned out to be this case. Sun Jie said, the land in West Star Mountain is a place with good feng shui. Don't look at how deserted it is now. If it is built as a resort club, it will be first class in the province. After all, the unique geographical location is incomparable to other places. There are mountains in front, sea behind, and river on the left. This environment is suitable for building a resort club. If you're interested, we could develop it together. Yang Ming didn't know as much as Sun Jie. Moreover, in Yang Ming's view, Sun Jie was destined to become his woman, so this kind of good thing was equivalent to benefiting himself from Sun Jie. Okay, Sun Jie didn't refuse. For Yang Ming, she was never polite. This guy not only took my first time, but he also continued to shamelessly take my second time, third time, and even the nth time. Therefore, Sun Jie was justified in taking advantage of him. Wait for me to make a plan. We will be responsible for the construction. You will provide the land, and we will share half of the shares. Sun Jie said, Okay, whatever. Yang Ming said indifferently, Can I not give you a share? Sun Jie saw Yang Ming's indifference and was a little annoyed. Just give me you. What I want the shares for. Yang Ming said, as if it was a matter of course. You are dreaming. Sun Jie was annoyed and amused. It turns out that your appetite is bigger. Are you eyeing the entire Sun family's industry? I'm not sure of money, Yang Ming said with a smile. In fact, compared to the entire Sun family, I am more interested in you. Are you serious? I don't believe it. Sun Jie snorted. Although she also knew that Yang Ming was very rich, who didn't want to be richer? All the industries of the Sun family added up were only more than Yang Ming's and not less than his. Of course, Sun Jin naturally didn't think that Yang Ming still had an income for being an assassin. If she knew, she would understand that Yang Ming wasn't lying. At present, Yang Ming really didn't put this small amount of money in his eyes. Naturally, Yang Ming couldn't tell Sun Jie about these things, so Yang Ming just smiled faintly. Just now, such an incident happened. Yang Ming and Sun Jie didn't wait for dinner and hurried back. When they were near Sun Jie's house, Yang Ming's stomach growled. Only then did he remember that he hadn't eaten yet. Are you hungry? Yang Ming asked Sun Jie. Originally, I wasn't hungry, but after you said that, I am a little hungry. Sun Jie smiled and said, Why don't we find a place to eat something first? Sometimes people were like this. If others didn't mention it, they couldn't remember it themselves. If Yang Ming didn't mention the matter of eating, Sun Jie naturally wouldn't feel hungry. But when Yang Ming mentioned it, Sun Jie naturally thought that she hadn't eaten at night. Is there anything delicious around here? Asked Yang Ming. There is nothing nearby. The people who live here are the rich class. There are no snack bars nearby, and the price of the house here is so high that the snack bars can't afford to rent. Sun Jie spread her hands and said helplessly, Almost every family has a full-time housekeeper who cooks. Even if we go out to eat, we go to luxurious big restaurants. There are no snack bars. Yang Ming looked around. Indeed, as Sun Jie said, there were no snack bars nearby. There were several commercial services, pharmacies, small supermarkets, and professional laundries. There were indeed no snack bars. No matter how rich they were, it was impossible not to buy medicine and some necessities of life. Some furs and the like couldn't be washed at home and could only be sent to the laundries. However, a snack bar was different. There was a full-time housekeeper at home. When they went out, they would drive to a luxurious hotel. The snack bar was redundant, and it wouldn't make money here. Don't you have a full-time housekeeper at home? Asked Yang Ming. I live alone. What full-time housekeeper do I have? Sun Jie said helplessly with a bitter smile. I eat around the company every day, or I eat in the cafeteria at school. How can I hire a housekeeper at home? This way, Yang Ming thought about it and said, Right, isn't my elder sister Yang Li's house next to yours? She has a housekeeper at home. Just ask her housekeeper to cook a few dishes and send them over. You're really thick-skinned enough to trouble others. If you have the time, it is better for us to drive somewhere else to eat. Sun Jie didn't want to trouble others, so she felt a little embarrassed. It's nothing. Yang Ming didn't care much. After all, his uncle's family had received too much kindness from him. Yang Ming picked up the phone first and called Yang Li. Elder sister, how is it? Did you leave the police station? Except for Yang Ming and Sun Jie, the other people present were invited to the police station to make a statement. However, when Chun Fei summarized the statement, all the places involving Yang Ming were marked as confidential. Yang Ming's current identity was not what it used to be, so everything about Yang Ming couldn't be made public. Because the case was very obvious, these three guys were armed with guns to kill people and take hostages. There was no need to interrogate, and the guy called Old San confessed. Anyway, Old San had already confessed once, and now he was very straightforward. He would say whatever was asked. Yang Li and the others were naturally allowed to leave after a few questions. Yang Ming, I left. How are you? I haven't seen you all this time. Yang Li said with some concern, but you can rest assured. The police who handled the case had already said that your behavior was righteous and justified self-defense. The other party had a gun in his hand. What you did wasn't wrong. I'm fine now. After the relationship between Yang Ming and Yang Li was repaired, Yang Li, as an elder sister, acted like an elder sister. She was very concerned about Yang Ming. I'm going to little Jie's house now. We haven't eaten yet. We are going to your house to eat. Little Jie. Yang Li obviously found it strange that Yang Ming called Sun Jie as little Jie. She wondered about the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jie. But she said, "Welcome. I will be home soon. You can wait for me at my door. You can go in first since you are not outsiders." "That's fine. We will wait for you at the door. Anyway, it's not cold in the car. If we go in separately, your family will be suspicious." Yang Ming said, "That's right. I told my mother that I would eat with Sister Sun Jie. If you go back first, she will definitely ask." Yang Li said, "Right, Yang Ming. Are you not going to tell second uncle about what happened just now?" You don't have to say it." Yang Ming didn't want his family to worry. "Okay, I will listen to you." Since Yang Li was rescued by Yang Ming last time, she also listened to Yang Ming's words. Yang Li, who had experienced life and death last time, didn't show too much fear in the face of danger this time. Chapter 1078. Yang Li came back in her modern sports car. Yang Ming used to think that this car was not bad, but now it seemed that the grade was a bit lower. Yang Dashin was now a senior executive of Mingyang. He took the Audi A8 to go in and out, but Yang Li still drove her previous car. "When it's your birthday, I will give you a new car. You can choose whatever model you want." Yang Ming looked at Yang Li coming out of the car and said with a smile, "Really?" Yang Li was very happy after listening to Yang Ming's words. "Brother, did your elder sister also borrow your glory? What is there to lie about?" Yang Ming smiled. "I said that it will be your birthday gift. Did you forget that my birthday is this month? I am just 1 year and 1 day older than you." Yang Li said, "Ah, I see." Yang Ming didn't have much contact with his uncle's family since he was a child. His relationship with Yang Li was even more tense. He had never attended Yang Li's birthday party, so he didn't remember when Yang Li's birthday was. Now that he heard Yang Li mention it, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Of course. Yang Li also knew what Yang Ming was thinking, so she didn't say much. It would only increase the awkwardness. "Why? Do you feel that you are about to fulfill your promise, so you want to go back on your words?" "That's not it." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "It's just that there are too many things. You choose the model of the car, and I will ask someone to order it for you." "Okay, then it's a promise." Yang Li nodded happily. Sun Jie looked at Yang Li and Yang Ming and shook her head with a bitter smile. In the beginning, the relationship between the two people wasn't good, but now it seemed that they were like a real brother and sister. Sun Jie was also happy for them. "Yeah, I was so busy talking that I forgot about Sister Sun Jie." Yang Li looked up and saw Sun Jie. She said quickly, "Sister Sun Jie, how are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Sun Jie shook her head and said, "That Lu Yang, how is he? Who cares about him? After going back, I will ask Zhang Xiaodan to break up with him. This person is really not good. He is narrow-minded." Obviously, Yang Li couldn't stand it either. Forget it. Let them do as they please. Yang Ming had seen too many of these kinds of people and was somewhat indifferent, so he indifferently said, But thinking about it, that Lu Yang really deserved it. Who asked him to be like that? The bullet hit him. He really deserved it." Yang Li said with some schadenfreude. Yang Ming and Sun Jie couldn't help but smile after listening. Indeed, that guy really deserved it. Otherwise, why did the bullet shoot him and not others? The three people walked together to Yang Li's villa. Yang Li rang the doorbell. The person who opened the door was Yang Ming's aunt. When she saw Yang Ming and Sun Jie following behind Yang Li, she was obviously stunned. Then, she said happily, "Big Ming, Sun Jie, you are here. Mom, they are here for dinner." Yang Li said. Ani had always been good to Yang Ming since he was young. Therefore, in his uncle's house, the only one that Yang Ming liked was his Ani. Ani saw that Yang Dashin and Yang Dahai had recently reconciled, and she was very happy in her heart. However, Yang Ming had never come to the house again. This made the Ani feel that there was still a knot in Yang Ming's heart. So she had been brooding. This time, when she saw Yang Ming coming for dinner, she was very surprised, but she was somewhat caught off guard. Aya, what should I do? Why didn't I say hello in advance? I didn't prepare any dishes. It's okay, Ani. We just came to have a home-cooked meal. It's not a banquet. Just do whatever you want. Yang Ming said with a smile. You are family, so it's fine, but Xiao Li's friend is also here. We can't deal with it. Otherwise, I will ask the nanny to buy some more food and make something else. Ani said quickly. No need, Ani. I am Yang Ming's girlfriend and a good friend of Yang Li. We can be considered a family. Sun Jie smiled and said sweetly. Listening to Sun Jie, not only was the Ani stunned, but even Yang Li was stunned. Yang Li always thought that Sun Jie and Yang Ming were just acting, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Yang Ming was still with Sun Jie so late at night, and he called Sun Jie Little Jie. This couldn't help but explain the problem. However, she didn't expect that Sun Jie and Yang Ming, who were a few years apart, would actually become a couple. Even Yang Ming didn't expect Sun Jie to say this. He looked at Sun Jie with a little surprise, but he saw that her face was as usual. There was nothing wrong with it. He didn't know what she meant by doing this. However, Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming with some demonstration. Her eyes were full of a sly smile, which made Yang Ming even more creepy. However, the Ani didn't ask much. Since Yang Ming didn't deny it, it must be the case. The Ani suddenly said enthusiastically, Then I'm even more sorry. Big Ming brought his girlfriend to the Ani's house for the first time, and the Ani didn't treat her well. It doesn't matter, Ani. You think too much. Both of us are not picky, and now we are hungry. It's fine as long as we can fill our stomachs, said Yang Ming. Right, didn't you just go to eat? After the auntie listened to Yang Ming's words, she remembered that Yang Li said that she went to eat with Sun Jie. Why were they hungry again after eating? Don't mention it. Yang Li just wanted to talk about what happened before, but she suddenly remembered Yang Ming's instruction. She quickly changed her words. We went to the restaurant, but before the dishes were served, Zhang Xiaodan and her boyfriend had an unpleasant argument. Her boyfriend was really a bad person. When the two of them quarreled, we didn't have the mood to stay anymore, so we just left. Yang Li already hated Lu Liang, so she pushed all the blame to him. Lu Liang, who was in a coma in the hospital, didn't know that Yang Li used him as a scapegoat again. So that's how it is. The Ani didn't have the slightest doubt. She nodded and no longer asked. She went into the house and instructed the nanny to find slippers for Yang Ming. Then, she asked the nanny to go to the kitchen to prepare as much food as possible. Yang Ming took the initiative to be a guest this time, which made the Ani very happy. At the dinner table, she kept asking about his well-being. She was also very curious about Sun Jie. The Ani knew that Sun Jie's family was very unusual and very powerful in Donghai. Although Sun Jie wasn't young, she maintained herself exceptionally well. She usually had no makeup. Except for her big chest, she looked like an 18 or 19-year-old girl. She was about the same age as Yang Li. Besides, girls nowadays were more mature. A big chest didn't mean anything, so the Ani didn't think much about Sun Jie's age. She just found it strange that Yang Ming and Sun Jie were together. Whether it was Yang Li, Sun Jie, or Yang Ming, they were all hungry. Although the meal wasn't so sumptuous, it was very delicious. After the meal, Yang Ming and Sun Jie got up and left. The Ani naturally asked them to stay again and again. She asked Yang Ming and Sun Jie to visit more often when they were free. Yang Li had always wanted to find an opportunity to ask Sun Jie how she and Yang Ming were together, but because her mother was present, she didn't have the opportunity to ask. She could only talk about it later. Sun Jie's villa was very close to Yang Li's house. Yang Ming just got off the car and arrived. He parked the car in the underground parking lot under Sun Jie's villa. Why did you just tell my Ani that you were my girlfriend? When he arrived at Sun Jie's house, Yang Ming lazily lay on the sofa and asked Sun Jie, who was peeling an apple. Why? Isn't this the result you want? Asked Sun Jie. It is true, but didn't you say that you want to test me? Yang Ming nodded and asked with some suspicion. The test is true, but I'm quite satisfied with your performance today, Sun Jie said. Consider it as a temporary pass. I will give you some benefits. That means I passed the test. Yang Ming smiled. Now, are you going to be my girlfriend? I just said it temporarily. In front of your auntie, I will give you some face and let you be happy first. I didn't say that you passed. Sun Jie threw the apple peel in her hand into the fruit plate and picked up the peeled apple. Are you going to peel it for me? Yang Ming said shamelessly. He naturally knew that Sun Jie couldn't be conquered by him so quickly. No matter what the reason was, at least today was a relatively good start. You wish. Sun Jie picked up the apple and took a bite. She looked at Yang Ming proudly. When she saw Yang Ming looking at her with a greedy face, she couldn't bear it. She shook her head helplessly and put the apple in the fruit plate. She cut it from the middle with a knife and handed half to Yang Ming. I'll give you half. I want that half. Yang Ming pointed to the other half of the apple in Sun Jie's hand. Which half is different? Why are you so troublesome? Sun Jie said with some dissatisfaction. You have taken a bite of this half. Yang Ming was scolded by Sun Jie. He had to take the half of the apple that Sun Jie handed over. Why? Do you dislike my saliva? Sun Jie frowned with some displeasure. If you dislike me, don't kiss me in the future. No. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I mean, this apple is missing a piece. It's not worth it for me. Go to hell. Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming and secretly scolded this guy for not being serious. Yang Ming smiled and lowered his head to eat the apple. Hey, temporary girlfriend, are you tired? Yang Ming finished eating the apple and looked at Sun Jie's plump figure. His heart was a little active. What do you want? Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming's eyes and knew that this guy was up to no good. No. Shouldn't we rest? Yang Ming deliberately yawned. I'm so sleepy. There are so many things today. Okay, then I will watch TV for a while. You go to sleep first. Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming with a smile and said, The guest room is over there. The bedding inside is new. You can sleep directly. There is a separate bathroom in the guest room for you to take a bath. Yang Ming listened to Sun Jie's words and was suddenly stunned. Originally, he wanted to sleep with Sun Jie. He didn't expect Sun Jie to ask him to sleep in the guest room. Then, what was the point of him coming here? Seeing Yang Ming's stunned look, Sun Jie couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that Yang Ming also has moments of stupidity. Indeed, I asked him to sleep in the guest room, but he can refuse. His legs are on his body. Isn't he able to sleep wherever he wants to sleep? Even if I lock the bedroom door, I believe that with Yang Ming's unlocking skills, opening the door is just a piece of cake. With Yang Ming's unlocking skills, my own lock is not his opponent. Ugh, I still have a lot of things to ask about real estate. You see, can we sleep in the same bed? Otherwise, it is not easy to communicate. The phone bill has always been very expensive. Yang Ming didn't want to sleep alone, so he quickly said shamelessly, It's okay. My family has an inside line. It doesn't cost money, said Sun Jie. That, didn't you read on the internet? If you talk on the phone for a long time, it is easy to get brain cancer. Yang Ming said seriously, So, we can't joke with our lives. That seems to be a wireless phone, right? My phone is wired. Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but laugh. It's almost the same. The phone's receiver is a magnet. It is said that it can produce nuclear magnetic resonance. Yang Ming didn't quite understand, so he began to make up nonsense. Nuclear magnetic resonance? That seems to be a medical term in the hospital, right? Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. In short, it's not very good. It's not good for the eardrums. Yang Ming said seriously. If you want to sleep together, just say it. Why do you have so many reasons? Huh? Sun Jie finally couldn't help but laugh. Damn, are you playing with me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I thought you really asked me to sleep alone. Since I asked you to come to my house, what do you think? Sun Jie rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, I'm going to take a shower. You should take a shower too. Shower together? Yang Ming suddenly had a whim. Shower together. I didn't expect Sun Jie to be so overbearing when she's not serious. She's really a little fox. Hee, but I like it. What, shower together? Didn't I tell you already? You can also shower in the guest room. Sun Jie said angrily, I want to take a bath. Don't make trouble for me, or I will change my mind. Oh, Yang Ming nodded disappointedly. It seems that I think too much. AI, sometimes it's wrong to be quick-witted. Yang Ming really wanted to know what Sun Jie looked like with a bunch of soap bubbles all over her body, especially in front of her chest. So, the little Yang Ming under Yang Ming began to be disobedient. Yang Ming took a shower quickly. He just needed to apply the bath gel and rinse, but Sun Jie was slower. After Yang Ming finished showering, he went to Sun Jie's bedroom on the second floor. Sun Jie's bedroom was easy to judge. There were some documents and reference books and a notebook at the bedside. Yang Ming pushed the door directly and went in. He got into the quilt. Yes, there was a woman's fragrance on the bed. It was the unique smell of Sun Jie. However, it was somewhat similar to the smell of Xiao Qing. She was indeed a lesbian. The smell was almost the same. Yang Ming thought very lasciviously. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Sun Jie didn't mean to come out of the bathroom. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He had to come to the side of the bathroom and asked, I say, Dear little Jie, are you done showering? It's been half an hour. It's only been half an hour? Not yet. Wait a little longer. Sun Jie said leisurely. Only half an hour? Yang Ming was suddenly full of black lines. He couldn't help but look into the bathroom with his special ability. He saw Sun Jie lying comfortably in the bathtub, holding a women's fashion magazine and reading it. Just take a shower. Don't read magazines or something like that. Otherwise, some of your moral quality will be bad. Yang Ming snorted and said, I didn't. Sun Jie was shocked. She quickly threw the magazine aside and stared in the direction of the bathroom door. Are you peeping at me? Huh, it turns out that you are really reading. I just said it casually. The bathroom door of your house is not locked. Don't you know? Yang Ming said jokingly. Sun Jie was embarrassed, and her face turned red. Sure enough, she found that the bathroom door was locked. Sun Jie was a little annoyed. She had just left, but she actually fell into Yang Ming's trap. However, since she had admitted that she was reading, Sun Jie was embarrassed to continue. She hurriedly wiped her body and put on clean pajamas. Yang Ming was looking at the situation in the bathroom outside the door. When he saw the waves on Sun Jie's chest, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was stunned, and saliva almost came out from the corner of his mouth. Sun Jie opened the door and suddenly saw Yang Ming standing at the door with a perverted look. She couldn't help but say, What is there to see? Sun Jie didn't know that Yang Ming saw her naked appearance before. She thought that Yang Ming was dumbfounded by her appearance when she came out of the shower. No, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't admit it. He laughed and said, I guessed it right. You are really reading a magazine. Just flipping through it. Sun Jie was a little embarrassed. When she entered the bedroom, she saw that her quilt had been opened. Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming. Did I let you go to bed? Ugh, didn't you say that if you let me come, then I can do whatever I want? Yang Ming sweated. This woman changed her mind really quickly. Can we go to bed now? Now. Then I will let you go. Sun Jie enjoyed Yang Ming's low posture now. Yang Ming held Sun Jie's waist and pushed her onto the bed. Yeah, what do you want to do? Sun Jie was shocked. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be so bold. However, Yang Ming had always been bold. You said it yourself. I want to go to bed with you, said Yang Ming. What I said was, Sun Jie just said half of it, and her red lips were sealed by Yang Ming. Sun Jie was helpless. She didn't expect Yang Ming to actually make an issue out of her faulty wording and misinterpret her meaning. However, now, Sun Jie also followed Yang Ming's wishes. Anyway, it wasn't the first time. Yang Ming looked for Sun Jie because he really wanted to consult Sun Jie about some operating procedures in real estate. Therefore, he didn't fool around with Sun Jie all the time. After the two people were intimate, Yang Ming calmed down and listened to Sun Jie's unique views on the operation of real estate companies and some detailed suggestions on the development of West Star Mountain. Yang Ming's ability to receive was very strong, and his ability to understand was not bad. Previously, when he pretended to be an employee of Sun Jie's company to deceive Sun Hongjun, Sun Jie didn't feel surprised about Yang Ming's keen thinking at the moment. Instead, she felt that Yang Ming should be like this. Chapter 1079. The development of the West Star Mountain Resort was put on the agenda. This resort was jointly funded and developed by three parties. They were Yang Ming's Song Jiangming Yang Industrial Company, Limited, Sun Jie's Hongjun Real Estate Songjiang Branch, and President Hua's Donghai Xinhua Mingwei Real Estate Company. Zhou Jiejie's mother, Hua Fang's company, had been committed to the construction of resorts, hotels, and other facilities. It was a more senior developer. However, it didn't matter even if it wasn't senior. Yang Ming mainly wanted to ease the relationship with Mother Zhou. As for the distribution of shares, Yang Ming didn't care. Anyway, they were family. It didn't matter who had more or less. However, it was finally determined that Yang Ming's Ming Yang Industrial Company Limited owned 40% of the shares, and Sun Jie and Hua Fang each owned 30%. The land belonged to Yang Ming. The relationship with Songjiang would be straightened out by Yang Ming, so it was not a problem to build the largest resort in the province. It turned out that the largest resort in Songjiang province was the Immortal Resort, which was also in the border county not far from West Star Mountain. However, Yang Ming's land was 5 times the size of the Immortal Resort. He also had the right to use and develop West Star Mountain. If the resort was built, the Immortal Resort would have no way to survive. What Yang Ming wanted to do was to kill them all, whether it was the Wei family or the Sui family. Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of them. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. With Yang Ming's words, Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli naturally began to work in full swing. They frequently began to contact Sun Jie and Hua Fang. Yang Ming was a hands-off shopkeeper and no longer asked. Because the jewelry exhibition was about to open, Yang Ming had to go all out to deal with it. If there was a slight mistake, it would be beyond redemption. Although Yang Ming could afford it, Yang Ming didn't want to pay. What Yang Ming really wanted to do was to let the other party go for wool and come back shorn. Li Chong had received Yang Ming's order to bring all the elites over and arrange them in the main positions of the exhibition. It could be said that the Black Butterfly organization was the main security for this exhibition, and the Ming Yang Security Company was the support. Only insiders knew about this. It was announced to the public that everyone belonged to the Ming Yang Security Company. The security work of this jewelry exhibition was a very difficult task and an unprecedented challenge for the Ming Yang Security Company, Li Chong, and others, and even Yang Ming himself. Yang Ming gave his original analysis to Li Chong. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't hide it. He even told Li Chong about Sun Jie's guess. Li Chong listened to Yang Ming's words and was very attentive. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest. The International Jewelry Exhibition organized by the China Jewelry Association officially opened. This was a comprehensive event. According to the level of jewelry displayed, it was divided into a simple exhibition area, a sales area, and an auction area. As the name implied, the exhibition area was only for exhibition and not for sale. These were some priceless and famous jewelry with a lot of history. The owners of the exhibitions were often big collectors. They didn't care about money, so no matter how much money was offered, they wouldn't sell the collection in their hands. In the exhibition area, although there were many precious jewelry, they were all processed in recent years. No matter how beautiful they were all valuable items that could be traded at any time. In the auction area, there were limited quantities of jewelry made purely by hand. Often, many styles were unique. If one wanted to get it, they could only get it through bidding. A large part of the jewelry of the Lu Weishan Jewelry Company this time was auctioned. Because the styles were out of print, the price was naturally not cheap. The entire exhibition lasted for a week. On the last day of the exhibition, a large cocktail party would be held. At that time, some celebrities would participate. Lu Weishan Jewelry also sent an invitation to its spokesperson, Shuya, but whether Shuya could come or not depended on the situation. Those who were eligible to participate in the cocktail party, in addition to the exhibitors, were the mysterious collectors and the customers who finally bid for the jewelry. Therefore, if Shuya came, it would have a certain promoting effect on the Lu Weishan jewelry brand. In the final analysis, the China Jewelry Association was also a civil association. It was a joint organization of the jewelry industry. Therefore, when the jewelry exhibition was held, only a civil security company could be responsible for security. The police couldn't be arranged to intervene. After all, this was not an official event. During the day, almost every position in the exhibition hall had Yang Ming's informants and people, so the possibility of an accident was not very high. Yang Ming predicted that the most likely time of the accident was the period before the opening of the exhibition every morning and after the exhibition every night. However, even so, Yang Ming did not dare to take it lightly. After all, Yang Ming's guess was only based on common sense, and things were ever-changing. No one could say whether the other party would do the opposite and make a move at the most lively time. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, all the exhibitors, including the staff, had their identity information collected and verified. This was originally a matter for the police, but Yang Ming's identity was special, so it was convenient to do these things. After all the information was verified, these people were allowed to enter the venue. The customers who came to participate in the exhibition were also strictly verified. In addition to checking the electronic information on the ID card, the authenticity of the tickets was also verified, and they had to go through a strict security check when entering the venue. This year's jewelry exhibition could be said to be the most stringent one in the history of the exhibition. Although the media said that the Mingyang Security Company was making a fuss, Yang Ming did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. The public opinion was also two-sided. Some people opposed it, and some people praised it. In addition to the media, many people in Songjiang's forum were very supportive of the Mingyang Security Company's approach. They were not thinking about others, but for their own safety. In the past, many citizens who wanted to buy jewelry at the jewelry exhibition were afraid that the exhibition would be unsafe with too many people. With strict security measures, thieves and robbers would not be able to sneak in, and the citizens could safely choose their favorite jewelry. The jewelry exhibitors in the venue gave a high degree of approval to the practice of the Mingyang Security Company. After all, if the citizens were worried about their own safety, the manufacturers were even more worried. Every year at the exhibition, there were some guys who wanted to fish in troubled waters. They would take away some of the jewelry in the exhibition. Because there were too many people, sometimes they couldn't take care of the jewelry, and the jewelry would be lost. Therefore, the pressure of the manufacturers was also great. This time, the Mingyang Security Company adopted a strict security inspection mechanism, and their pressure was much less. Li Chong and Ho Jinhan were the chief security commanders of this jewelry exhibition, and Yang Ming was responsible for the overall work. To put it bluntly, it was a flexible operation. At this moment, Yang Ming was wearing a black windbreaker. He was like an ordinary customer, shuttling through the crowd. However, Yang Ming did not neglect. Yang Ming secretly observed everyone's expressions and movements. This was a very tiring job, but Yang Ming had to grit his teeth and persevere. It was only 7 days. It would be over in a short time. When he was training in Europe, it was much harder than this. Yang Ming endured it, so this was nothing at all. The exhibition area and the sales exhibition area were the two areas with the most guests. The sales exhibition area didn't matter. Although there were more manufacturers and customers, the jewelry sold here wasn't too expensive. The total value of the jewelry sold here wasn't as valuable as a single piece of jewelry in the exhibition area. Even if there was a thief staring at the sales exhibition area, it was definitely not a very powerful person. Li Chong's people were enough to deal with it. The most troublesome thing for Yang Ming was the exhibition area. Although the jewelry in the exhibition area was in glass showcases, and there was a cordon nearby, several Yang Ming's people stood beside each showcase to protect it. After walking around the sales exhibition area, they came to the showcase area of Lu Weishan jewelry. Zhao Cixi and Zhang Bin were in charge of the sales exhibition area. Zhang Bin was naturally caught by Zhao Cixi to work together at this time. I don't know how Zhao Cece and Wang Mei are doing, but now it seems that the relationship between her and Zhang Bin is at least stable. There is nothing unusual. Zhang Bin was also busy commanding the company's employees. Bro, you are here? Zhang Bin looked up and saw Yang Ming. He smiled and put down the things in his hands and ran over. So busy. Yang Ming sighed. Looking at the enthusiastic men and women who were buying jewelry in front of Xu Ye's large poster, he had to admire Xu Ye's charm. It is really not a loss to marry this wife. In the future, I don't even need to pay for the image spokesperson. Hee, I am really a genius. Yang Ming thought very despicably. Yeah, I didn't expect so many people. We added a lot of exhibition styles at the last minute. Many styles have been sold out. Zhang Bin nodded and said, Bro, we are rich this time. I calculated that if we continue to follow today's momentum every day, then the money earned in these few days will be more than the money my dad earns in a year. It is impossible to be like this every day. There are more people on the first day. Yang Ming smiled and said, However, it is not bad to have such a result. Yeah, our company has only been established for less than half a year. Zhang Bin said, Even I admire myself. What do you care? Yang Ming saw that Zhang Bin was so shameless, and he couldn't help but say, It is Zhao Cece who has been busy with the company's affairs. How many times have you been to the company? Zhang Bin laughed twice and scratched his head. Right. How is your relationship with Zhao Cece? How did you deal with Wang Mei's matter? Yang Ming glanced at the busy Zhao Cece and then asked in a low voice. We reconciled, Zhang Bin said, but Cece talked to Wang Mei and told her that if she wants to marry me, she doesn't have to think about it. But if she is willing to be a mistress, it is up to her. I didn't expect Zhao Cece to be so open-minded. Yang Ming was a little surprised. He thought that there would be a big fight. Probably she took you as an example. Zhang Bin smiled and said, Bro, if it weren't for you, maybe Cece wouldn't be so straightforward. But with you as an example, Cece can easily figure it out. Yang Ming glared at Zhang Bin and said, Okay, you hurry up and do your work. I still have business to do. Right, where is Zhiyun? Zhiyun and Mingyan are responsible for the auction area. Zhang Bin said, Mingyan is here too? Yang Ming was a little surprised, and Yun was afraid that she would be too busy, so she came with Mingyan. Zhang Bin said, Aren't you going to take a look? I'll go in a while. I'll go to the exhibition area first. Yang Ming said. Zhang Bin also vaguely knew that Yang Ming was responsible for the entire security work of the venue, so he didn't ask him to stay. He nodded and went to do his own thing. Yang Ming left the booth of Lu Weishan Jewelry Company and walked to the exhibition area. There were more people in the exhibition area than the auction area, but there weren't as many people in the sales exhibition area. After all, the jewelry displayed here had sky-high prices. Many people just looked at it and left after a glance. They couldn't afford it even if they looked at it too much. It was better not to look at it. This was the most problematic area, so Li Chong was always in this exhibition hall. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he nodded to Yang Ming and then began to stare at the passing crowd. When Yang Ming entered the exhibition hall, Li Chong could find Yang Ming in the first place. This made Yang Ming very surprised. In other words, Li Chong was always paying attention to the newcomers who came to the exhibition hall. Everyone was under his watch. Thinking of this, Yang Ming nodded with appreciation. Then, he began to carefully observe the movement in the exhibition hall like Li Chong. Most of the customers in the exhibition hall came to see something new. Most people left after looking around. There were also a few people who took photos as souvenirs, but generally, they didn't stay for more than 15 minutes. At this time, Yang Ming's eyes locked on a man in a gray woolen suit. This man was in the exhibition hall since Yang Ming came in. It had been an hour, and he was still shuttling in the exhibition hall. Yang Ming walked to Li Chong's side. Obviously, Li Chong had also noticed the man in the gray woolen suit. He's been here for 2 hours. Yang Ming nodded. Although he had some doubts about the man's motives, the people who came here were guests. Before the man had any other extreme behavior, Yang Ming couldn't take any action. He could only silently raise his vigilance and pay attention to the man's movements. The man went back and forth in the exhibition hall many times, but he finally stopped on a piece of jewelry. The man stayed in front of this jewelry showcase for the longest time. The security guard in front of this showcase also had a deep impression of this man. When the man came, he maintained a high level of vigilance. It was a diamond necklace worn by a princess in the 15th century European royal family. The value of the necklace was about $2 billion US. It belonged to the kind of peerless treasure that was unique. However, in addition to constantly looking at this diamond necklace, the man did not make any other special moves. He was well-behaved at all times, and there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, the man was patiently looking at the necklace over and over again. Yang Ming sighed and shook his head helplessly. Such a person was the most helpless. Although there was suspicion, there was no evidence. Yang Ming couldn't stand here and watch the man all day. This difficult task could only be handed over to Li Chong. Yang Ming told Li Chong to contact him at any time if there was a situation. Yang Ming turned and left the exhibition hall and walked to the auction area. In any case, Yang Ming was responsible for the overall coordination work. Although the possibility of a problem in the auction area was relatively small, Yang Ming still had to check it out. The auction was in progress. The auction was an agate bracelet. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and there were many people bidding. This was provided by a very famous jewelry company in China. The model of the jewelry company stood on the auction stage wearing the bracelet, while the auctioneer held a small hammer at the side and waited. The host was trying his best to introduce the source of the agate and the resume of the bracelet sculptor. The person who finally gets the bracelet will get a kiss from our model, Xiao Tao. After the host introduced the bracelet, he looked at the model, Xiao Tao, with a slightly provocative tone. This was an activity to temporarily adjust the atmosphere. However, these models were all social butterflies. They were very open-minded about these things. Maybe this kiss could get the favor of a rich man and marry into a wealthy family. Therefore, Xiao Tao smiled slightly. Her red lips were curled up, which was particularly attractive. The host's suggestion made the rich people present suddenly active, and they all called out their own prices. Originally, the starting price of the bracelet was 100,000 yuan, but it was eventually called to a sky-high price of 1 million yuan. A middle-aged man in his 40s finally succeeded in bidding for the bracelet and walked on the stage proudly. Xiao Tao generously kissed the middle-aged man's face and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Wang." The host had already secretly told Xiao Tao the customer's information, so it wasn't strange that Xiao Tao could call out Mr. Wang. "Can I kiss you?" Mr. Wang teased. "Not here. There are so many people." Xiao Tao is also an expert in this field. "This is my business card. You can call me at any time." Mr. Wang was the owner of a tobacco and alcohol store. He was divorced. He liked the young and beautiful Xiao Tao at first glance, so he spent a high price to bid for the bracelet and get a chance to contact the beauty. Xiao Tao generously received Boss Wang's business card, nodded, and left the stage. Yang Ming was a little helpless. How is this an auction? Why does it feel like it's similar to a marriage agency? It's more like a blind date. However, these hosts were arranged by the organizer. Yang Ming had no right to interfere. The next piece of jewelry to be auctioned is a jade thumb ring provided by a Songjiang Lu Weishan Jewelry Company, Limited. "Let's welcome our model, Miss Xiao Yan," the host said and made an inviting gesture. A dazzling little beauty held a transparent crystal box with a jade thumb ring and walked out from the backstage. Who else could it be if it wasn't Qin Mingyan? Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. Model Xiao Yan? When did Qin Mingyan become a part-time model? Lin Jiyun and her can really mess around. It's not like the company can't afford model. Why do they have to do it personally? However, Qin Mingyan's natural beauty was beyond doubt. Chapter 1080. It was undeniable that Qin Mingyan was better than any of the previous models. There was no trace of makeup, but she was still beautiful, which made the previous models pale in comparison. This thumb ring is made of the best jadeite. The host began to introduce the origin of the thumb ring in Qin Mingyan's hand without stopping. The thumb ring had been regarded as a symbol of power since ancient times. Many people thought that the thumb ring was passed down after the Manchus entered the pass. In fact, it was misguided by TV series. In the TV series of the Tang Dynasty, the Song Dynasty, and the Ming Dynasty, the thumb ring rarely appeared, but in the Qing Dynasty, it was very common. It was often seen that the emperor gave jade thumb rings to his ministers as a reward, and some nobles were used to wearing them when they went out. In fact, the thumb ring had appeared as early as the Shang Dynasty, and was popular in the Han Dynasty and the Warring States period. However, the emperors of the Qing Dynasty were good at horseback archery, and the thumb ring was an indispensable tool for archery. When archery, the thumb ring was worn on the hand, and when archery was used, the bowstring was inserted into the deep groove on the back of the thumb ring to prevent the thumb from being hurt. Therefore, the thumb ring was popular among the emperors of the Qing Dynasty, especially the Qianlong Emperor. Therefore, the thumb ring was very popular in the Qing Dynasty. Today, the function of the thumb ring had been weakened, and it was more of an ornament. However, the thumb ring was still a symbol of power. Some big bosses always liked to wear a thumb ring on their hand to show their wealth. And the person who wins the bid will get a hug from model Xiao Yan. At last, the host said loudly, Chen Mingyan was stunned. She didn't expect that the host would add such a thing at the last minute. During the rehearsal, there was no such thing. In fact, almost all the models who participated in this kind of activity were mentally prepared. This kind of social activity was very normal, and no one would feel that there was anything wrong with it, so the host didn't inform them in advance. Most of the hugs and kisses were spontaneously initiated, and it was difficult to arrange in advance. The people under the stage immediately boiled up. They were used to seeing those vulgar women. When they saw such a pure and lovely person like Chen Mingyan, some of them were already rubbing their hands together. They were determined to get her. The starting price of this jade thumb ring is 500,000 yuan. The host was very satisfied with the situation in the field. He also raised the starting price at the last minute. The original starting price of 200,000 yuan was instantly raised to 500,000 yuan by him. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the people below the stage. As soon as the host announced the starting price, someone below the stage bid 600,000. The one who raised the sign was a fatty with a greasy head and a powdered face. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes and looked rather stylish. However, the lecherous look in his eyes made Yang Ming particularly disgusted. Motherfucker, who are you to look at my girlfriend? Yang Ming thought angrily, but the person he hated the most was the host. Looking at Chen Mingyan's expression, it was obvious that she didn't know what was going on. The host must have added a hug at the last minute to liven up the atmosphere. Yang Ming weighed the flying needle in his hand and silently glanced at the host on the stage. It's not that I'm too cruel, it's just that you're not a good person. Yang Ming silently mourned in his heart. 700,000. Another man below the stage called out his price. 800,000. The previous fatty was not willing to be outdone and added 100,000 yuan. However, the previous war was a small matter. Everyone understood that the real buyer was at the back. Those who didn't speak were likely to be the final winners. Sure enough, when the price rose to 1 million, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sitting in the VIP seat below the stage spoke. 2 million. Wow. There was an uproar under the stage. This person actually added 1 million at once. He was really rich and overbearing. 3 million. At this time, another voice sounded. It was also a person in the VIP seat, but it was a young man in his 20s. He was considered handsome, but his taste was good. He was dressed in casual clothes, which made him look particularly bright. At first glance, one could tll that he was a rich young master. The young master glanced at the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses proudly and made a gentlemanly smile at Chen Mingyan on the stage. However, how could Chen Mingyan be in a mood to look at the young master under the stage? Chen Mingyan was very anxious. She wanted to directly leave the stage several times, but she was afraid that she would ruin the order and atmosphere of the auction. Chen Mingyan regretted it very much. She originally wanted to be a model for fun, but she didn't expect that now it would become a dilemma. Let Chen Mingyan hug a strange man? It would be better to let her die. Chen Mingyan would never do that. She hoped that no one would buy this thumb ring, but the bidding under the stage was getting more and more intense. 5 million. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses didn't show any weakness. He calmly called out his price. Young Master Yang's face changed. He frowned and said, 6 million. It was obviously not worth it to spend so much money for a hug. Young Master Yang thought that it was worth it if he could exchange it for a night with a beauty. A rich young master like himself should be the object of these models' attention, right? Thinking of that, young Master Yang calmed down a little. When young Master Yang called out the price of 6 million, everyone in the auction hall sighed. No matter how expensive and valuable this jade thumb ring was, it was impossible for it to be worth 6 million yuan. Obviously, young Master Yang Wang's ultimate goal was not this jade thumb ring, but Chen Mingyan's hug. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses didn't expect that young Master Yang could call out such a high price. He was stunned and began to calculate his gains and losses. Obviously, it was a waste of money to spend several million yuan on a jade thumb ring. However, the jade thumb ring was just an accessory. They were actually competing for Chen Mingyan's hug. Everyone in the auction hall knew that they had ulterior motives. However, only the real rich people could call out such a high price. The previous small bosses could only sigh, who would spend half of their wealth to buy a hug. Therefore, only young Master Yang and the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses were competing for the jade thumb ring. 6,050,000. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses clenched his teeth and called out a price that he could barely accept. 6 million yuan was basically the limit that he could accept. If he spent more money, his brothers would use it as an excuse to attack him in front of his father. Therefore, he didn't dare to raise the price anymore. Although he had earned a lot of money from the company, he couldn't let his brothers know about it. Once the fact that he earned money was exposed, he couldn't keep his position in front of his father, and his right to inherit the company would be uncertain. 6 million yuan was the bonus from last year. It was the money that he deserved. Therefore, no matter what he did, no one would say anything about it. On the other side, the price that young Master Yang called out was also his limit. The Sunshine Tycoon only brought 10 million yuan of pocket money to attend the jewelry exhibition, of which 2 million yuan was already squandered by him before the jewelry exhibition started. After deducting the expenses, such as the hotel and meals, the remaining money was only 7 million yuan. He couldn't spend all this money on this jade thumb ring. If he did, even if Chen Mingyan liked him in the end, he wouldn't have the money to spend with the beauty. Therefore, the Sunshine Tycoon had to leave some money in his pocket. However, since he had already spent 6 million yuan, he was determined to win. They were already at the last moment, so how could he be at a disadvantage? 6,100,000 yuan. Young Master Yang bid 50,000 yuan more than the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. 6,100,000 yuan? Is there anyone who wants to bid higher than that? The host was very experienced. He naturally knew that the price had basically reached the limit. Even if he increased the price, there was no room for him to increase it. 6,100,000 yuan. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was obviously unwilling. He added another 10,000 yuan. 6,100,000 yuan. Young Master Yang added another 10,000 yuan. 6,130,000 yuan. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said, 6,140,000 yuan. Young Master Yang said, 6,150,000. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said. So, both of them increased the price by 10,000 yuan. Finally, it reached 6,200,000 yuan. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses obviously didn't have any pride. He still increased the price by 11,000 yuan. 6,200,000 yuan. 6,200,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, young Master Yang couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, he was also pretending to be rich. Yang Ming looked at the bidding between the two and suddenly felt a little funny. You want to buy a hug from Chen Mingyan with 6 million yuan? What are you thinking? While Chen Mingyan was anxious, Lin Jiyun was also a little panicked. She wanted to call Yang Ming, but when she touched her pocket, she remembered that when she accompanied Chun Mingyin to change clothes, she was afraid that the phone would ring and affect the auction. So, she put her phone in the closet. "Brother Yang, what should we do?" Bao Samli was responsible for the security of the auction. When he saw Chen Mingyin on the stage, he was also stunned. As he was thinking about countermeasures, he saw Yang Ming. "Let's wait and see." Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders calmly. "You scare me just now." When Bao Samli heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that he had a countermeasure. He suddenly felt relieved. Originally, Bao Samli thought that if anyone dared to touch Chen Mingyin, he would kick him to death. 10 million. Yang Ming saw that the gold-rimmed glasses man and the Sunshine Tycoon were almost done competing, so he faintly reported a price. In fact, in Yang Ming's eyes, Chen Mingyin was priceless. 10 million yuan couldn't buy anything for Chen Mingyin. However, Yang Ming now had to use money to buy a hug from Chen Mingyin. Yang Ming didn't use a price of 100 million or 1 billion to scare people. It was enough to overwhelm the two competitors with an absolute advantage. Moreover, this money had to be given to the Jewelry Association as a commission. He couldn't get back how much he paid, so Yang Ming didn't need to let the Jewelry Association take advantage of him. 10 million. The host's hand trembled. The reason why he worked so hard to stir up the atmosphere was that every time a product was auctioned, he would get a 5,000 commission. 10 million was a 50,000 commission. How could he not be excited? 10 million. Is there anyone who can go higher than 10 million? The host shouted. Obviously, whether it was the gold-rimmed glasses man, the Sunshine Tycoon, or everyone present, they didn't expect that there would be someone who came out halfway at the last moment. Everyone thought that the final winner would be between the gold-rimmed glasses man and the Sunshine Tycoon, but they didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly rush out with an absolute advantage. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Mingyin's heart was simply overjoyed. Just when she really didn't know what to do in a while, Yang Ming appeared. Yang Ming was already on the stage, but Chen Mingyin, who was standing on the stage, was flustered. She didn't look at the people below the stage, and she didn't have the mood to look at the people below the stage, so she didn't notice Yang Ming's existence. The gold-rimmed glasses man and the Sunshine Tycoon didn't have the courage to bid higher than 10 million. If Yang Ming had bid 7 million, the two of them might have bid 10 or 20,000 more to compete. However, now that Yang Ming's bid was 10 million, they didn't have the courage to compete at all. 10 million going once, 10 million going twice, 10 million going thrice. The auctioneer raised the small hammer in his hand and asked, "Sold for 10 million. The auctioneer raised the small hammer in his hand and knocked it down. Bang! The hammer closed the deal. "Congratulations to this Mr. for winning this jade thumb ring." The auctioneer didn't know how to address Yang Ming. Because Yang Ming wasn't there before, he was added later, so the auctioneer didn't specifically check Yang Ming's information. Naturally, he didn't know what Yang Ming's name was. "This Mr. will receive a warm hug from Miss Xiao Yan." Wait a minute. The gold-rimmed glasses man was obviously dissatisfied. Where did this person come from? Is he qualified to participate in the auction? He's standing there. He's not sitting at the auction table. The auctioneer was thinking about the commission just now, so he didn't think about Yang Ming's identity. Now that he heard the gold-rimmed glasses man's words, it made sense. If Yang Ming wasn't a customer who participated in the auction, but a tourist who came to visit, then it was doubtful that he had the ability to take out 10 million. Yeah, where did this person come from? Is he qualified to participate in the auction? The Sunshine Tycoon was also a loser, so he didn't care about the past and joined the gold-rimmed glasses man against a common enemy. Who said I'm not qualified? Yang Ming pulled on his windbreaker arrogantly. Then, he took out a seat number in the auction area from his pocket. He waved it and threw it on an empty seat in the VIP seats. Yang Ming was responsible for the overall planning of the auction, so naturally, he would use different identities to investigate openly and secretly, so it was normal for him to have a seat number in the auction area. Seeing the seat number that Yang Ming threw out, the gold-rimmed glasses man and the Sunshine Tycoon closed their mouths resentfully. "You have a seat number. Why don't you sit down?" The Sunshine Tycoon muttered unhappily. "Who made the rule that the auction must be seated?" Yang Ming looked at the Sunshine Tycoon with disdain. The Sunshine Tycoon was suddenly speechless. Indeed, no one made the rule that the auction must be seated. If people were willing to stand, it was their personal habit. He couldn't control it. The host quickly checked the identity of Yang Ming according to his seat number, so he said with a smile, "Welcome, Mr. Yang, to the stage. Accept a hug from Miss Xiaoyan." Yang Ming walked to the stage very elegantly, looked at Chun Mingyan with a smile, and said softly, "Come on, Sister Xiaoyan, give me a hug." Chun Mingyan blushed and said softly, "You're so annoying." However, she was very obedient and hugged Yang Ming. Yang Ming laughed and said, "Are you going to get a room tonight? Go to hell." Chun Mingyan scolded in a low voice, "You have a home. Why would you want to get a room?" It turns out that she likes to do it at home. "Ha!" Yang Ming thought lasciviously in his heart, "But I like it, a kindred spirit." The people under the stage naturally couldn't hear what Yang Ming said on the stage. They thought that he was going to ask a beauty out like Boss Wong before. Most people had the mentality of watching the fun, so they weren't jealous of Yang Ming. Only the Sunshine Tycoon and the gold-rimmed glasses man were a little unwilling, but he paid more than them. What could they do? Yang Ming patted Chun Mingyan, then let go of his hand and got off the stage. Chun Mingyan also retreated to the backstage. She still had a lingering fear, but her heart was full of sweetness. Yang Ming always appeared when she needed him the most. This made Chun Mingyan very happy. Although a small crisis was solved safely, Yang Ming already hated the host in his heart. Even if you want to joke, you can't do it like this, right? What if I didn't arrive in time? Wouldn't Chun Mingyan be hugged by someone else? How could a person like Yang Ming, who had a serious male chauvinist tendency, allow such a thing to happen? Therefore, Yang Ming aimed all his anger at the host. Yang Ming sneered faintly. His right hand moved slightly, and a special flying needle fell into his hand. Yang Ming looked at the host, who was still introducing another jewelry on the stage. His right hand shook, and the flying needle shot out. Yang Ming's skill in throwing hidden weapons was first class. He was even better than Fong Tian. The flying needle was very thin. It wouldn't cause too much pain when it was inserted into a person's body. It was either a fatal blow or a slow effect. Yang Ming didn't want to kill people at the jewelry exhibition. After all, the Mingyan Security Company was now in charge of the security work here. Yang Ming didn't want to ruin his own reputation. Therefore, Yang Ming aimed the flying needle at the host's sciatic nerve. Looking at the flying needle completely inserted into the host's sciatic nerve and then slowly melted into the host's blood, Yang Ming smiled faintly. Next, the jewelry to be auctioned is a diamond ring displayed by Tian's Dream Company. Let's welcome the model, Tian. The host continued to explain with great effort. The host made an inviting gesture and then walked to the side to make room for the model. However, when the host lifted his leg, he almost fell. He didn't care at first. He thought that he was careless. However, after taking another step, the host found that something was wrong with his right leg. Why am I lame? Chapter 1081. What's wrong with my leg? The host tried to move his right leg, but found that his right leg didn't seem to listen to him. No matter how hard he tried to keep his balance, he couldn't keep his two legs in sync. The more anxious he was, the more unstable the host became. His body trembled, and he fell onto the stage, making a loud bang sound. Ha! There was a burst of laughter under the stage. Everyone didn't feel anything. They thought that this was just a program, a joke interspersed in the auction. On my leg. Who helps me? I can't stand up. The host's scream made the originally lively auction hall suddenly quiet. People all looked at the host with different eyes. What happened? Several security guards who maintained the order of the scene rushed over under Bao Sanli's instructions. They helped the host up from both sides. How did you fall? I don't know. My leg suddenly didn't work. It didn't listen to the command, the host said with a bitter face. Obviously, he didn't realize how serious the matter was. He thought that because he stood for a long time, his legs were temporarily paralyzed. Then, should we help you to rest first? Asked the security guard. Okay, help me to sit down for a while, said the host. Generally speaking, as long as the sciatic nerve was not injured, there would not be any problems. The host had been standing on the stage all this time. He did not receive any injections or fall, so the chances of the sciatic nerve being damaged were very small. Therefore, he did not think that way. Samli didn't know why the host suddenly fell, and his leg was damaged, but he vaguely guessed that it was Yang Ming's doing. He was clear about Yang Ming's ability. Although he didn't see how Yang Ming did it, with Yang Ming's ruthless means, it was already light for him to become disabled. Since he didn't know, Samli didn't ask much. After all, Yang Ming would tell him what he should know. If he should know, it would be useless for him to ask. There wasn't only one host. After the China Jewelry Association learned about the situation here, they sent another host to take over the previous host's job. The previous host sat below the stage without a care in the world. He watched the auction go on leisurely, calculating how much commission he would get. He didn't worry about his leg at all. He didn't know that he would become a cripple for the rest of his life. The first day of the exhibition ended like this. Except for the host who inexplicably became a cripple and was picked up by the hospital's ambulance. Nothing special happened. Although the man in the gray woolen suit before walked around the exhibition area all day, and his whereabouts were suspicious, he didn't take any action. After the exhibition was closed, he left the venue with the other guests, which made Li Chang's nervous mood. Brother Yang, that person didn't do any improper actions. After the exhibition was closed, he left the venue obediently. Li Chang reported to Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded. A suspicious person might not be suspicious. Maybe he just enjoyed it because of his love for a certain piece of art. He pretended to wander back and forth in the exhibition area, probably to not let the security guards notice him, who knew that in this way, he was even more suspicious. However, there were two sides to everything. Although Yang Ming thought so, he couldn't rule out his suspicion. Let's see if he will appear tomorrow. Pay close attention to this person's movements. Don't take it lightly. Li Chang nodded and said solemnly, Don't worry, Brother Yang. I understand. In the evening, the entire exhibition area was completely sealed off. Infrared monitoring and various advanced anti-theft systems were running at the same time. Even so, Yang Ming and others did not dare to relax their vigilance. Although all the people in the exhibition hall were evacuated at night, and the entire venue was tightly sealed, this did not mean that they could sit back and relax. Someone could pry open the vault of the bank, let alone the temporary exhibition hall here. However, it didn't matter to the exhibition area and the auction area. Many manufacturers had their own safes, and the value of each exhibitor's safes was not very high. At most, it was a few $100,000 worth of goods. It was not worth it. It was quite laborious to open a safe, let alone so many safes. Obviously, even if someone started, they would not aim at these safes. In the auction area, the auction jewelry had been auctioned today, and they were all in the hands of the buyers. The jewelry to be auctioned tomorrow had not been delivered yet. It would be delivered early in the morning of the next day by the jewelry stores that participated in the auction, so there was no need to worry about any problems. Yang Ming deployed most of his manpower near the exhibition area, leaving only some regular personnel to guard the exhibition area. Even if there was an accident, it would be a small amount of money. The Mingyang Security Company would not bear too much loss. At night, it was quiet, but everyone was full of spirit. They did not dare to slack off. The people of the Mingyang Security Company received such a task for the first time. Because of their lack of experience, they were a little nervous. However, the people brought by Li Chang were well-trained. They shuttled through the darkness and reported each other's situation with walkie-talkies. With these examples, the people of the Mingyang Security Company slowly settled down and joined the tent security work. At this moment, Yang Ming was sitting in an RV not far from the exhibition area, observing the movements of the entire exhibition hall. The exhibition hall was transparent in Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming could easily see every corner of the exhibition hall. Although Yang Ming alone could completely see the situation, Yang Ming did not ask Li Chong to remove the people. This was also a training for them. No matter how powerful Yang Ming was, he was also a person. What he wanted was a strong armed force. Only in this way could the Black Butterfly Assassin Group be quickly known to the world. Sitting next to Yang Ming was Lu Xinyang, the military advisor of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. This was also Yang Ming bringing him out to gain experience. Lu Xinyang was a resourceful person, but he had not experienced many big scenes. What do you think? Yang Ming asked Lu Xinyang faintly. If you were a robber, what would you do? Lu Xinyang hesitated and did not dare to speak. After all, the person sitting in front of him was their big boss, a godlike figure. Yang Ming's skill was unfathomable. It often seemed very rogue and ordinary, like the moves of street gangsters. When Yang Ming used it, it was extremely powerful, enough to kill people in one move. Why? Do you have any scruples? Yang Ming frowned and asked. No. Lu Xinyang shook his head and said, I'm afraid that I can't say it well and mislead your thoughts. It's fine. I'm just making a reference. You could talk about it. Yang Ming waved his hand. Lu Xinyang was better at using schemes. This was what Yang Ming lacked. To put it bluntly, Yang Ming was too soft-hearted. Today's incident with Chen Mingyin, if it happened to another assassin, probably the host, and the two bidders would have died at this moment. Yang Ming only slightly punished the host and paralyzed him. As for the two bidders, Yang Ming felt that there was no need to vent his anger on them, so he let them go. Lu Xinyang hesitated and said, Now it seems that the security work of the entire exhibition is quite tight. If the other party is a person who knows the goods, they should be able to see the difference between our Black Butterfly and Mingyang security. They should not act rashly. If the other party can't even see this, then such an opponent is not worth us mobilizing so many people. We can just deal with it casually. Yang Ming listened to Lu Xinyang's analysis and nodded. Then he said, Go on. If it were me, it would be difficult to steal the jewelry inside under such tight security measures. Therefore, I would use the method of creating a diversion to steal the treasure. Lu Xinyang said concisely. Diversion to the east and attack to the west. Yang Ming suddenly became interested. Although Yang Ming had an intuitive grasp of the overall situation here, if he could understand the entire conspiracy plan of the other party, it would also be a good thing. Yes, it is a diversion to the east and attack to the west. Lu Xinyang nodded and said, Only by distracting the security personnel's attention, it is convenient to make a move. That makes sense. Yang Ming listened to Lu Xinyang's analysis and agreed. You mean that the other party will send two groups of people to carry out the robbery or theft, right? This is in theory. According to the literal meaning of diversion to the east and attack to the west, it is like this. However, in practice, there can be 3 or even 4 groups of people. In short, the more people there are, the more chaotic it is, and the harder it is to control. In this way, it is easier to make a move. No matter which group of people succeeds, it can be done, said Lu Xinyang. Yang Ming patted Lu Xinyang's shoulder and said, Not bad. You really deserve to be a military advisor. Brother Yang, this is also one of my hobbies. Lu Xinyang showed a shy smile and changed his previous serious expression. Do you have a girlfriend? Yang Ming changed to a relaxed topic and asked with a smile. It was a long night. It was very difficult for 2 men to stay together. Yang Ming naturally had to find some topics to spend time. But while talking, Yang Ming's eyes were locked on the entire exhibition hall, closely observing the movements inside. Yes, Lu Xinyang scratched his head and was a little embarrassed, but he still answered Yang Ming's question truthfully. In my hometown, I called a few days ago, but I didn't tell her about the things here. I only said that I am a security guard in a security company. After this busy period, I will give you a vacation. Let your girlfriends come over and have fun. I will pay for it, said Yang Ming. Really? Lu Xinyang was very happy after listening to Yang Ming's words. He said with some excitement, That's great. Brother Yang, you are really kind to us. Of course, there will be rewards. This time we are so nervous. It is normal to relax after this, but the primary goal now is to protect the jewelry well," said Yangming. Over there, whether it was the monitoring room or the patrolling security guards, they were all on alert. Although the entire exhibition hall was dark and quiet, it was operating at high speed inside. The darkness before dawn was the scariest. When the sky was slightly turning white, it was also the time when one could not lower one's guard. Everyone understood this principle. The more one thought that everything would be fine after dawn, the easier it was for something to go wrong. Therefore, many people were on full alert. Finally, the streets were bustling with people who were doing morning exercises, going to work, and selling breakfast. A new day had arrived. The exhibition hall also opened. The staff and dealers of the exhibition hall entered under the detection of the security system. Yangming breathed a sigh of relief. One day had passed, and there were 6 days left. He hoped that the next day would be like yesterday. However, this was obviously just a beautiful wish. Yangming himself knew that this was impossible. Perhaps for various reasons, the opponent did not choose to make a move on the first day. Perhaps they would wait until everyone was exhausted and make a move on the last day. Or, when everyone thought that they would make a move on the last day, they would make a move on the second day. In short, Yangming was not the opponent. He couldn't explore the opponent's thoughts. He could only cope with changes by sticking to the status quo. He would do what he should do and do his job in an orderly manner. On this day, like yesterday, customers of the exhibition hall were welcomed in the busy atmosphere. Sure enough, it was not beyond Yangming's expectations. The person wearing the gray woolen coat yesterday appeared again today. However, today, he did not wear the clothes from yesterday. He wore a blue down jacket today. If one did not pay special attention to him, it was difficult for people to association that it was the same person from yesterday and today. After Li Chang saw this person, he immediately notified Yangming. Yangming asked Li Chang to always pay attention to that person, but not completely focus on that person. After all, Yangming listened to Liu Xinyang's analysis yesterday and felt that what he said was very reasonable. In the current situation, the possibility of the enemy using a diversion strategy was very high. Therefore, if that person was more suspicious, Yangming did not think that he would be the final robber. After all, this person's whereabouts were really suspicious. If he was not discovered, then he would underestimate his own security measures. Moreover, Yangming would not think that the other party would be stupid enough to let this person be the final robber. In that case, the other party would be too brainless. Yangming, like yesterday, began his routine patrol. During the security check in the morning, Yangming took a short nap. Now, he was very energetic. For Yangming, a person who had undergone rigorous training for a long time, sleeping for a short while was already enough to solve the problem. The quality of sleep was not dependent on the length of sleep, but the quality of sleep. Yangming had mastered a set of Feng Tian's unique sleeping method. As long as he slept for a short while, it was enough to replace others for most of the day. This was also the reason why Feng Tian sang the Straw Hat song in the middle of the night without sleeping. Everything is normal. Yangming received the messages from Li Chang and Bao Somli respectively. Everything was going according to the predetermined order. In the calm, there was often danger. Shocking changes were always in an instant without any signs. Suddenly, the alarm in the exhibition hall was loud. The direction of the alarm came from the exhibition area. Yangming's heart was shocked, and he quickly went to the exhibition area. Although Yangming also knew that this might be the enemy's diversion tactic, Yangming had to rush to the exhibition area in the first place. Yangming did not dare to slack off. When Yangming arrived at the exhibition area, the scene was already controlled by Li Chang's people. Sure enough, the suspicious person in the blue down jacket was escorted in the middle. In front of him, there was a display case that had been smashed and cracked. In front of the display case, there was a digital SLR camera that had been smashed and deformed. The material of the camera was obviously specially processed, and this camera couldn't be called a camera. It should be a piece of lead. It was just processed into the shape of a camera, so it could get through the security check. The alarm was because the display case was cracked, and the automatic alarm was generated. Yang Ming frowned. This person obviously couldn't be the final robber. This method was too reckless, and there was no technical content, right? Using this method to rob jewelry, unless the person's brain was flooded with water or his brain was abnormal. Otherwise, as long as he used a little brain, he could understand that this was simply an idiot's behavior. It was impossible to succeed. The suspicious person in the blue down jacket had been completely controlled. On his body, except for this special shot-put camera, there were no other dangerous items. What should we do? Li Chong saw Yang Ming coming, so he asked Yang Ming, "Send him to the police station." Yang Ming didn't think that this person would know anything. Even if he was in the same group as the opponent, he was just a small character. He would never come into contact with any core matters. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't need to waste time by interrogating anything. The safest way was to hand him directly to the police station. Li Chong nodded. Obviously, he didn't think that this man would know anything, but it was a little strange. Wasn't this man's approach a little too radical? It was a completely failed approach, but he still wanted to do it. What was it for? Brother Yang, what this person is doing doesn't seem to make sense, right? Li Chong asked with some confusion. The man in the blue down jacket had been tied up by Li Chong's men and was ready to be escorted to the police station. It was a diversion. Yang Ming was shocked. He remembered what Lu Xinyang said before, so he immediately instructed Li Chong. Tell everyone to enter the first level of alert immediately. Don't be careless. Li Chong was about to say something, but 7 or 8 masked people in sportswear rushed into the exhibition area. However, looking at the hair color, they should be from all over the country. Da-da-da. A burst of sound of bullets was heard. One of the burly men, who seemed to be the leader, shouted, "Don't move, squat on the ground with your hands on your head." Gun? How did they bring it in? This was Yang Ming's first reaction. Chapter 1082. A series of bullets passed by, and there was a bullet mark on the ceiling of the exhibition hall. Yang Ming suddenly frowned. How is this possible? The security check of the exhibition hall was quite strict. It was impossible for someone to come in with a gun without being detected. Moreover, these people couldn't have barged in because there were people guarding every entrance. Once there was a mistake, there would be an alarm. So in theory, the appearance of these people was illogical. If these people were holding pistols, it was still possible. For example, the lipstick pistol that Yang Ming got from Wang Shayan, some small guns that could be assembled or disguised as other things to sneak in. However, these people were indeed using submachine guns. This kind of large gun was completely impossible to bring in. However, in the next moment, Yang Ming immediately understood how these people got through the security check. Although these people were holding submachine guns in their hands, the body of the submachine gun was very special. It was made of plexiglass. The bullets were also of very special plastic material. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that such a gun passed through the security check. This kind of gun wouldn't have an obvious reaction under the metal detector, so it was possible to sneak through. Yang Ming had to admire the professionalism of these people. They could get this kind of special gun. Their identity was definitely not simple. Generally speaking, in a country like China, where gun control was extremely strict, it was good to be able to get a pistol, let alone this kind of special, custom-made plexiglass submachine gun. Yang Ming calmly glanced at the faces behind these people's masks, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Bank robbers. That's right. 3 of them were the perpetrators of the bank robbery. These 3 people were in the middle of this group of people. Are they in the same group? Yang Ming suddenly frowned. Yang Ming thought that it was impossible to see these 3 people in the near future. He didn't expect to see them at the jewelry exhibition so soon. Don't move. Squat on the ground and hold your head. If you don't want to die, be obedient. The leader, a burly macho man, spoke in fluent but stiff Chinese. Most of the tourists were scared silly by what they saw. In the past, this kind of scene would only appear in TV shows and movies. Now that it was happening in front of them, they didn't know what to do for a moment. Many people didn't even have the strength to scream. They just stood there stupidly as they watched what was happening in front of them. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a tourist who was standing closest to the burly man fell to the ground. His right hand was clutching his chest, and his face was filled with horror. Blood gushed out from his chest and between his fingers. It was a horrifying sight. At this time, the tourists present were shocked by the horrifying scene in front of them. They cried out in alarm. "Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground. Otherwise, you'll end up like him." The burly man fiercely raised his submachine gun and aimed at the crowd. This time, no one dared to disobey him. They all followed the burly man's request and squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Yang Ming frowned. These people didn't have the slightest fear and guilt of killing people. Through the burly macho man's mask, he could clearly see his expression. Yang Ming only saw indifference, and there was no other expression. This was the same as what Yang Ming saw during the previous bank robbery. Moreover, the approach of these people was the same. That was, after they came in, they would first shoot to demonstrate, then kill a person as an example to others. Then they would order everyone to hold their heads and squat on the ground. The Mingyang Security Company was nominally an enterprise under the police station. Although there were gun tags, there were only a few gun licenses, and only pistols were allowed to be used. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't let Li Chong and the others bring heavy firearms. Although Yang Ming was very popular in Songjiang, and he wasn't afraid of anything with his current special identity, he couldn't be too ostentatious. Although Xia Bingbao's power was great, Yang Ming also understood that Xia Bingbao wasn't omnipotent. It was impossible for him to indulge Yang Ming in everything he did. Everything had a limit. As long as Yang Ming didn't exceed this limit and always maintain a balance, then no one would do anything to him. After all, Xia Bingbao still had a lot of things that needed his help. But other people didn't use guns, but Yang Ming could use them. With Yang Ming's current special identity, it was normal for him to use guns. No one could say anything about it. Smash! The burly macho man waved his hand and ordered the people behind him. At this time, another macho man came from behind with an iron platform in his hand. It should be dismantled from somewhere in the exhibition hall. This kind of thing definitely couldn't pass the security check, but it could be used on the spot. Although the macho man was masked, judging from the exposed hair and wrists, he should be a black man. The black man came to the front of the display cabinet that had been cracked by the man in the blue down jacket and swung the iron platform his hand over. Quang! There was a loud noise, and the crack became bigger, but the display cabinet was safe and sound. It didn't shatter. The black man once again swung the iron platform in his hand and smashed it on the display cabinet for the second time. "Jesse, you go and help." The burly macho man saw that the display cabinet was so difficult to break open, so he ordered another armed man behind him. The man named Jesse was an Asian, but Yang Ming couldn't judge his nationality. He didn't speak, but he picked up another iron platform and walked in the direction of the display cabinet. Li Chong squatted beside Yang Ming and glanced at Yang Ming gently. Yang Ming shook his head slightly and motioned to Li Chong not to act rashly. After all, these guys were fully armed and had destructive weapons in their hands. Before Yang Ming thought of countermeasures, he didn't dare to act rashly. Everything could only depend on waiting for the right opportunity. The violent behavior of these armed men had already frightened some of the children in the exhibition hall. Wah! A sudden and mournful cry rang out. The black man and Jesse paused their work, and the burly macho man's eyes became sharp. He slowly crossed the crowd and finally fell on the crying little girl. It was a little girl less than 10 years old, wearing a small yellow trench coat. She was very cute. However, there was no love in the eyes of the burly macho man, but a kind of indifference to life. Shit! The burly macho man cursed in a foreign language, slowly raised the submachine gun in his hand, and aimed at the little girl. "Please don't, please." A young woman in her 30s suddenly covered the little girl's mouth, not letting her make any more sounds. "The child is not sensible. Don't shoot. I beg you." The young woman looked at the burly macho man with pleading eyes. A man wearing glasses next to the young woman also stood in front of the young woman and the little girl at this moment, and said very sincerely, "Don't kill them. Kill me if you want to kill." The burly macho man's mouth curved into a disdainful sneer. "How annoying. You all have to die. Go to hell together." After saying that, he aimed the gun in his hand at the man. He believed that this series of bullets would not only turn the man into a sieve, but even the young woman and little girl behind him would be turned into minced meat. Whether or not they could hurt the people next to them would be up to fate. Although most of the tourists were full of sympathy for the family of three, they were full of resentment towards the brutality of the gangsters. However, no one dared to stand up for them. At this time, standing up was undoubtedly courting death. In the face of powerful firearms, all reason was void. In front of these people, there was no reason at all. If they could reason, they would not have come to rob. Therefore, when the burly macho man spoke, the crowd around the family of three could not help but lean to the side, making a large space for them. Who want to die? Sympathy was one thing, but if they couldn't even protect their own life, who would sympathize with others? However, Yang Ming's heart moved. He knew that now was an opportunity. Although this opportunity was not very obvious and somewhat risky, if he missed it, he didn't know if there would be such an opportunity in the future, so Yang Ming didn't dare to take the risk. He didn't want to miss any possibility. Yang Ming no longer had the slightest hesitation. He stood up abruptly and rushed toward the family of three. Yang Ming was gambling. He was gambling that the burly macho man would not shoot immediately. However, even if he shot, Yang Ming was confident that he would not be hurt, but this family of three could not be guaranteed. Yang Ming could only do so much. Yang Ming was not a savior, and he had no obligation to protect everyone's lives. If Yang Ming did not make a move, these three people would definitely die. If Yang Ming made a move, it would only give them a chance to avoid harm or reduce harm. Don't kill them. We are all innocent. If you want to rob the jewelry, then hurry up and rob your jewelry. When the police come, you won't be able to leave. So I hope you don't waste time. Yang Ming stood in front of the family of three and said loudly, "Oh." The burly macho man was obviously very surprised and puzzled that Yang Ming could suddenly stand up. He looked at Yang Ming with interest. "You? Stand up for them? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you together?" "I'm not standing up for anyone. I'm just saying a fact. If you waste unnecessary time, it won't be good for anyone. It doesn't make any sense for you to kill them." Yang Ming saw that the burly macho man was willing to talk to him, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he talks to me, then I still have a chance. I'm afraid that if he doesn't talk to me, he will shoot. As you can see, I didn't waste time. My men are still working. I just killed 2 people as a pastime when I have nothing to do. The burly macho man was very curious that Yang Ming could stand up at this time. "Aren't you afraid of death?" "I am afraid," Yang Ming said bluntly, "but I don't think you will kill innocent people." "Huh, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. How do you know that I won't kill innocent people?" The burly macho man laughed loudly, as if he had heard a big joke. "It's okay not to kill them. Let's play a game." "What game?" Yang Ming asked faintly. "Well, you use your head to hit this showcase. If the showcase is knocked open, not only will I not kill you, but I will also let them go. How about it? It's fair, right?" The burly macho man pointed to a showcase in front of him and said, "Hey!" There was an uproar in the crowd immediately. Some sympathized with Yang Ming. The request made by the burly macho man was no different from suicide. There were also people who laughed at Yang Ming for being an idiot. There was nothing to do with him, but he insisted on standing up. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Now, they even wanted to kill him. Let's see what he can do. Which showcase? As Yang Ming spoke, he walked toward the burly macho man. Although Yang Ming was very calm in his heart, he forced a panicked expression on his face. Yang Ming couldn't make himself appear very calm. That would be too fake. The burly macho man would definitely be suspicious. But now, Yang Ming's tone was calm, but his expression was flustered. It was completely in line with the image of a foolish and bold, and it was easy to gain people's trust. Sure enough, the burly macho man didn't have the slightest caution. He didn't think that there would be anything wrong with Yang Ming. Yang Ming's dress was not a security guard or a staff member, but a student's dress. It seemed that he was about 20 years old, so it was impossible for him to be a police officer. Therefore, the burly macho man just regarded Yang Ming as a hot-blooded college student and was ready to tease him. This showcase, you can hit it. If you can hit it open, it will save me a lot of trouble. Haha. The burly macho man seemed to have found a very funny thing and laughed happily. This? Yang Ming looked at the cabinet, and his eyes showed a little timid expression. Hurry up. Seeing that Yang Ming was timid, the burly macho man had no more fun. He suddenly became impatient. With a caw sound, he pointed the gun in his hand at Yang Ming's head and said, "Do you want to hit it or not? If you don't hit it, I will kill you directly." Yang Ming despised this guy's cruelty in his heart, but his face was still very hesitant. He slowly said, "Okay, I will hit it." When the burly macho man heard Yang Ming's words, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. The gun in his hand also moved, indicating that Yang Ming could hit it. Yang Ming slowly bent down, lowered his head, and made a hesitant action of hitting the showcase. However, Yang Ming's eyes had been looking behind him with his special ability. Seeing that the burly macho man was looking at him with a funny expression, his spirit was also in a state of extreme relaxation. Yang Ming smiled faintly and suddenly reached out his left hand to grab the barrel of the submachine gun in the burly macho man's hand. At the moment when Yang Ming grabbed the gun, the burly macho man also realized that something was wrong. He subconsciously grasped the submachine gun in his hand and wanted to aim the muzzle at Yang Ming, but he found that he couldn't do it because the barrel was firmly controlled by Yang Ming, so he couldn't change the direction for a while. In the next moment, Yang Ming's right hand pressed on the back of the burly macho man's head. He straightened his body and used the explosive force of his entire abdominal muscles to push the burly macho man's head toward the showcase. With a loud bang, the burly macho man's face hit the showcase. The mask covering his face was stained with blood. Obviously, his nose bone was crushed under the strong impact. At this moment, the burly macho man's hand that was holding the gun was also in a temporary state of weakness. Yang Ming directly grabbed the submachine gun in his hand. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots were heard. Yang Ming quickly killed the black man and Jesse, who were busy smashing the showcase. Then, he pointed the muzzle at the burly macho man's forehead and pulled him to turn around to face the remaining 4 robbers. All of this happened in a flash. Yang Ming completed the action of grabbing the gun and killing the burly macho man in an instant, but he couldn't take care of the other 4 robbers behind him. Yang Ming was a man, not a god. He could kill the 2 guys in front of him who were caught off guard, but he couldn't turn around to kill the other 4 robbers. He didn't have so much time, really. So, Yang Ming directly pointed the muzzle at the burly macho man's head, trying to use him as a hostage. When Yang Ming turned around, the other 4 robbers had already raised the guns in their hands and aimed at Yang Ming. "Put down the guns in your hands, or I'll blow up your boss's head." Yang Ming changed his panicked expression from before and said very calmly. He didn't care about the muzzles of the 4 robbers. The 4 robbers didn't listen to Yang Ming's order. The muzzles were still pointing at Yang Ming. "Make them put down the guns." Yang Ming used the muzzle to push the burly macho man and ordered. The burly macho man was knocked into a daze. He didn't expect Yang Ming to attack in an instant and then control him. The most incredible thing was that Yang Ming's strength was amazing. This had almost killed him. Of course, if Yang Ming wanted to kill him, he would have died just now. Yang Ming didn't want to kill him. Yang Ming wanted to keep him as a hostage, so he couldn't die. If Yang Ming wanted to kill him, there were many ways. At least, he didn't have to take the risk to stand up. When he was in the crowd, just now, he could kill him with a flying needle without anyone noticing. However, that wasn't what Yang Ming expected. Yang Ming could kill 1 or 2 people with a flying needle in an instant, but he definitely couldn't kill 3 or 4 people. When the people who were killed by Yang Ming with a flying needle fell down, perhaps the remaining people would vent their anger madly in the crowd. Of course, this included Yang Ming. If they used a machine gun to shoot wildly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Ming didn't practice any sinister voodoo, so it was impossible for him to be invulnerable. If that was the case, then it would be over. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't use the means of assassination, but he used daylight robbery. Even if Yang Ming killed the burly macho man with a flying needle, it wouldn't pose any threat to these robbers. Only by capturing their leader alive would they be afraid to shoot at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Put down the gun. The burly macho man helplessly ordered his men. He didn't doubt that Yang Ming could kill him immediately. Judging from Yang Ming's series of actions, this person was definitely not simple. Chapter 1083. Yang Ming naturally did not place all his hopes on this person. Who knew if these people would listen to the words of this burly macho man, or would they try to find an opportunity to kill him? Yang Ming pointed his gun at the burly macho man and slowly moved back. However, only 2 of the 4 macho men in front of him obeyed the orders of the burly macho man. The remaining 2 men still pointed their guns at Yang Ming. What's the matter with the 2 of them? Yang Ming suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, but he did not show anything on his face. He increased the strength of his hand and asked the burly macho man, "You don't want me to blow up your head with the gun first, right? Lex, what are you doing?" The burly macho man's forehead oozed sweat. Yang Ming could kill 2 people very decisively, which meant that Yang Ming certainly did not care about killing one more person. "Sorry, we are just assisting in the operation. We are not your men." One of the 2 macho men with guns spoke. He spoke in English, but Yang Ming could understand simple conversations. Yang Ming was also a college student, and he also specially learned English. "You have to listen to my orders." The burly macho man was obviously a little anxious. He did not expect that at this moment, someone would not listen to his orders. "Sorry," Lex shrugged and said, "Our purpose is to get the reward, not to care about your life or death." After that, Lex raised the gun in his hand and quickly pointed it at Yang Ming. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. If it were other people, they would have become a corpse at this moment, but Yang Ming was vigilant from the beginning. After listening to the conversation between the burly macho man and the man named Lex, Yang Ming immediately understood that these 2 people were not in the same group. My guess is right. They only came together temporarily because of interests. Now, it involved each other's interests. These people immediately became 2 factions. One was the burly macho man's men. They all put down their guns, and the other 2 people were obviously from another group. Lex was one of them. In order to achieve the ultimate goal, these people would not care about the life or death of the burly macho man. Fortunately, Yang Ming was prepared. At the moment when Lex began to move, he pulled the burly macho man in front of him, and Yang Ming quickly lay down on the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive gunshots. The burly macho man's eyes widened, and he slowly fell down with grievances. It was Lex and another person who fired the shots. Although their target was Yang Ming, because of Yang Ming, they became the burly macho man. Lex didn't expect Yang Ming to make a decision in a split second, abandoning the burly man and escaping by himself. What if they did not shoot him? "I just want to scare Yang Ming and make a fake action." Wouldn't that save the burly man? This was simply gambling with his life. In fact, Yang Ming wasn't gambling, but he was confident in doing so. Yang Ming carefully observed the expressions of the burly macho man and Lex through their masks. After Lex said those words, the burly macho man did show a panicked look on his face, but Lex had an indifferent look. This could explain the problem. They were all masked. Logically, Yang Ming could not see their expressions, so they did not need to fake their expressions. They just did not know that Yang Ming had the special ability of X-ray vision, so they exposed a flaw. It was precisely because of this that Yang Ming was sure that these 2 people would shoot. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not be so reckless. He would kill the burly macho man before he lay down. However, it was a bit risky. It took time to shoot. When he shot, Lex and the other person could also shoot at him. Although Yang Ming was confident that his action could be faster, it was not very safe after all. But in this way, he killed the burly macho man with Lex's hand. Captain, the other two macho men who put down their guns saw that the burly macho man was killed, and they were anxious. They turned the muzzle directly to Lex and the other macho man who shot. Lex, what do you mean? Lex was shocked. He did not expect that Yang Ming would react that way at that moment. Lex originally expected that when he was about to shoot, Yang Ming would kill the burly macho man, and he would kill Yang Ming. In this way, even if the death of the burly macho man was related to him, there was no direct relationship, and the account could not be put on his head. But now, this was obviously the burly macho man that he shot. This account could not be denied. Thinking of this, Lex suddenly had a headache. At this critical moment, there was internal strife. The people on the two burly macho men's side pointed the muzzle at him. Don't be excited, friend. Listen to me. Lex winked and wanted to aim the gun at Yang Ming on the ground because for him, Yang Ming was a big danger. Put the gun down, or I will blow your head off, the burly macho man ordered coldly. Lex was so angry that he wanted to curse. What time is it? Can't you see that there are foreign enemies in front of you? However, at this moment, Lex could only obediently put down the gun that he wanted to raise because it was a fact that the burly macho man was killed by him. The burly macho man's men were angry, and it was likely that they would do something irrational. The other person on Lex's side was also asked to put down the gun. Yang Ming saw that and was overjoyed. The opportunity that he had been waiting for finally came. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Ming moved his right hand and took out 2 flying needles. While Lex and the burly macho man's men were arguing, Yang Ming quickly shot out the flying needles and shot them on Lex and the other person on Lex's side. Yang Ming did not want to take the lives of Lex and the other person. Although Yang Ming could kill them in an instant, Yang Ming wanted to keep them alive to see if he could ask something from them. Seeing that Lex and his companion actually closed their eyes and were about to fall to the ground dizzily, the 2 men of the burly macho man were somewhat inexplicable. They scolded, "What are you doing? Don't pretend to be dead." Yang Ming laughed in his heart. At this time, you still haven't figured out the situation? There is still a dangerous person underground who hasn't been dealt with yet. Do you think you can sit back and relax? Yang Ming quickly raised the gun in his hand and quickly completed 2 shots. With 2 sounds, the guns in the hands of the 2 men of the burly macho man fell to the ground respectively. Yang Ming's bullets just shot through their hands holding the guns. Yang Ming did not give them a chance. Who knew if they would bear the pain and come up with some tricks? Yang Ming quickly approached the 2 men and gave each of them a karate chop. The 2 men rolled their eyes and fell to the ground without any reaction. Yang Ming took a long sigh of relief and thought that he was lucky. This group of people was actually a temporary combination of 2 factions. One killed the leader of the other faction. It was no wonder that they would suddenly have internal strife. However, even if these people were not from 2 factions, Yang Ming would find a way to defeat these people one by one after holding the burly macho man hostage. It was just that now it was a bit of a blessing in disguise. The problem was solved so easily. At this moment, I don't know who took the lead, but there was a thunderous applause in the exhibition hall. At such a critical moment, Yang Ming knocked down all the gangsters with his own strength. How could these tourists not be excited? Originally, everyone's heart was depressed. After witnessing the brutality of the gangsters, no one could guarantee that the gangsters would not vent their anger on them. Now that Yang Ming rescued them, how could they not be grateful? Especially the family of 3 from before. The man with glasses led the little girl and knelt in front of Yang Ming directly. They were so grateful that they shed tears. Yang Ming was very indifferent to these empty honors. Otherwise, if Yang Ming wanted to be famous, he would have been famous long ago. He didn't have to wait until now. When Yang Ming killed Ji Shueisheng for the first time, he could hype up his heroism in the newspapers, But Yang Ming didn't want to be famous, so he had been very low-key. This time, Yang Ming didn't want to be worshipped like a god. It didn't make any sense. Yang Ming said to Li Chong faintly, "Call the police. Let the police deal with it." Yang Ming's current identity was different from the past, so there was no need to interrogate these people in advance. With Yang Ming's current identity, it was not difficult to get the police interrogation records. Therefore, Yang Ming would not do repetitive and useless work. Soon, the police arrived at the exhibition hall. The leader was naturally Chun Fei. Although the jewelry exhibition was not an official activity, its influence had already attracted the police's attention. At this moment, such a big thing happened. Naturally, the police would be dispatched in the first place. Yang Ming roughly explained the situation at the time. Chun Fei took the 4 guys on the ground and left. Of course, he also found a few tourists to make a statement. It was not much different from what Yang Ming said, especially the family of 3. They kept thanking Yang Ming and wanted to make a silk banner for Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded and declined. In order not to affect the normal exhibition, the people of Ming Yang Security quickly cleaned up the scene after the police took photos for evidence. For Yang Ming, Chun Fei now admired him. Chun Fei thought that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill the 3 gangsters and then capture the 4 gangsters alive in this situation, but Yang Ming did it. Although Yang Ming was very vague about the process of capturing people, he asked a few tourists. He was also somewhat inexplicable about why Lex and his accomplices suddenly fainted, but Chun Fei did not ask again. Chun Fei knew the identity of Yang Ming. If Xia Bingbao didn't have some skills, it was impossible for Xia Bingbao to pull Yang Ming to their side. This involved some confidential matters, so Chun Fei would not ask casually. Although the jewelry exhibition resumed normal business, the exhibition area still could not hide the faint smell of blood in the air. Yang Ming did not tell Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun about what had just happened. Yang Ming did not want them to worry, so when they asked about what had just happened, Yang Ming said jokingly, "I punched the Nanshan nursing home and kicked the Beihai kindergarten." A few Yang Ming flying kicks beat the gangsters to the ground. "Everyone worships your husband and calls me a great hero." If Yang Ming said it properly, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun would naturally not doubt it. But now Yang Ming said it in such a joking tone, and it was not reliable at all. Chen Mingyan listened and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You are not serious at all. I heard that the gangsters were armed with guns, and there were 7 of them. All of them were masked macho men. Can you handle them with just a few flying kicks? Are they all armed with guns?" Yang Ming smiled after listening. He did not deny or confirm. "Are you there or not?" Chen Mingyan was a little dumbfounded. "Listening to your tone, you don't seem to be there at all. Sister Lin and I have been worried about you for a long time." "How is it?" Yang Ming scratched his head and laughed twice. "Who cares? Let's not talk about this." Chen Mingyan and Lin Jun saw Yang Ming's appearance at the moment, and they really thought that he was talking nonsense. He was not there at all, so they were relieved. In the afternoon, the entire exhibition hall seemed to be very peaceful. The security measures at the entrance had also become stricter. From the original metal detector to scanning the passing tourists, they had to take off their coats and jackets for a detailed inspection. Moreover, the people who were checking were replaced by the original Ming Yang security staff with the police. Although it was a civilian activity, since something had happened, Chun Fei naturally made a report and sent a few police officers to be responsible for the security during the exhibition. The Ming Yang Security Company did not have the power to search, so it was more justifiable for the police to be responsible for the security check. However, there were no more suspicious people appearing at the fair, and even the number of tourists was much fewer than in the morning. Probably because of the previous robbery incident, it caused many people's psychological fear. They did not dare to stay in the exhibition and left. The results of the police investigation came out quickly. 2 of the 4 captured kidnappers were African international, 1 was Vietnamese, and the other was Italian. Lex, who was an Italian national, was an international wanted criminal. The other 3 were not good people, and they were also on the Interpol record. Chun Fei then directly contacted the Interpol. The four people were not stubborn. After arriving at the police station, they quickly confessed everything they knew. The two subordinates of the burly man belonged to an African mercenary group called SB, while Lex and his companions joined temporarily, arranged by the leader of the group. As for Lex and his companions, the people of the SB mercenary group didn't know much about them. They just worked together to complete the mission. The task they had to perform was completely arranged by the higher-ups. For them, they did not know who the client was, and they did not know who they were working for. Moreover, the previous bank robbery was also done by them. However, Chun Fei got an important clue. That was, as Yang Ming guessed, these people were also honest. They did not rob the bank for money, but they were completely carrying out the orders of the employer. As for the money obtained from the robbery, they did not care about it at all. If this task was completed, their reward was at least hundreds of millions of US dollars. Therefore, according to the employer's request, after carrying out the bank robbery, they casually threw the money on the road. They were also honest about leaving the mark of the organization. It was the employer who asked them to do so, and they did not feel that there was anything wrong with exposing the organization because their organization was far away in North Africa. There were wars all year round. They lived in various temporary small countries. Even if their headquarters were known, others could not do anything to them. Yang Ming had to smile bitterly after listening to the results of Chun Fei's interrogation. Fortunately, Yang Ming had expected this result, and he did not seem to be disappointed. After all, Yang Ming had already expected that with the professional level of these people, it was impossible for them to just rob. They should be hired by someone, and Lex also said that their purpose was to get money. However, this made Yang Ming a little surprised. The other party could actually hire professional mercenaries to deal with him, which showed that their strength was really strong enough. One thing was also certain. The guys behind these people and the guys who attacked Sun Jie at the Nightless Club could not be a group. If the people who attacked Sun Jie at the Nightless Club that day were these people, then they were likely to have succeeded. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was a little shocked. Those people and today's people were really different, so Yang Ming directly denied the connection between the two. However, the bank robbery that these people had confessed gave Yang Ming some inspiration. These things formed an incomplete process in Yang Ming's mind, but Yang Ming could not find the key to the matter. After all, Yang Ming was not a professional conspirator. It was already very good that he could think of this. What do you think? Yang Ming told Lu Xinyang the whole thing. For Lu Xinyang, Yang Ming did not need to hide anything. Yang Ming would rely on this think tank to work for him in the future, so he had to give him enough trust. According to the current development of things, their previous bank robbery had a purpose. You also said and confirmed that their purpose of robbing the bank was not for money, but according to the employer's request. Lu Xinyang said, then why did the employer ask for this? And let them leave their own mark. My speculation is this. The people behind the scenes want to create an illusion of continuous robbery. That is to say, if today's robbery is successful, then I think they will also leave their own mark. In this way, it shows that they are committing continuous crimes. Last time they robbed the bank. This time, they robbed the jewelry exhibition. Their behavior was random, and they didn't come specifically for the jewelry exhibition. Yang Ming was shocked after listening to Lu Xinyang's words. That's right. I felt that something was wrong before. It turned out that this was the place where something was wrong. When Yang Ming thought of this, he wanted to call Chun Fei immediately and ask what these people would do if they succeeded. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.